Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if female Harry Potter was taken by Dean Winchester? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The storm outside had no intention of leaving. Rain lashed the narrow windows of the Stanford apartment, pooling in glimmering streaks against the glass. The old radiator hummed softly, pushing warmth through the small living room where Hallie Evans lay curled on the couch, tangled in a navy blue throw blanket that smelled faintly of laundry detergent and takeout. She wasn't supposed to be here. Not really. She had her own dorm just 2 blocks away, a single room tucked on the second floor of one of the older brick buildings near the Humanities Quad. But after last week's nightmare, the one that left her breathless and shaking on the floor, the taste of ash still on her tongue, she'd shown up at Sam's door just past midnight, drenched and silent. "Couch is yours," he'd said without hesitation. "Stay as long as you need." That was 5 nights ago. Now she stared at the ceiling in the dark, tracing the cracks in the plaster with her eyes. Sleep a distant idea. The storm was loud, sure, but it wasn't the rain that kept her awake. It was the magic, and it was getting louder. She sat up slowly, wincing as her scar gave a sharp, pulsing throb. The old pain was back. Not the scar itself, but the pressure behind it. Like something ancient was waking up just beneath the surface of the world. She didn't dare take out her wand, not here. Not in Sam's apartment where Jessica might walk in at any second. It was tucked deep in her backpack anyway, hidden between textbooks and old parchment notes, wrapped in the same sweater she wore the night she left London. Don't think about London. She stood and crossed to the window, hugging the blanket tighter around her shoulders. The rain blurred the street lamps below, but something about the shadows didn't sit right. They moved too fast, shifted wrong. She whispered under her breath, "Hominum revelio." No one. Not human, at least. Behind her, the floor creaked, soft, careful. "Huh?" Sam's voice was groggy but warm, pulling her back from the edge of tension. She turned and offered a tired smile. "Sorry. Didn't mean to wake you." Sam stepped further into the room, rubbing sleep from his eyes. "You okay?" "Couldn't sleep," she said, which wasn't a lie. "Storm's kind of intense tonight." He followed her gaze to the window. "Yeah. Feels heavier than usual." There was something about the way he said it, like he felt it too, though maybe he didn't know why. That strange intuition of his. He always had it. She wondered, not for the first time, if Sam Winchester was a little more than what he claimed to be. He walked over and grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge, pausing when he noticed her arms shaking. "You sure you're all right?" he asked, more gently this time. She nodded quickly. "Just tired." "It's nothing." She wished she could tell him the truth. About the dreams. About the way the air buzzed with dark magic lately. About the things she hadn't spoken of since the war. But Sam had a life now, a normal one. A girlfriend. A future. A path far away from cursed children and horcruxes and death. "All right," he said finally, clearly not convinced but letting it go. "Let me know if you need anything." He lingered a moment longer, then disappeared back down the hall, bedroom door clicking softly shut behind him. Hallie turned back to the window and whispered, "Muffliato." The hum of the outside world faded away. She stared into the rain, heart pounding, wand still hidden in her bag, but not for long. Something was coming. She could feel it in her bones. And whatever it wasn't going to leave Stanford quietly. The storm had died down by morning, but the air still felt heavy, like the world hadn't finished exhaling. Hallie stood on the edge of campus, her hood pulled low, hands tucked deep in her coat pockets. She stared at the old clock tower, watching the second hand stutter every few ticks. No one else seemed to notice. Students passed by with earbuds in, coffee cups clutched like lifelines, oblivious to the static in the air. But Hallie noticed. Magic had a rhythm, and today it was out of tune. Her fingers itched for her wand. She shouldn't be here, lingering like some brooding Victorian ghost. but she couldn't shake the feeling from last night. Something had been near the apartment, close enough to rattle the protections she kept on herself, charms layered in secrecy and silence. Years of magical habit crammed into a muggle life. Hallie had left England for a reason. She didn't want to fight anymore. She didn't want to be anyone's chosen anything. Stanford was supposed to be quiet, normal, but magic didn't care about plans. Her thoughts were interrupted by the buzz of her phone. A text from Sam.
Sam.
Jess made pancakes. I told her you like chocolate chip, but she still put bananas in them. She's sorry, kinda. She smiled despite herself, thumbs already typing a reply. Hallie, I'll forgive her if there's coffee.
Sam.
Always. Want me to come meet you? She hesitated. Hallie, no, it's okay. Just needed some air. Be back in 20. She slid the phone back in her pocket and took one more look around. Nothing. No movement.
No chimer.
But her gut still twisted. She turned and walked briskly toward the apartment. As she passed a row of student bulletin boards, she froze. Pinned between a poster for a tutoring service and a flyer for a missing cat was something out of place. A single strip of parchment. Yellowed. Rough at the edges. She didn't remember seeing it here yesterday. It wasn't large, barely noticeable, except her eyes locked onto it instantly. Her breath hitched. There were no words. Just a symbol. A black mark, drawn with something thicker than ink. Not again. She snatched it down and shoved it into her coat pocket, scanning the street behind her. No one was watching. Or if they were good at hiding it. She broke into a jog, half running back toward the apartment now, her mind racing. Back at Sam and Jess's place. The smell of coffee and syrup filled the air. Jessica sat cross-legged on the couch in fuzzy socks, flipping through a psychology textbook while Sam cleaned up in the kitchen. She looked up when Hallie burst through the door, rain-damp and wide-eyed. Hey, Jess said cheerfully, you okay? Fine, Hallie said too quickly. Just damp. Long walk. Sam stepped out of the kitchen, towel slung over his shoulder. You sure? You look like you saw a ghost. Hallie offered a faint smile. Ghosts don't bother me. Jess raised an eyebrow. Creepy. But okay. Hallie dropped her coat on the chair and made a beeline for the coffee. Her hands shook slightly as she poured it. She could feel Sam watching her, concern written all over his face. He'd ask eventually. He always did. That was the problem with Sam. He noticed things, but not everything, like how she never used a lighter for candles, or why pens never ran out around her, or how she always seemed to know when someone was lying. He didn't know the half of it, and she didn't know his truths either, like the box of old newspaper clippings hidden under his bed, or the way his shoulders tensed when someone mentioned unexplained deaths. They were both carrying secrets, and the cracks were starting to show. It was quiet again. The rain had stopped sometime around dawn, but the air still pressed heavy against the windows, like the storm had left something behind. Hallie waited until Sam and Jessica left for their morning lectures before moving from the couch. The apartment felt emptier without them. Calmer, maybe, or maybe that was just the spell she'd placed on the hallway earlier. A temporary ward of silence, carefully crafted so nothing she whispered in here would echo beyond the living room. She exhaled slowly, then reached into her bag and pulled out her wand. It was warm to the touch, like it had missed her. Hallie hadn't used magic in this space until now. She had promised herself she wouldn't. This life, Stanford, books, Sam's quiet laugh, coffee in the mornings. It wasn't supposed to touch the world she left behind. But something had changed. She could feel it. The night before, when she stood at the window and whispered detection spells under her breath, she had sensed a disturbance, a crack in the stillness, the kind of shift that meant something unnatural had brushed against their space. And if something had found her, or worse, if something had found Sam, she wouldn't leave him unprotected. So now, with the apartment empty and her heart racing, she moved carefully from room to room, wand loose in her fingers, murmuring the old spells she hadn't dared speak aloud in months.
Praesidium ab hostibus.
She traced a ward over the window, invisible to the eye, but solid in the threads of magic. A barrier charm, woven to disrupt curses and repel hostile energy. She placed another along the front door, humming low beneath her breath as the magic settled into the wood. And one more, beneath the couch where she slept, a tripwire ward, meant to sting anything that crossed it with ill intent. Each spell took only seconds, but they left her winded. She hadn't practiced like this in a long time. When she finished, she collapsed onto the couch and rubbed at her forehead, sweat gathering at her temples. The scar there didn't throb, not right now, but there was a whisper of pressure behind it, a reminder. She was being watched, not by Sam, not by Jess, by something older. Hallie ran her fingers through her curls and stared up at the ceiling, heart still racing. This wasn't supposed to follow her here. Sam returned home that afternoon to find the apartment unusually still. The lights were off, the windows open a crack to let in the cool breeze. He paused at the door, frowning. "Hallie?" he called, stepping inside. She sat cross-legged on the couch, a book in her lap and a steaming mug in her hands. Her face was calm, her posture loose, normal, but something felt off. The air was thicker? He shook the feeling off. "Hey," she said, smiling without looking up. "You're early." Professor canceled. "Got the flu or something?" He dropped his bag near the door. "You okay?" "Yeah. Just reading." He nodded slowly, walking past the couch toward the kitchen. A flicker of something pricked at the back of his neck, a faint tingling, like static. It vanished the moment he crossed the room. Hallie didn't react. He turned back to her, brow furrowing. "Did you do something in here?" She glanced up, all innocence. "Like what?" "I don't know. It just feels different." She raised a brow. "Different how?" He hesitated, then shook his head. "Never mind. Probably nothing. Long day." She smiled again, and it was almost convincing. "Want tea?" "Sure." As she stood and moved to the kitchen, Sam sat down on the couch, staring quietly at the window. The light filtered in soft and gold, catching dust motes in the air. He still couldn't shake the feeling. Something was different. He just couldn't explain it. That night, Hallie lay beneath the same blanket, pretending to sleep as the wards hummed softly in the walls. Unseen, undetected, alive. She listened to Sam and Jessica's voices in the other room, low and sleepy, and wondered how much longer she could keep this up. She didn't want to lie, but if danger was circling them, then magic was the only shield she had, and she'd rather Sam be a little suspicious than dead. Chapter 2. Maybe she was paranoid because it was Halloween. Everyone knew how much Hallie hated Halloweens. Only Sam knew the reason among her friends. He'd never asked for the full story. He'd never pushed. But he also never laughed when she said the air felt different on October 31st, thinner, older, watching. He just nodded, handed her a blanket, and said she could crash on the couch as long as she needed. "Come on. It'll be fun," Jess pleaded, throwing herself dramatically onto Hallie's bed. "You can be a sexy cat." Hallie didn't look up from her book. "Why do I have to be a sexy something? That's the fun part." Becky chimed in from the mirror, adjusting a glittery devil horn headband. "Plus, you're too short for anything else." "Shut up," Hallie said dryly. Becky just grinned. "I'm serious," Jess added, now lying upside down with her head hanging off the mattress. "It's just a party. Some cheap punch, bad music. Sam might actually dance if we get him tipsy enough." Hallie gave her a look. "You've seen him dance?" Jess smirked. "Once. I'm still processing it." Hallie closed her book. Her fingers were curled too tight around the pages anyway. "I don't know," she said, trying to sound casual. "Halloween's just not really my thing. Come on. I promise it'll be great. Drinks are on me," Becky said. She was definitely putting so much blush on. "Fine," Hallie muttered, closing her book with a sigh. Jess shot upright with a cheer, pumping a fist like she'd won a bet. Becky squealed and immediately spun around. "Yes. I knew you'd cave. Don't worry, I have ears and eyeliner. You'll be an adorable little disaster." "I hate you," Hallie said flatly. "You love me," Becky sang. Hallie rolled her eyes but didn't fight it. She could handle a couple hours of punch and bad music. Maybe. Still, her skin itched. Her senses were too sharp. Her magic too close to the surface. Every year, Halloween brought it back. The unease, the memories. The way the veil between worlds never really felt theoretical to her. She'd felt it thin before. Only Sam knew why the date actually mattered to her. Why it wasn't just costumes and candy. He'd been the only one who never laughed when she said Halloween gave her headaches. He'd never asked for more. Jess plopped onto the bed again beside her and nudged her shoulder. We'll stick together the whole night. If it gets weird or stupid, we bail and go get fries. Hallie gave her a sideways smile. That actually sounds tempting. See? Jess grinned.
Sexy cat fries.
Nothing better. Hallie snorted, picking up the cat ears Jess had tossed onto the bed. She turned them over in her hands, then slid them on and adjusted her bangs around them. Jess and Becky both froze. Oh my God. Becky breathed. You're cute. I hate how cute you are. Hallie rolled her eyes but couldn't help the tiniest smirk. Do you have a black dress? Jess squealed. Do I have a black dress? Girl, this is me. She jumped off the bed, nearly tripping over Becky's purse, and dove into the closet. Clothes flew in every direction. Okay, hold on, I've got 3 options. She showed her tree equally revealing dresses. Too short, Hallie said flatly, eyeing the 3 equally tiny, glittery dresses Jess held up like prize trophies. Jess gasped like she was personally offended. They are fashionably short. There's a difference. Becky leaned over from the bed. Yeah, it's called confidence. It's called hypothermia, Hallie muttered, reaching for the least sparkly one. This one has almost a skirt. Jess grinned. That's the spirit. I swear, if I flash anyone, I'm hexing both of you. You keep saying things like that and I'm starting to believe you're secretly a witch, Becky teased. Hallie froze for half a second, then forced a smile. Maybe I am. Jess just laughed and tossed her a pair of boots. Whatever you are, you're coming with us. Hallie caught the boots midair and sat on the edge of the bed. This better be worth it. It won't be, Becky said cheerfully. But we'll look hot, and we'll take selfies before everything goes to hell, Jess added, already pulling out her eyeliner. Hallie looked at herself in the mirror, cat ears slightly tilted. Dress a little too tight, eyes tired but trying. She looked like a normal college girl. She grinned. After dancing with some handsome stranger whose name she'd already forgotten, Hallie made her way back to the table where Jess and Becky were waving her over like maniacs. The music pulsed around her, the bass thumping through the soles of her boots. She was a little tipsy, not enough to be sloppy, but just enough that the edges of the room felt softer, warmer. Like maybe, just maybe, this night wouldn't suck after all. Hallie! Jess shouted over the music, raising a red plastic cup. We are drinking to Sam. He got a 174 on his LSATs. No way, Hallie said, eyes going wide. Yes way, Becky yelled, pushing a cup toward her. Hallie laughed as she took the cup. Cheers to Winchester and his giant brain. She turned and threw her arms around Sam in a spontaneous, tipsy hug. You nerd. She grinned against his shoulder. Why didn't you tell us? Sam chuckled, caught off guard but hugging her back. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Too late, Jess said, throwing an arm around both of them. We're very proud. We're also a little drunk. A little? Becky said, sloshing some punch over the edge of her cup. Speak for yourself. Hallie pulled back just enough to look up at Sam. Seriously, you're gonna be amazing. He gave her that soft, earnest look he always did when he didn't know how to take a compliment. Thanks, Hal. She smiled and let go, wobbling slightly in her boots before catching Jess's hand to steady herself. You good? Jess asked with a knowing grin. Never better, Hallie said. And for a moment it was true. The music, the lights, the smell of sweat and cheap perfume. It all felt wonderfully disconnected from everything else. From war, from scars, from dark memories buried deep beneath All Hallows' Eve. For a night, she wasn't a witch, just a girl in cat ears. But somewhere in the farthest corner of the party, something shifted. A flicker in the lights, a chill that didn't belong. Hallie's smile faltered. She looked over her shoulder. Nothing there. Still, she didn't laugh quite as loudly after that. She didn't remember the walk back. Just flashes. Jess's arm looped through hers. Sam's voice low and steady. Becky drunkenly arguing with a guy dressed as an off-brand Batman. Then the smell of damp autumn air and the hum of streetlights flickering overhead. She remembered Jess taking off her boots, warm fingers helping her onto the couch. Sam tucking a blanket over her, muttering something about lightweight. And Hallie mumbling something back that sounded like Hexu. And then, darkness. Half sleep. The world blurred in the way it always did when magic was close, not hers, but ambient, like static. She couldn't focus on it. Too tired. Too warm. The world spun slightly under her eyelids. Somewhere in the distance, she heard Jess laughing softly. Then the apartment settled into silence. Hallie lay on her side, curled up in a tangle of soft fabric and cat ears. Her wand was still zipped in the pocket of her jacket, tossed over a chair. She wouldn't need it. Not here. This was home. This was safe. Wasn't it? Click. Her eyes snapped open. The sound was quiet, subtle, but she knew it. Metal against glass. A window. For one long second, she didn't move. Her heart thudded once, hard, in her chest. Then the soft, unmistakable sound of someone stepping inside. She shifted, just barely, eyes slitting open. She could see the shadow moving across the room. Tall, heavy boots, dark jacket. Moving with confidence, not hesitation. Not a drunk neighbor. Not a thief. Someone trained. Hallie didn't breathe. Her fingers twitched beneath the blanket, reaching for a wand that wasn't there. Damn it. Too far. Jacket over the chair. No time. Her body moved before her brain could catch up. She sprang from the couch, bare knees hitting the floor hard as she launched herself toward the dark figure moving through the room. The guy barely had time to register her before she slammed into him from the side. Her grip found his wrist, and she twisted it back hard, forcing the pressure point like she'd been taught years ago. Don't think. Act. He grunted in surprise, stumbling with her weight, trying to shake her off. She swung her leg around to sweep him down, but he shifted fast, stronger than she expected. He caught her elbow mid-motion and used her momentum to flip her sideways. She hit the ground hard, but she wasn't done. Before he could reposition, she twisted and kicked him, a sharp jab to the ribs that knocked the wind out of him. He staggered. Hallie scrambled up and lunged again, throwing her weight into him, getting on top this time. She pressed her forearm to his throat, teeth gritted, heart hammering. But the man was faster, more experienced. In one brutal twist, he reversed their positions, flipping her onto her back and pinning her down with his forearm across her shoulders. Knee braced to hold her legs still. Jesus, he muttered, breathless. You're feral. Get off me. She spat, struggling. Make me, he snapped. Then, Hallie. Sam's voice. 2 heartbeats later, Sam tackled Dean off her like a freight train, sending them both crashing into the coffee table with a bone-jarring crack. Hallie rolled over, coughing, stars in her eyes. She sat up fast, hair tangled, chest heaving, cat ears half-crushed. Dean groaned from under Sam's arm. It's me. Sam, it's me.
Sam blinked.
Dean? Silence. Hallie sat on the floor, stunned, staring at both of them. Sam's brother. She just tried to strangle Sam's brother in a sexy cat costume. She blinked again. Are you serious right now? She said hoarsely. Dean looked at her, chest still rising and falling. You're strong. For that size. She glared at him. Is this a habit of yours? Using windows? Or is it a special occasion? Dean rubbed his jaw and smirked. What can I say? Front doors are too predictable. You know what else is predictable? Alarms. Police. Pepper spray. Jess burst into the room, wide-eyed. What happened? I heard crashing and Hallie. Why do you look like you murdered someone? Her eyes flicked to the stranger on the floor. Who is that? This is Dean, Sam said, dragging a hand through his hair. Hallie tackled him. Jess blinked. You tackled him? Hallie adjusted the twisted hem of her dress, completely deadpan. It was hard to do in a skirt. Dean, still rubbing his ribs, muttered, You've got a hell of a knee. Jess narrowed her eyes at Sam. Wait, your brother Dean? Yup. In my defense, he came through the window, Hallie snapped, pointing accusingly at Dean. Who does that? Dean shrugged, clearly enjoying this. It was locked.
I'm resourceful.
Hallie threw her hands in the air. You're insane. You're feisty. I will actually fight you again. Okay? Sam said loudly, holding up both hands. Let's all not do that. Hallie rolled her eyes, turned, and walked to the kitchen like she hadn't just body-slammed a guy twice her size in glitter eyeliner. She pulled open the fridge and grabbed a half-empty bottle of water, pressing it against her flushed cheek for a second before twisting off the cap. Dean hesitated. His gaze flicked to Jess, then Hallie, both standing in the background now, alert, quiet, glitter still smudged under Hallie's eyes. Dad's been on a hunting trip, he said, and he hasn't been home in a few days.
Sam froze.
His expression didn't change much, but Hallie could feel the shift in him like a current in the room. Jess, Hal, Sam said, clearing his throat. Can you give us a minute? Jess looked at him, brows drawn, but nodded slowly. Yeah, of course. Hallie hesitated. Sam gave her a look. She didn't like it. Didn't like being shut out. Didn't like that prickle on the back of her neck that had started the moment Dean said hunting trip. Still, she nodded. Come on, Jess said gently, touching Hallie's arm. They slipped out into the hallway together, the door clicking quietly shut behind them. Hallie leaned back against the wall, arms folded tight across her chest, the water bottle still in her hand but long forgotten. Jess stood next to her in silence for a few minutes, chewing her lip, glancing at the door like she could will it open. Neither of them spoke. The air was different now, heavy, charged. Hallie didn't know what was said behind that door, but she could feel it. Something had shifted. After about 10 minutes, the door opened again. Dean walked out first, his face unreadable. The humor was gone. No more smirks. Just that quiet edge Hallie recognized in people who'd seen too much. Then came Sam. His expression was set, jaw tight, eyes darting toward the bedroom. He didn't say anything, just moved past them into the apartment. Hallie exchanged a glance with Jess, who looked just as confused. Then Sam started packing. Wordlessly, he pulled a duffel from under the bed and began tossing things into it. Jeans, a hoodie, an old army jacket, his laptop, a flashlight from the drawer by the door.
Sam?
Jess asked, stepping in behind him. What are you doing? Sam paused for a moment. I'll be back in a couple days. That's not an answer. Dean leaned against the doorway with his arms crossed, watching but not interfering. Hallie stepped inside, still in her boots and slightly wrinkled dress, voice calm but pointed. So your dad goes off the grid, your brother breaks in through the window, and now you're suddenly packing like it's the apocalypse? Sam zipped the bag shut. I just need to help him check something out, he said, not looking at her. Right? Just a little road trip, Hallie replied, crossing her arms. In the middle of the night, without telling anyone what you're actually doing. Jess stepped forward, voice quieter now. Are you in trouble? No, Sam said quickly. I just need to help him out. I owe him. Jess looked at Hallie, and Hallie knew what that look meant. Something's wrong. And neither of them were being told the whole truth. Hallie stared at Sam, her friend, the guy who brought her coffee when she had migraines, who laughed too hard at documentaries and let her crash on his couch when the dorms felt too loud. But right now, he looked like someone she didn't quite know. Chapter 3. Chapter Notes. See the end of the Chapter 4. The Impala's engine hummed beneath them, smooth and steady. Rain clung to the windows like a second skin, the highway stretching endlessly into the dark. Dean kept one hand on the wheel, the other tapping a restless rhythm against the leather. He hadn't spoken in nearly 20 minutes. Neither had Sam. The silence was the kind that buzzed. Finally, Dean cut through it. So, he said, like the conversation had been ongoing. Are we just gonna ignore the part where your friend nearly took my head off? Sam sighed and didn't look away from the window. You came through a window, Dean. Yeah, but she was fast, trained. He paused, smirking faintly. Strong, too. For someone, snack-sized. Sam gave him a look. Don't call her that. Dean raised both eyebrows. What? She's like 5'0". That's not an insult, that's a fact. Dean held up a hand, mock innocent. Hey, I'm just saying. I've been knocked on my ass by witches, vampires, poltergeists. But I don't think any of them cracked my ribs in a glitter dress. Sam exhaled hard through his nose, dragging a hand down his face. She's not, he stopped. She's not what you think. Dean tilted his head. I think she's got some serious combat training and doesn't flinch when a guy comes through her window at 2 a.m. That's not normal, Sammy. She's been through stuff. We all have. Dean shot back. But most people don't throw down like that unless they've seen real darkness. Military, black ops, I don't know. He glanced over. You sure she's just some girl from London? Sam didn't answer right away. Dean caught it, that second of silence too long, too careful. You're not sure, he said quietly. She's not dangerous, Sam said instead. She saved my life once. Dean raised a brow. Sam didn't elaborate. He just stared out the window again, jaw tight. Dean let the silence stretch a while, the Impala's engine the only sound between them. But his mind was racing. And Sam's weird friend? She'd looked him in the eye like she knew what he was. Like she saw right through him. Just be careful, Dean said finally, voice lower. People like us don't get normal friends, Sammy. Not without a price. Sam's mouth twitched at that. I thought you liked complications. Dean smirked. I like hot complications. Yours punches people in the throat. You broke into an apartment. Details. Another beat of silence. Then Sam turned in his seat, brow furrowed. Wait. You said cracked ribs? Dean's grin widened. Pretty sure she bruised something, yeah. Sam laughed for the first time in hours. Dean didn't join in. He was still thinking about the way her eyes had glowed when the lights flickered. Still thinking about how prepared she'd been. Something about that girl didn't sit right. And Dean Winchester had learned a long time ago, trust your gut. Even when it's 5'0" in cat ears. The morning Sam was supposed to come home, the sky was the kind of gray that made everything look washed out and tired. Jess was curled up on the couch in flannel pajama pants, nursing a mug of coffee and flipping through some baking blog on her laptop. She looked peaceful. Normal. Hallie was anything but. She stood by the front door, adjusting the strap on her backpack for the third time, glancing out the window like she expected something to come crawling out of the shadows. You okay? Jess asked, not looking up. You've circled the living room 5 times. Is that part of the pre-midterm ritual, or? Hallie blinked and forced a smile. Yeah. Just wired. Test stress. Jess raised a brow. You don't usually stress. You either ace things or pretend they don't exist. Hallie gave a tight laugh. Well, this one exists. She stepped away from the window and hovered near the door, hand on the knob, then turned back suddenly. Don't invite anyone in. Jess blinked. What? While I'm gone, Hallie said more firmly. Don't invite anyone inside. Not the neighbors. Not delivery guys. Not anyone. Doesn't matter if they look harmless. Jess stared. That's weirdly intense. Hallie hesitated, then crossed the room to her, gently set a hand on Jess's shoulder. I'm serious. Just for today. Can you promise me that? Jess nodded slowly, worry finally creeping into her face. Is something going on? No, Hallie said quickly. Just, Halloween's over, but sometimes things linger. You know? Jess gave a nervous laugh. That better be a metaphor because I already took down the fake spiderwebs. Hallie smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Metaphors are flexible. She moved to the entryway, pausing one last time before stepping out. She glanced over her shoulder, then toward the corners of the room. Her fingers flicked against her palm once, then again. Jess didn't see it, but if she had, she might have noticed the faintest shimmer ripple along the edge of the window frame. Barely there, almost like heat haze. A ward. Hallie didn't feel good about leaving. Not today. But the midterm wouldn't wait, and Sam was supposed to be back by the afternoon. She could breathe again once they were both home. Once things settled. She just needed time to hold. Be safe, Jess called after her. Hallie nodded. You too. And with that, she stepped out into the cloudy morning, boots splashing through cold pavement puddles. Not realizing it would be the last time she saw Jess alive. Hallie's boots hit the pavement faster than usual. Her midterm had gone by in a haze, questions answered by muscle memory, eyes on the clock the whole time. She hadn't realized how fast she was walking until she reached the street corner 2 blocks from the apartment. Then she saw them, red and blue lights, pulsing like a heartbeat in the mist. A cluster of people. Yellow tape. Police cruisers. Hallie's stomach dropped. Her pace slowed just slightly, not from fatigue, from instinct, from fear. She didn't run. Not yet. The apartment building looked the same from a distance. The front door was still intact. The windows, hers and Jess's, dark. Too dark. Smoke clung to the edges of the air. She stepped closer. Closer. 2 officers stood by the building steps, talking in low voices. A small crowd had gathered at the edge of the sidewalk, murmuring, pointing. A neighbor sobbed quietly near a lamppost. Hallie's eyes scanned everything. She didn't see Jess. She didn't see Sam. Her heart thudded against her ribs like a warning bell. "Excuse me," she said, pushing forward toward the tape. One of the officers turned. "Ma'am, you need to stay back." "I live here," Hallie snapped. "3rd floor. Apartment 3B. The officer frowned. "Name?" "Hallie Evans." He glanced at his clipboard. Didn't say anything for a second. Hallie stepped under the tape before he could stop her. "Where's Jess?" "Where's—" The other officer, a woman this time, stepped in. Her face was gentler, but her eyes were grim. "I'm sorry," she said softly. "Are you family?" Hallie blinked. "No. She's my friend." The officer took a slow breath. There was a fire. 3rd floor. A young woman. Hallie's chest caved in. "No," she said immediately. No, she was just making coffee this morning. She was fine." The officer stepped closer, like that would soften the words. "There was nothing we could do." Hallie stared at her, still processing. "Where's Sam?" The officers looked at each other. "Samuel Winchester?" The man asked. "We have reason to believe he was here earlier. But he's gone." "Gone where?" Hallie's voice cracked. "We don't know. There were no signs of forced entry. Whatever happened inside, it was just an accident." Hallie's knees nearly buckled. She stumbled back a step, eyes darting up to the apartment windows, blackened with soot, burnt around the edges. She felt the magic in the air, faint but clawing, like something ripped through the protection she'd left behind. Jess must have let someone in, like something waited for her to leave. Jess was gone. Sam was gone. And everything normal about her life had just been ripped out by the roots. They didn't let her go upstairs. The entire 3rd floor had been cordoned off. Structural risk, they said. Too unstable. But Hallie didn't care about the drywall or the soot-stained ceilings. She cared about the stillness, the silence where Jess should have been. She stood behind the tape, wrapped in a blanket someone had draped over her shoulders, arms clutched tightly to her chest. Her face was damp, not from the rain. She'd stopped trying to hide the tears an hour ago. Every few minutes, she checked her phone. No new messages. No missed calls. Just one number she kept pressing over and over again. Sam. The screen lit up. Calling Sam Winchester. 1 ring. 2. 3. Voicemail. Again. Ring. Ring. Voicemail. Again. Her breath hitched every time it cut to the beep. Every time she heard the sound of his voice, recorded weeks ago, casual and warm and so alive. "Hey, it's Sam. Leave a message." Beep. "Sam, please," she whispered for the 3rd time that hour. "Please call me back. I don't know what happened. She's gone. She broke off, wiped at her face with the sleeve of her borrowed hoodie. End call. Dialed again. Nearby, a female officer stood quietly, watching. She didn't stop her, didn't ask any more questions. Maybe she recognized that kind of grief, the kind that made people forget how to stand still. One of the detectives had said Sam spoke to the police before leaving. Said he'd found Jess, that he was the one who called it in. But he didn't stay, and he hadn't answered a single call since. Hallie sat down on the curb, legs giving out beneath her. She clutched her phone like it might suddenly buzz to life in her hand. Like Sam's voice might come through and make this all go away. But the screen stayed dark, silent. A gust of cold wind cut through the blanket. Her eyes stung from the smoke in the air. Or maybe the crying. She couldn't tell anymore. She'd told Jess not to let anyone in. She'd felt it in her bones. And still she'd left. And now Jess was dead. And Sam was gone. And Hallie Evans had never felt so useless in her life. Hallie sat on the floor of the empty apartment, back against the cold kitchen cabinets. The place was quiet now, hollow and blackened. The smell of smoke still embedded in the walls, even though the fire had long since been extinguished. She should have left when the police told her to. But she couldn't. Not until something broke. And something did. Her phone buzzed again in her lap. Another number. Another message. Not from Sam. Of course not from Sam. She stared at his name in her call log. The endless thread of unanswered attempts. The little delivered receipts under her texts. The silence hurt more than the fire. Her hands clenched into fists. And for the first time in a long time, she didn't push the magic back down. She let it rise. Coward, she whispered. Selfish, reckless, emotionally stunted asshole. The words weren't kind. They weren't careful. But they glowed faintly in the air, her voice laced with raw power as the emotions bled through. You don't get to disappear on me, she muttered. Not after that. Not after her. The air around her buzzed. She stood slowly, crossing the ruined living room in bare feet, ignoring the soot that clung to her toes. She reached into her jacket, the one she hadn't touched since the night of the party, and pulled out the wand hidden in the lining. Felt hot in her hand. Locatum Samuel Winchester, she said, voice sharp, deliberate. A strand of gold light shimmered from the tip of her wand and floated forward like thread pulled from the edge of the world. It danced and twitched, tugging toward the North Twitchy, resisting her like it didn't want to reveal him. Hallie narrowed her eyes. No, I'm not asking. It didn't work. She needed in blood to make it work. Chapter End notes. Please leave some comments or feedbacks. I really want to know what you think. Skin. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter 4. Hallie had been sleeping in the burnt apartment for weeks. Like a lunatic. Like someone who didn't know how to leave. The place was ruined. The walls were scorched, peeling in jagged black strips. The floor creaked under her weight, brittle from the fire. The air reeked of smoke and something else, something hollow. Like grief that had seeped into the foundation itself. She didn't know why she was taking this so hard. It wasn't like she hadn't lost people before. She had lost a lot. Maybe it was all catching up to her. She had done what needed to be done. She had called Jess's parents, had caught her mother when she collapsed in the hallway, screaming into Hallie's shoulder like she could somehow fix what had happened. She had made the arrangements, stood in a borrowed black dress at the funeral, listened as people spoke about Jess in past tense. And Sam? Sam had just left. No call.
No explanation.
Not even a single text that said sorry Jess is dead. She felt like she had lost two people at once. The days blurred. She hardly left the apartment, drifting in the space where Jess had lived, where she had died. Her coffee went cold before she remembered to drink it. The shower tiles were stained with soot from when she scrubbed the smell of fire from her skin. The only thing tethering her to reality was the mirror. She cradled it in her hands now, the cool glass a stark contrast to the heat still lingering in the walls. Then, ready? Teddy's voice crackled through, bright and eager. The image shifted, and suddenly, his little face filled the mirror, pressing so close his nose looked distorted. And then, morphed. His nose flattened and widened, turning into a soft pink pig's snout. His cheeks puffed out, his expression exaggerated. Oink oink! The laugh that burst from Hallie was raw, unfiltered like something she had forgotten she could do. Caught her off guard, leaving her breathless for a moment. Teddy grinned, scrunching his new pig nose. His eyes twinkled with mischief, delighted by her reaction. She swiped at her face, surprised to find her fingers came away damp. Crying again. Great, you're disgusting, she muttered, her voice thick, the words not quite as sharp as she meant them to be. Teddy wiggled his snout, smirking. You love it. And maybe she did, because for the first time in weeks, the weight in her chest felt just a little bit lighter. Then her phone rang. Once, twice, 3 times. She ignored it, gripping the mirror tighter. She didn't want to answer, didn't want to stop talking to Teddy, didn't want to let the world back in. It rang again. Sighing sharply, she snatched it off the mattress. What? She snapped, before even checking the caller ID. The voice that answered was hoarse, frantic. Hallie's breath caught. Becky? Her friend let out a shaky breath, and Hallie could hear it immediately. Becky had been crying. Hallie straightened, every sense snapping to attention. What's wrong? What happened? Zach, Becky choked out. He's been arrested. They think he killed his girlfriend. Hallie's stomach dropped. I swear to God. Becky continued, voice cracking. He didn't do it. But they have footage. Video of him. She let out a shuddering breath. I don't know what to do. Hallie was already moving. She shoved the mirror aside, grabbing for her jacket, for her wand. Where are you? St. Louis. Hallie swore under her breath. I'm coming, she said, her voice sharp with determination, and ended the call before Becky could argue. The universe hated her. She was sure of it. Becky's apartment was a mess. Hallie hadn't even been there for 5 minutes, and she could already tell Becky was spiraling. There were half-empty water bottles on the table, a blanket twisted on the couch, and a pile of untouched takeout containers stacked on the counter. The air smelled like cold coffee and exhaustion. Becky herself looked just as wrecked, hair pulled into a messy bun, face pale and blotchy from crying. She paced the small living room, arms wrapped around herself like she was trying to keep from falling apart. Are you sure he didn't do it? Hallie asked, cutting straight to the point. Becky stopped pacing. Her eyes were wide, frantic. No, he was with me. Hallie exhaled sharply. Okay. She dropped onto the couch, rubbing a hand through her hair. How are you holding up? Becky let out a strangled laugh, like the question was almost offensive. How do you think? Her voice cracked on the last word. Hallie glanced at her, at the way Becky's hands trembled where they gripped her own arms. Sit, Hallie said, nodding toward the couch beside her. Becky hesitated, then collapsed onto the cushions, elbows resting on her knees. She ran a shaky hand down her face, exhaling in a slow, uneven breath. Hallie let the silence settle for a moment before speaking again, her voice softer this time. Tell me everything. And Becky did. She told Hallie about Zach, about the arrest, about the footage that didn't make sense. Her words came out in a frantic rush, voice shaking, hands twisting the hem of her hoodie. She was scared, really scared, and Hallie believed her. She didn't have evidence, didn't need it. Becky wasn't lying, so she pulled her into a hug, holding her tight. It's gonna be all right, Hallie murmured. Not because she believed it, but because it was the only support she could give right now. Becky clung to her for a moment, breathing unsteady. Then, just as she pulled away, the doorbell rang. Hallie stood immediately. I got it. Becky hesitated. How? But she was already moving, already opening the door before Becky could stop her. And standing on the other side, looking just as exhausted as she felt, was Sam. Hallie's face twisted into something ugly, something raw, something that had been festering for weeks. Before she could stop herself, before she could think, she moved. She marched down the porch, her boots hitting the steps with force, and slapped him. Hard. The crack of skin against skin echoed in the quiet night. Sam's head snapped to the side, his jaw tightening as he took the hit. He didn't step back, didn't defend himself, just stood there, shoulders tense, breathing heavy. Dean, still lingering by the car, let out a low whistle. Damn. Hallie barely heard him. Her hand stung, but she didn't care, because it was nothing compared to the fire burning in her chest. Sam turned back to face her slowly. There was a faint red mark blooming on his cheek, but he didn't say a word. He just looked at her, like he had expected it, like he deserved it. Hallie's breath shook. You left.
Sam swallowed.
Hallie, you left. She repeated, voice sharp and ragged. Jess died. You disappeared. And now you just show up? She took a step closer, shoving at his chest. Not hard, just enough to make him feel it. What the hell is wrong with you? Her voice cracked, but she didn't care. Do you have any idea what the last few weeks have been like? What you did to me?
Sam's jaw clenched.
You didn't what? She spat. Didn't think? Didn't care? Care, Sam said quickly, voice rough. Oh, do you? Hallie let out a sharp, bitter laugh. Because it sure as hell didn't feel like it when you vanished. Sam exhaled, dragging a hand through his hair. He looked wrecked, guilty. But Hallie wasn't in the mood to let him off the hook. I lied for you. Hallie's voice cracked, raw and furious.
Sam flinched.
The police were all over me, asking if you did it. Her breath hitched, but she kept going, her anger spilling out unchecked. Elite. I told them you were grieving, that you'd gone home. I covered for you. She swallowed hard, the lump in her throat making it hard to breathe. Her vision blurred. I bought the fucking flowers for the funeral, Sam. Her voice trembled now, breaking under the weight of everything she had been holding in. I caught her mom when she was screaming and fainting. She sucked in a shaky breath, chest heaving. She was crying now. Damn it. Sam looked like she had physically punched him. His face twisted, pain and guilt crashing together in his expression. But she didn't care. He deserved it. He had left. Hallie let out a ragged breath, dragging her sleeve roughly across her face. And you didn't even fucking call me. Sam opened his mouth, but no words came out. Because what the hell could he say? Dean, silent for once, shifted awkwardly near the doorway. He looked like he wanted to be anywhere but here. Hallie sniffed hard, wiping at her face again, forcing herself to pull it together. Fine, fine. If Sam wanted to play the part of the tragic, brooding asshole, she'd let him. But she wasn't going to pretend like what he did was okay. She turned away from him sharply. We're helping Zach. That's all I care about right now. Her voice was cold, distant. Sam swallowed, then nodded. Okay, good. She pushed past him, not sparing him another glance. She went straight to the bathroom. She gripped the sink, knuckles white. God. She was so tired. Tired of grieving. Tired of being angry. Tired of feeling like she had to hold everything together because no one else would. She turned on the faucet, splashing cold water onto her face, letting it drip down her skin. The shock of it helped just a little. Muffled voices came from the other room. Sam and Dean talking low, serious. She didn't want to know what they were saying. Didn't care. Her eyes flicked to the window. Outside, parked under a flickering street lamp, was Sirius's old motorbike. The same one she had dragged out of storage and fixed up herself. She'd forgotten how loud it was on the highway, how the engine roared beneath her like a living thing, how the wind had burned against her skin as she'd pushed it faster, faster, like she could outrun the weight in her chest, like she could outrun Jess's ghost. But she hadn't, and now here she was. She exhaled, turned away from the mirror, and straightened. Because there was no time for this. Zach was in trouble. And no matter what was going on between her and Sam, she wasn't going to let Becky lose someone she loved too. Not if she could help it. She squared her shoulders, opened the door, and stepped back into the room. Sam and Becky were talking on the couch, low voices murmuring over each other. Hallie ignored them and headed straight for the kitchen counter. She needed something: water, coffee, whiskey, maybe to keep herself grounded. Dean followed. She felt him before he spoke. The shift in the air, the weight of his gaze on her back. You all right? Hallie grabbed a glass from the counter and filled it with water. Took a slow sip before answering. Peachy. Dean snorted. Yeah, sure. That's what that slap said. Hallie set the glass down harder than necessary. If you're about to give me some brotherhood speech, save it. Dean held up his hands. Hey, no lecture from me. If he disappeared on me for weeks, I'd have hit him harder. That surprised her. Just a little. She glanced at him, brows drawn. So what, you just letting me be pissed at him? Dean shrugged. He screwed up. You're pissed. Seems fair. Hallie huffed, leaning against the counter. You're annoyingly reasonable for a guy who breaks into apartments through windows. Dean grinned. And you're pretty scary for someone who barely reaches my shoulder. Hallie rolled her eyes. Careful, Winchester. I will break your nose. Dean smirked. Yeah. Drink your water, Hellcat. She did, watching him from the rim of her glass. What are you even doing here? She asked, setting the glass down with a soft clink. Dean shrugged, leaning against the counter like he had all the time in the world. Becky called Sam for help. Something about the pre-law thingy. Hallie scoffed. She wanted support. What's a pre-law student gonna do? Read Zach his rights? Dean's smirk widened, something smug and teasing sparking in his eyes. Maybe he can't. But I can. He winked. I'm a detective. She stilled. Just for a second. Then she tilted her head, narrowing her eyes. Bullshit. Dean held her gaze, unwavering. Nope. It's legit. His expression was cool, easy too easy. He was lying and lying well. Been on the job a while now. Hallie crossed her arms, studying him. His confidence was almost convincing. Almost. The way he delivered it so smoothly, like it was a fact instead of fiction, like he expected her to believe it. Oh really? You work homicide? Vice? Organized crime? Her voice was dry, skeptical. Dean didn't miss a beat. Bit of everything. I go where I'm needed. She tapped a finger against her arm. And what department do you work for? He clicked his tongue. Can't disclose that, sweetheart. It's classified. Hallie let the silence stretch, watching him squirm, not that he looked like he was squirming. But she could see the flicker of amusement in his eyes, the way he was enjoying the game. Finally, she sighed, shaking her head. You are so full of shit. Dean grinned. Maybe, but you're still impressed. She rolled her eyes. I'd be impressed if you could actually solve something. Hey, he said, pressing a hand to his chest in mock offense. I solve things all the time. Like what? Dean leaned in slightly, dropping his voice to a conspiratorial murmur. His eyes locked with her steady, unreadable before they dipped. Slowly, deliberately, from her eyes to her mouth. Lingered there just a second too long. Then traced the line of her throat before sliding back up again. Let's just say, he drawled, voice low and rough. I've handled more than my fair share of messy situations. She swallowed, pulse kicking up not because of the words, but because of how he said them. Her gaze flicked to his mouth, traitorous. Instinctive, then down the sharp edge of his jaw. Just for a breath. Just enough to notice how close he really was. She looked away fast, masking the moment behind a scoff, and turned toward the sink like it hadn't happened. Dean, Sam called from the living room, voice clipped. Come see the tape. Dean lingered a second longer, long enough that Hallie could still feel the heat of his gaze at her back, then finally pushed off the counter with a low whistle and walked out. Becky stepped into the kitchen a beat later, holding 2 beers by their necks and eyeing the fridge like it had personally offended her. They want beers and sandwiches, she said, tone flat. Hallie raised an eyebrow, snatching one of the bottles from her. Oh, do they? She slept in the guest room that night. Or at least she tried. Sleep came in fits and starts, shallow and restless, her mind refusing to quiet. Every time she closed her eyes, the image from the tape flashed behind her. Lidzak's face twisted in violence, clear and damning. But it wasn't him. She was sure of it now. The thought had struck her earlier while talking with Teddy through the mirror, one of those sudden, cold truths that landed in her gut like stone. It wasn't a metamorphmagus. There'd been no magical residue, no ambient shimmer of transfiguration in the air around the footage. If it had been a magical transformation, there would have been signs disturbances. She could sense threads in the fabric of the world tugged out of place. But this was different. It was clean. Too clean. No magic. No trace. Just skin that wasn't real and a face borrowed like a mask. A shapeshifter. So, a muggle, or something close enough. She sat up in bed, the sheets tangled around her legs, the old nightstand groaning as she reached for her wand. She didn't cast anything, just held it, letting the weight of it ground her thoughts. A muggle shapeshifter, human in blood, but not in behavior. A predator wearing skin like clothing. She exhaled slowly. She couldn't give it to Azkaban. That wasn't an option. The Ministry wouldn't take someone who wasn't magical, wouldn't even acknowledge the existence of something like this. She was going to deal with this tomorrow, or so she thought. Instead, she found Sam and Dean sneaking into the damn crime scene before breakfast. What the hell are you doing? She snapped, voice slicing through the morning air like a blade. The Winchesters froze mid-step, caught like teenagers breaking curfew. Hallie stalked toward them, arms crossed, already regretting every decision that had brought her to this moment. The Winchesters were officially getting on her nerves. How the hell was she supposed to track down a shapeshifter when 2 muggles were busy stomping around the evidence? Sam cleared his throat. We're just going to take a look at the crime scene, you know, Since Dean's a detective. Hallie blinked. Slowly. Oh right, she said, voice flat. Dean. The detective. Dean had the audacity to wink at her. She turned to Sam, narrowing her eyes. You told me for years your brother was a salesman. Now suddenly he's Sherlock Bloody Holmes? Sam opened his mouth. Don't, she warned, tone deadly calm. It's better I don't see that mouth moving, Sam. You might lose it. Dean let out a low whistle. Damn. Hallie didn't even flinch. Didn't look at him. Just turned on her heel and stalked toward the door like she owned the place. She crouched, made a show of fiddling with the lock fingers brushing the knob as if she were picking it. Then, with a flick of her wrist and a whispered, Alohomora, the deadbolt clicked softly and the door eased open with a groan. She straightened. Don't touch anything, she said over her shoulder, already stepping inside. She didn't need to look. The air had that thick, metallic weight to it like copper and rot and the echo of something wrong. A predator's den long since emptied. It was a shapeshifter. She'd felt it before even leaving the house. She hadn't come here for clues. She hadn't come to poke around like a tourist with a flashlight. She'd come for blood. Just a drop. That was all she needed. With it, she could track the thing magically, silently, across cities if she had to. The blood of a shapeshifter held memory. And magic could follow memory like a thread pulled taut through time. The trick was doing it without Sam and Dean noticing. Because the second either of them saw her wand, saw her reel, the game changed. The questions would come. The walls would go up. And whatever fragile thread still held her and Sam together would snap. So she walked carefully measured steps, eyes scanning for anything fresh. A drop of dried blood. A smear on the floor. A hair caught in the corner of a baseboard. She could feel the pull of it faint. But there, behind her, Dean muttered something to Sam. Their boots thudded softly against the wood. Careful but still loud enough to make her jaw clench. She didn't have much time. If she could just find the right spot, cast the charm before they turned around. Then she could end this, before it got worse, before someone else died. Sam and Dean were whispering near the far corner, crouched by a broken shelf, murmuring about footprints or camera angles or something else Hallie didn't care about. She slipped toward the hallway silent, practiced fingers brushing along the doorframe until she found it. A smear of something dark. Old blood, just beneath a cracked light switch. It was enough. With a subtle flick of her wand, half hidden by her jacket sleeve, she cast the charm. Reperio sanguinum. The blood glowed faintly, dull red threads unraveling in the air, pointing like veins toward the direction it had come from. The magic shimmered, only visible to her, stretching across invisible lines of scent, memory, and instinct. She memorized it, then wiped the edge of her wand clean against her jeans and straightened. Dean turned a second later. Find anything? Hallie shrugged. Dust. Bad vibes. Dean nodded like that was a valid crime scene analysis. She found the shapeshifter in the sewer. The air was thick with rot and iron, slick stone walls echoing every drip, every shift of movement like the place was alive and breathing through its decay. It was disgusting. There were strips of skin wet, pale, half-peeled littering the floor like shed clothing. Blood clung to the concrete in dark smears. Bits of hair, teeth, things she didn't want to look at too closely. Hallie crouched beside one ragged heap of discarded flesh and exhaled slowly through her nose. She was suddenly, deeply glad that Teddy was a wizard. Who else could casually change his nose shape on a whim without leaving piles of viscera behind? This creature-made transformation an act of violence. She stepped forward, boots careful on the slick concrete, wand already drawn and pulsing with anticipation beneath her grip. Every instinct screamed that she was close, that it was near. The air shimmered with the residual pulse of something unnatural. The blood-tracking spell she'd cast had led her straight here. The silence was too loud, too still. Then, a blur of motion. Someone kicked her from behind. Hard. Chapter End Notes. Let me know what you think. Chapter 5. Chapter Notes. See the end of the Chapter 4. Hallie hit the ground hard, landing in the slick, disgusting mess the shapeshifter had left behind. The stench made her gag, and she clenched her wand tighter not because she needed it, but because it grounded her. She barely had time to process the fall before she turned, expecting to see the shapeshifter looming over her. Instead, she froze. Two guns were pointed directly at her. Her breath caught. Her stomach twisted. Sam and Dean stood there, weapons steady, faces cold, not even blinking. No wonder she hadn't sensed the kick coming. It hadn't been the shapeshifter. It had been them. And worse, they weren't surprised to see her here. Something inside her cracked. This wasn't right. This wasn't Sam. He was supposed to be freaking out, not standing there like a stone-cold killer with a gun in his hands. Her heart pounded so hard it hurt. Hallie? Sam lowered his gun slightly, his flashlight beam catching her eyes. His voice was familiar. Safe. For a split second, she wanted to believe in it. But then Dean barked, "Don't put your gun down. It might be the shifter." The words slammed into her like a slap. Might be the shifter, which meant if she was just Hallie, that didn't change anything, did it? They were still hunters. Hermione had warned her before she left, for the U.S. hunters didn't care what you were. Only that you weren't human. Werewolves, vampires, witches, they killed them all. She thought of Teddy. Of the time she brought him with her when Andromeda was sick, how Sam had played with him, babysat him, stayed with him while she was in class. What would happen if Sam saw Teddy's hair shift colors? Would he put a bullet between his bright blue eyes? She couldn't afford to find out. Her grip on her wand tightened, and for a moment, the temptation was there. Obliviate them. It would be easy. So easy. She shouldn't. But she could. But she wouldn't. So she did the only thing that made sense. The only thing that would work. She started to cry. Tears welled in her eyes, her breath hitching as she forced herself to shake, to look as small and pathetic as possible. It wasn't hard. She was already covered in grime, already exhausted, already close to breaking. "Why are you pointing?" She sucked in a trembling breath. "That at me? What's going on?" Her wide, tear-filled eyes locked onto Sam first. He faltered, just a little. She saw it in the way his jaw tensed, the way his fingers twitched on the gun. Dean, though. Dean was harder. Suspicious. She knew how to play this. She looked at him, let the tears spill over, let her bottom lip tremble just enough. She already knew Dean had a thing for her. She had seen the way he looked at her, how he flirted, how his gaze lingered sometimes. He wasn't obvious about it, but she noticed. And now she used it. I don't understand." Her voice cracked, weak and lost.
Sam.
Dean's gun didn't lower, but Sam's? She could see it in his face. The hesitation, the doubt. The act was working. She just had to sell it a little harder. So she sobbed. Not too much, not dramatic. Just enough to make her look miserable in all this filth. Like a helpless girl caught in something far bigger than her. She could survive this. She just had to make them believe. "Dean, stop," Sam said, grabbing his brother's arm, holding it down. "It's Hallie. You don't know that." Dean snapped, muscles tense. Why the hell would Hallie be here? She's supposed to be with Becky. Hallie's lip trembled. Her voice broke on the next words. "To that thing. It dragged me here." She sobbed, curling in on herself just enough. I don't understand what's going on." For a moment, Dean didn't move. His jaw clenched. His eyes didn't leave Hallie's. Then, finally, with a muttered curse under his breath, he lowered the gun. Sam was already moving, crossing the space between them in 3 strides. He dropped to his knees beside her, the flashlight clattering to the ground, casting strange shadows across the sewer wall. "Are you okay?" he asked, breath short. "Are you hurt?" Hallie hesitated, then pointed at her back with a trembling hand. "My back hurts." Sam turned to look, then glanced at Dean. Dean winced. His expression twisted, suddenly sheepish and guilty. "Right," Dean muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. "That might have been me." Hallie raised an eyebrow, still curled in the sewer muck, tear-streaked and deadpan. "You think?" Dean had the decency to look sheepish. "Sorry about that." She blinked at him slowly. "Do you always kick women in the spine? Or am I just lucky?" Sam huffed a soft, breathy sound, part relief, part disbelief. "She's fine," he murmured under his breath. like he needed to convince himself of it. Sam reached out, gentle but sure, and helped her up with both hands. She winced as she stood, back stiff and muscles aching, her legs shaking just enough to betray the adrenaline still storming through her. Her fingers clutched his jacket tighter than she meant to.
Sam.
Her voice cracked as she steadied herself, legs shaky under her, heart pounding against her ribs like it wanted out. As the disbelief began to give way to something colder, fear. What's going on? Why do you have guns? Why are you here? She tried to make it sound like confusion, like panic, but the truth was, it wasn't hard. Not anymore. Maybe she should have been an actor. Would have made life easier than this. Sam looked at her, really looked, and Hallie could see the moment something in him folded. We hunt these things, he said, voice low. We're hunters. There are other things like this? Oh, sweetheart, Dean said, sliding his gun back into its holster. You have no idea. She was pretty sure she had more of an idea than he did. Yeah. She had some idea. Let's get you out of here, Sam said, his voice gentler now. You're freezing. Now that he mentioned it, she was cold, her clothes damp with sewer muck, her skin clammy. But that wasn't why she was shaking. She forced herself to nod, keeping her fingers clenched around Sam's jacket just a little longer before letting go. Yeah. Get out of here, then figure out what the hell she was going to do next. The shapeshifter laughed. Low, easy, like Dean might. Hallie didn't laugh. She tilted her head, slow and deliberate, watching the thing in front of her like a predator sizing up prey. Do you think I'm afraid of you? She asked softly. The shifter's smirk widened. Oh, sweetheart, I know you are. He took another step forward, then froze. The air changed. It was a shift so subtle, so insidious, that even Becky felt it. The room felt wrong, smaller, the air thicker. Then the lights flickered. A low hum built in the walls, in the floor, in the very bones of the room. The shifter's smirk faltered. Hallie didn't move, didn't blink, didn't breathe. Then, with a voice as soft as death itself, she whispered, "Kneel." And the shifter dropped. Hard. His knees cracked against the floor. His spine curled forward like something unseen had grabbed him by the throat and forced him down. His hands shook. His eyes widened. His voice broke. What the hell, Dash? He didn't understand. Good. Hallie stepped closer, slow, deliberate, her boots clicking softly against the floor. The shifter flinched. Oh no, sweetheart, she murmured, crouching in front of him, tilting her head. You don't get to be afraid. Not yet. His breath hitched, his hands trembling where they braced against the floor. What did you do to me? Hallie didn't answer. She reached out just a brush of her fingertips against his cheek. The shifter screamed. Agony ripped through him, his stolen flesh burning beneath her touch, searing like white-hot iron pressed into skin. He jerked back, but he couldn't move. His own body wouldn't obey him. His breath came fast, desperate. What the fuck are you? He choked out. Hallie didn't answer. He swallowed hard, his voice raw, frantic. You don't have to do this. Look, you're pissed, I get it. But I can go, okay? I'll disappear. You won't see me again. Hallie tilted her head. You like playing with women, don't you? She murmured. The shifter gasped, his whole body shaking. You like torturing them, taking their lives. His breathing stuttered, coming in short, sharp gasps. That's what this is about? The women? Hallie said nothing. He laughed, breathless, panicked. Come on. Sweetheart, don't tell me you're gonna act all righteous. Like you're some kind of hero. Hallie smiled, and the lights burst. Every bulb shattered at once. Glass rained down like shards of ice, sparks crackling through the air. The shifter jerked, his breath ragged, his pupils blown wide. His body was rotting. The stolen skin peeled, curling away in blackened, dead strips, exposing raw muscle underneath. He screamed high and desperate, his fingers clawing at his own face as if he could stop it. He couldn't. His body was decaying, collapsing inward, disintegrating piece by piece. He stared at his own hands as they withered, turning black, crumbling to dust. His breath came fast, ragged. His lips trembled. Wait, his voice cracked. I was just doing what I had to. I had to survive. Hallie raised an eyebrow. Did they? He froze. He knew who she meant. The women. The ones who never got away. The ones who looked into his stolen face and believed the lies. The ones who begged. The ones who screamed. The ones who died. Please, he sobbed, his voice cracking. I won't do it again. Hallie leaned in. Oh, sweetheart, she whispered, and there wasn't a trace of mercy in her voice. His body convulsed. His breath hitched. His limbs twitched, failing him. His lips parted, as if to beg, but Hallie whispered shoo. His mouth snapped shut. His body collapsed, like dust in the wind, like he was never even there. Then she turned to Becky. She was out cold. Hallie stared at her for a long moment, listening to the faint, shuddering sound of her breath, the way her chest rose and fell unevenly. Too much shock, too much horror, probably for the best. With a sigh, Hallie turned back to what little was left of the shifter. Nothing but ash and rot. She lifted a hand, flicked her fingers. The magic curled through the air, silent and unseen, twisting what remained of the monster into something human again. Zach's body appeared, lifeless, still. She didn't forget the bullet hole. The police would let Zach go, thinking it was a doppelganger. A tragic case, a bizarre mystery, but nothing more. No one would look deeper. No one would ask the wrong questions. Hallie quickly shoved the gun Sam had given her into her pocket. And that's when the door burst open. Sam and Dean stormed in, weapons raised, eyes sharp, ready to fight. Dean scanned the room first, taking in Becky unconscious on the floor. Zach's body sprawled in blood. His gun lowered an inch. What the hell happened? Sam was already moving, going straight to Becky, checking for a pulse, his face tight with concern. He attacked Becky, so I used the gun Sam gave me. That was the end of it. They should have gave her an Oscar. Chapter End notes. Please tell me the things you liked or hated. I really want to read your comments. 2 hearts, 2 hearts. Chapter 6. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter 4. She lazily flipped the pages of her magazine, the glossy paper whispering beneath her fingers. Sunlight streamed through the massive windows, draping the hotel room in a golden glow. The TV murmured in the background, playing an old episode of Gossip Girl. She wasn't really watching, but the familiar voices filled the silence, keeping it from pressing in too tightly. She had been here for weeks now. Checking in had been easy. The goblins had made sure of that. The card they'd given her worked like any other, smooth and unassuming. No odd looks, no explanations. It was easier than carrying galleons, easier than thinking about anything else. She flicked another page, eyes scanning words she wouldn't remember. She tried to ignore the lilies on the table. They were dying again. No matter how many times room service replaced them, it always happened. Fresh, vibrant blooms one evening wilting, browning, curling inward by morning. And it was getting worse every day. A knock on the door made her freeze. Her fingers tightened around the magazine. She wasn't expecting anyone. The knock came again, light, almost casual. Room service, a voice called. Her stomach twisted. She hadn't ordered anything. She hadn't ordered anything. Had she? For a moment, she tried to remember, had she asked for anything earlier and just forgotten? But no, she was sure of it. The knock came again, light but insistent. With a groan, she pushed herself off the bed. Her bare feet patted softly against the cool floor, the hotel room feeling more like a home than a temporary stay. She barely noticed any more, walking around in just an oversized concert shirt and shorts, hair a mess from lying around all day. She glanced at the table as she passed it. The lilies looked even worse than they had this morning. She reached the door and leaned forward, pressing her eye to the peephole. It was a girl, blonde, pixie cut, not hotel staff. Something in her gut twisted. The girl shifted her weight, waiting, then knocked again. Room service, she called, voice light, almost amused. Hallie's pulse ticked up. She hadn't ordered anything. And this girl wasn't carrying anything either. What do you want? The blonde girl grinned. That depends, she said, leaning against the doorframe like they were old friends. Can I come in? Hallie gave her a flat look. No. The girl let out a soft laugh, unfazed. Up close, she was young, early 20s, maybe, but there was something sharp about her. A glint in her dark eyes, something too knowing in the way she tilted her head. You sure? She pressed. I brought food. Hallie glanced down. The girl's hands were empty. Right, Hallie said dryly. Looks delicious. The girl smiled, all teeth.
I'm Mai.
The name meant nothing to Hallie, but something about the way she said it, casual, confident, like it should mean something, put her on edge. Okay, Meg, she said, crossing her arms. And you're at my door because? Meg's eyes flicked past her, scanning the hotel room before settling on her again. Just checking in. Hallie frowned. On what? Meg grinned again, but there was something colder beneath it this time. On you. A chill crawled up Hallie's spine, but she kept her expression neutral. Right, she said slowly. Well, I'm fine, thanks. Meg hummed like she didn't quite believe her. Then, almost lazily, she said, You've been here a while. All alone, nice hotel, no real pattern. Makes a girl wonder. Hallie's pulse ticked up. I'm gonna take a wild guess, Meg continued. You don't have a normal bank account, do you?
Meg smiled wider.
So how's that work, exactly? Magic? She said it so casually, like it was just another bank option. It's real money. Meg tilted her head. Relax, sweetheart. I'm not here to rob you. Great, Hallie said flatly. Now, if you don't mind, she started to close the door. Meg caught it with her hand, still grinning. Azazel wants to meet you. Hallie froze. Who? Meg blinked, then let out a soft, amused laugh. Oh, that's cute, she said. You really don't know, do you? Hallie's grip tightened on the door. No. Meg studied her for a long moment, eyes flicking over her like she was seeing something Hallie couldn't. Then she sighed, almost disappointed. Well, that makes this more fun. Hallie barely had time to react before Meg stepped inside. The air in the room shifted, like all the warmth had been sucked out of it. And behind her, the lilies on the table freshly replaced this morning withered. Hallie took a step back, instinct tightening in her chest. I didn't say you could come in. Meg smirked, shutting the door behind her with a soft click. And yet, here I am. The air felt heavier now, thick with something unseen. Hallie's eyes flicked to the table, to the lilies that had curled inward and blackened in an instant. It wasn't just happening overnight anymore. Meg followed her gaze and let out a soft hum. Ah, that's new. She turned back to Hallie, eyes glinting with something sharp. Guess it really is in you. Hallie forced herself to hold steady. What are you talking about? Meg's smile widened, slow and knowing. You feel it, don't you? She stepped further inside, her fingers skimming the back of the hotel chair, like she had all the time in the world. That little pull, that shift in the air when you get worked up? Hallie said nothing, but the question slithered under her skin, burrowing deep, because she had felt something. Meg tilted her head. What do you think that is, sweetheart? Hallie clenched her jaw. I think you should get out.
Mai klickte haar tongue.
Rude. Here I am, offering you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and this is the thanks I get? I don't need whatever you're selling. Oh, I think you do. Meg stepped closer, gaze dark and unblinking. Because you're special, Hallie. And I'm not talking about your little party tricks. A chill ran through Hallie at the way she said her name. Meg smiled like she noticed. You're part of something bigger, she went on. And I'm here to make you an offer. Hallie crossed her arms. Yeah? What kind of offer? Meg's voice dropped, low and almost gentle. A way to understand what you are. The words hit Hallie harder than she wanted them to. She kept her expression neutral. And what am I, exactly?
Meg's grin stretched.
The end. The lilies on the table let out a soft crackle and turned to ash. Hallie swallowed, but her throat felt dry. Meg watched her reaction like a cat watching a mouse, her dark eyes glittering with amusement. She tapped a finger against her chin. You really don't know, huh? I don't know what? Hallie forced out, her voice steady despite the way her pulse pounded in her ears. Meg leaned in slightly. How deep this goes. How much he's been watching you. Hallie didn't move, didn't blink. Who? Meg gave her a pitying look. Azazel, sweetheart. Keep up. The name meant nothing to her, but the way Meg said it like it should sent a cold shiver down her spine. Hallie clenched her jaw. I don't know who that is. Meg's smile twitched, her amusement flickering. Right. Because nobody told you. She let out a slow sigh, shaking her head like she was disappointed. See, that's the problem. You've been fumbling through this, haven't you? Tapping into something bigger than yourself and just hoping you don't break. Hallie said nothing. Meg stepped closer, lowering her voice. That thing inside you? It's not just magic. It's power. And it's not just some accident of birth. Her gaze flicked over Hallie, like she was sizing her up. You belong to something greater. The words sent a spark of unease through her, but Hallie didn't let it show. Yeah, she said, lifting her chin. And you just showed up out of the kindness of your heart to tell me this?
Meg left.
Kindness isn't really my thing. But, she tilted her head, thoughtful. I do like watching people wake up to reality. Hallie's fingers curled into her palms. What reality? Meg grinned, slow and sharp. That you're not just some witch with a tragic past and a chip on your shoulder. She paused, letting the words sink in. Then you were chosen. The room felt smaller. Hallie's breath came a little too fast, but she forced her expression to stay neutral.
I watched her closely.
You felt it, didn't you? Her voice was softer now, almost coaxing. When you picked up that wand. When you claimed it. Hallie's stomach twisted, because she had felt something. Meg's smirk widened, like she could see it written on her face. You were meant for this. Hallie forced herself to stay still. Meant for what? Meg took another step closer, voice dropping to a whisper. To be more. Something in the room shifted, a pulse in the air. Something unseen pressing against Hallie's skin. Meg's eyes flicked to the table. And the flowers agree. Hallie's stomach dropped. The lilies freshly turned to ash were now smoldering. Thin wisps of smoke curling into the air. What are you? Meg's lips curled into a slow, satisfied smile. Now that is the right question. She took her time answering, stepping past Hallie like she belonged there. She trailed her fingers along the dresser, watching as the last bit of smoke curled up from the ruined lilies. Then she turned, meeting Hallie's eyes. I'm like you, she said simply. Hallie felt her fingers twitch. I doubt that.
Meg left. All right, fine.
Not exactly like you. You're rare. She tilted her head, studying her. But we're on the same team. Hallie narrowed her eyes. I don't remember signing up for a team.
Meg heimed, amused.
That's the fun part. You don't have to. She leaned against the dresser, arms crossed. It's already in you, sweetheart. No takebacks. Hallie clenched her jaw. What's in me?
Meg's smile sharpened.
Power. Old power. And Azazel wants you to understand what that means. There it was again. That name. Hallie's mind raced. She had no idea who or what Azazel was. But Meg did. And Meg wanted her to care. So she wouldn't. Hallie crossed her arms. Well, tell Azazel he's wasting his time. Meg sked, shaking her head. Don't be so hasty. You haven't even heard the offer. Hallie didn't answer. Meg pushed off the dresser and took a step closer. You've been fighting this, haven't you? She murmured, trying to shove it down. Ignore it. Pretend you're just some girl with a bit of magic. She smirked. But it's getting stronger, isn't it? Wilder. Hallie forced herself to keep her voice steady. I don't need your help.
Meg sighed dramatically.
That's the thing, though. You do. She leaned in slightly, voice dropping. Because right now, you're barely scratching the surface. And if you don't learn how to control it, it'll control you. The words slithered into Hallie's mind, pressing against doubts she didn't want to acknowledge. Meg smiled like she could feel it working. So here's the deal, she said lightly. You side with us and we teach you how to control it. You are an expert now? Hallie said you can teach me nothing. I know people who can. Bollocks, Hallie muttered, voice low and flat, sharpened by something ancient in her bones. She was so bloody tired of monsters offering her gifts wrapped in riddles. Meg arched a brow, her grin flickering like a match nearly burnt out. Rude. Hallie took a step forward, slow and deliberate. The room shuddered, not figuratively, physically. The wallpaper near the door curled at the corners, edges crisping into dark brown. The TV gave a sharp pop and died, the screen going black. Her breath didn't fog the air, but she swore the light itself bent around her, dimming without warning. Tell me what you are, she said softly, dangerously. And who the bloody hell Azazel is? Meg didn't respond right away. She didn't smile either. For the first time she looked still. Can't you see? She said, her voice lower now. Look closer. Hallie's jaw locked. But she looked. Not with fear, never fear, but with that sharp, quiet focus she used in battle. The kind of stillness that came just before striking. And then, Meg's eyes changed. The brown bled away in an instant, swallowed by pitch. Pure, bottomless black. No pupil. No iris. Just two endless voids staring back at her. Hallie didn't flinch. But the magic in the room surged. The curtains lifted, ghost-like, on a wind that didn't exist. The ash from the ruined lilies scattered into the air in a silent swirl. Hallie took a deep, steady breath, clicked into place. The pressure she'd felt before Jess died. The way her spells kept misfiring. The dreams. The ache behind her ribs. The feeling of being watched. You did it, she whispered. Meg didn't deny it, but she shrugged. Not personally. Hallie's throat closed tight around the heat rising in her chest. Her fists clenched at her sides, knuckles white. I know, Meg said, too quickly, too casually. I know who she was to you. That broke something. Just a hairline crack down the middle of Hallie's composure. Not enough to show. Just enough to bleed. You think I'll work with the people who killed her? Meg tilted her head. No. I think you'll want to understand why. The room vibrated faintly. The lights flickered again. Meg didn't move, but she was watching Hallie now closely, carefully. Hallie's voice was colder than the wind rattling against the windows. Go and tell Azazel that I'm coming for him. Meg's smirk didn't quite reach her eyes. You should be afraid of him. Hallie took a step forward, unshaken. Should I? Her grip on her wand was steady. Her magic thrumming in the air like a storm waiting to break. The only reason you're still breathing is because I need a messenger. If I see you again, you're dead. She stared at the phone for a long moment, thumb hovering above the contact. Then she pressed it. The dial tone was sharper than she remembered. Louder. Each ring buzzed through her like a warning. Sam picked up on the second. Huh? His voice was tight with concern. What's wrong? In the background, she could hear Dean talking, his voice muffled by distance and road noise, too garbled to make out. A radio hummed low beneath their voices, something classic and melancholy. I'm fine, she said quickly. Her fingers curled into the hem of her oversized shirt, twisting the fabric around her knuckles. Where are you? On the road, he replied. Heading to a case. Why? She hesitated, breath catching. The room felt too still. The silence pressing in around her too thick, too expectant. We need to talk, she said, voice low. It's about Jess. There was a pause. Sharp. Sudden. What? I know what killed her. Silence. Hallie, Sam said slowly, as if weighing every word. We've been chasing this thing for years. It's the same thing that killed Mom. You can't just say, I'm not guessing, she interrupted. Her voice was steady now, cold and sure. I know. The line went silent again. Longer this time. She could hear Dean in the background now, louder, urgent, asking something. Demanding. Where is she? He barked. Then the sound shifted, movement, maybe a phone being grabbed. Dean's voice came through, sharp and unrelenting. Tell me where you are, Hallie. She didn't argue. She gave him the name of the hotel, the room number. Her voice didn't shake. Not even once. There was a beat of silence. Then Dean said, we're coming. The line went dead. Dean held the phone to his ear some more, like it would say more, then thrust it to the side. How could she know? She didn't know anything about monsters. Well, she claimed not to know. She definitely didn't look like someone who knew in the sewer that night. She looked so afraid that it made his heart pang. But then a day later, she killed the shapeshifter. Not looking afraid at all. Maybe she was in shock. Maybe. But Dean didn't believe in maybes. You really think she knows what killed Jess? Mom? Sam let out a breath. His hand goes through his shaggy hair. I don't know. Maybe she reads books about supernatural? You can't know that from a book, Sam. He looked at the road. He should have been excited about this. But he was afraid of another disappointment. I can't figure her out. Hallie? Yes, she is my friend Dean. I know her. Dean's fingers tightened on the wheel. His eyes stayed locked on the road, but his mind was nowhere near the empty stretch of highway ahead. Yeah, you sure about that? Sam sighed, rubbing a hand down his face. Dean, because I gotta be honest, man, I can't figure her out. And that bothered him. People made sense. Monsters, too. Even when they were unpredictable, even when they surprised him, there was always something he could work with. Pattern. A weakness. To tell. But Hallie? 1 second. She was all wide eyes and shaky hands, barely able to process what she'd seen. The next, she was taking a life without so much as a blink. That wasn't normal. That's why you flirt with her?
No.
I flirt with her because she tackled me in a sexy cat costume, and that is one hell of a first impression. Sam groaned, dragging a hand down his face. Dude. Dean smirked. What? Not my fault. Sam shot him a look. You were just saying you don't trust her. Dean shrugged, eyes on the road. Yeah, well, I don't trust a lot of people. Doesn't mean I can't appreciate a good view.
Sam exhaled sharply.
You're unbelievable. Dean grinned. I try. When they arrived at the address Hallie had sent, Dean double-checked the screen. You sure this is the place? Sam glanced at the phone, then up at the towering hotel in front of them. That's what she sent me. Dean let out a low whistle, staring up at the glass facade. It wasn't just fancy, it was obscenely expensive. Valet parking, crystal chandeliers, doormen in little hats that probably cost more than Dean's boots. A valet stepped forward, reaching for the keys. Dean tried to protest, but Sam nudged him along, hurting him inside. It was even worse in the lobby. Soft jazz played overhead, the kind of classy background noise that made Dean's skin itch. The place smelled rich polished wood, fresh-cut flowers, something expensive and floral floating through the air like money itself had a perfume. Dean shoved his hands deep into his jacket pockets, glancing around. Man, this place is ridiculous.
Sam huffed.
Yeah, because that's the important thing right now. Dean ignored him, eyes scanning the room. Men in sleek, tailored suits. Women in heels that probably cost more than the Impala's transmission. Not a single flannel or busted-up leather jacket in sight. They stuck out like a pair of bruises. The receptionist definitely noticed. She looked up from her computer, and her polite smile dimmed a little when she took them in. Can I help you? Sam stepped forward. We're here to see someone. Hallie. She should have a room here. The woman hesitated, clearly running the calculation in her head. Then she reached for the phone. I'll call up to her room. Dean leaned casually against the counter, lowering his voice. She's expecting us. The woman didn't answer, just nodded and dialed. Dean turned to Sam and gestured at the chandelier. Who is she? Tony Stark's secret love child?
Sam sighed.
Don't be ridiculous, Dean. Her parents left her some money. Dean raised an eyebrow. Some money? Dude, this place has golden elevators. Sam didn't answer, just rubbed his forehead like he was already tired. Chapter End Notes. Let me know what you think. 2 hearts, 2 hearts, 2 hearts. Chapter 7. Chapter Notes. I am sorry for the long delay. I had my midterms, they were good, thank God. And my mom had a surgery. Anyways, here you go. Hope you like it. See the end of the Chapter 4. Chapter 7. Hallie paced the hotel room floor barefoot, the carpet muffling her steps as she spun a worn wand between her fingers. The two-way mirror lay propped against a stack of books on the desk, its surface dark and quiet. For a moment, she just looked at it, stomach twisting. Then she tapped twice. Hermione Granger. The glass rippled and cleared like stirred water, and a second later Hermione's face appeared in the reflection, brows drawn together, curls in full rebellion. The familiar look of someone who had been halfway through 3 books and a cup of tea. Hallie? Hermione blinked. What time is it over there? Too early for this kind of existential crisis, Hallie muttered, dropping onto the edge of the bed. Hermione frowned. What's happened? Hallie stared at the mirror. Sam's coming. Hermione blinked slowly. Sam, as in your American best friend? The one you were definitely not getting attached to. The very same, Hallie said, dragging a hand through her hair. And his brother. They're on their way here. Hermione's eyes sharpened. You sound like they're bringing a bomb. Worse. Hallie hesitated. They're hunters. The silence that followed was deafening. I'm sorry, Hermione's voice rose. They're what? Hunters. Like actual supernatural hunters. Salt circles. EMF detectors. Demon knives. The works. Hermione groaned and collapsed back out of frame for a second before reappearing. I told you. I told you before you left. What did I say? What was the one thing I said about living in America? Stay away from hunters, Hallie. Hallie repeated in a sing-song voice, because they're paranoid, unregulated, and prone to setting everything on fire. Hermione snapped. I know, okay? Hallie threw her hands up. You gave me the full 12-point checklist of how not to die in the United States. Hermione's expression turned fierce. Then how did you not notice? The guns? Hallie. Guns. Hallie scowled. It's America, Hermione. Everyone has guns. I just assumed it was cultural. You are the most obvious person I know, Hermione said flatly. Hallie scoffed. Excuse me? Who's the one that tracked every single killer at Hogwarts while still passing charms with distinction? Hermione's eyes narrowed. You still left your wand in the microwave. It was one time and I was jet-lagged. You almost exploded your Airbnb. Hallie groaned. I can't believe this is the conversation we're having right now. Hermione crossed her arms. Oh, I'm sorry. Are we distracting from the part where your supposed best friend is now bringing his hunter brother to your hotel room like it's a bloody meet-cute? Hallie threw herself backward onto the bed with a dramatic sigh, one arm flung over her eyes. It's not a meet-cute. It's a meet-chaos. Hermione didn't laugh. You should leave. I can't. Yes, you can. Disillusion yourself, apparate to literally anywhere else, and call me when you're not about to emotionally implode. I already emotionally imploded. You're getting the aftershocks. Hallie dropped her arm and stared at the ceiling. And I'm not leaving.
Some matters.
Hermione's expression softened just slightly. I know he does. But Hallie, they hunt witches. They don't know I'm a witch. Yet, Hallie bit the inside of her cheek. I didn't lie. Hermione tilted her head. You didn't tell the truth. I was trying to have a life, Hermione, Hallie snapped, sitting up again. A normal, boring, no polyjuice required life. I thought I'd finally found something not soaked in blood or prophecy. And instead, you found American hunters. Hermione arched a brow. Brilliant. Hallie gave her a look. You are exactly no help right now. I'm the only help you've got. Hermione shot back, gentler now. You called me, remember? I didn't know who else to call. Hermione's features softened fully at that. I'm always your person. You know that. I know. Hallie's voice cracked just a little. There was a pause, long, fragile, familiar. Hermione filled it carefully. What are you going to do? Hallie ran both hands through her hair. Smile. Pretend. Hope the lilies don't drop dead while they're watching. That's a terrible plan. It's the only one I've got. Hallie. Hermione's voice dropped. Fierce. Steady. You're not what they think you are. Don't let them shrink you down to fit their fear. Hallie looked away, eyes catching on the dying lilies by the window. What if they don't mean to? What if they're good people and it still ends the same way? Hermione didn't answer right away. When she did, it was quieter than before. Then you remind them that you survived Voldemort. That you buried too many friends to be scared of men with guns. Hallie smiled, broken-edged. You sound like McGonagall when she's pretending not to cry. I'm going to take that as a compliment. It was. They both paused again, this time in a silence that felt less empty. I should go, Hallie said finally. They'll be here any second. Hermione nodded, but not before she added, and Hallie? If they so much as raise a wandless eyebrow at you the wrong way, I'll call you.
No.
You hex them into next Tuesday and then call me so I can help you hide the bodies. Hallie grinned for the first time all night. You've really grown into your menace era. Someone had to, Hermione replied, and for a second, she looked as tired and sharp as Hallie felt. The mirror shimmered faintly. The spell was weakening. Thank you, Hallie said. You don't have to thank me. I know, but I want to. Hermione gave her a look that was somehow maternal, sisterly, and exasperated all at once. Don't get killed. Hallie tilted her head, dry smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. Can I even die? Hermione didn't blink. You're not testing it on my watch. Hallie huffed a breath through her nose, the smile not quite reaching her eyes. You know, for someone who always pretends not to care about rules, you get real bossy when I start brushing up against death. I get bossy, Hermione said, when you pretend death is just another inconvenient side effect of your personality. Hallie leaned forward slightly, resting her elbow on her knee and chin in her palm. You're worried about me. I'm always worried about you. That made Hallie pause. It wasn't said with drama. Just fact. Just truth like gravity or sunrise. You don't have to be, she said softly. Hermione gave her a long look. Of course I do. You're my family. I've worried about you since we were 11 and you tried to duel a troll with Wingardium Leviosa. It saved your life. It was suicidal. Hallie's mouth twitched. Still worked. Hermione didn't smile. You survived the war. You clawed your way through things most people wouldn't have come back from. You rebuilt yourself out of grief and instinct and half-functional sarcasm. But surviving and living aren't the same thing. And if you walk into this like you think you can't break, I am broken, Hermione. The words slipped out sharper than intended. Hallie sat back. Something inside her folded in a little. Hermione's expression didn't soften. It burned. You're not, she said. You're dented. A little scorched. Maybe held together with some creative charm work and stubbornness. But broken? No. Hallie was quiet for a long moment. Then, very quietly, I don't know what they'll see when they look at me. Hermione tilted her head. They'll see what you let them. I'm tired of being something I have to hide. Then don't. Hermione's voice was fierce now. Let them see you. All of you. If they can't handle that, then they're not strong enough, not you. Hallie gave a slow, shaky exhale. You make it sound simple. It's not. Hermione nodded. But it's yours. A pause. They're almost here, Hallie murmured. Hermione pressed her hand lightly to the mirror's edge. Then go show them who you are. Hallie reached out too, fingertips brushing the glass. Love you, she said. I know, Hermione replied, gentle now. Call me when they're gone. Or when they piss you off. Whichever comes first. The mirror shimmered, the spell starting to fray. Hallie gave her a half-smile. I'll call either way. And then Hermione was gone. Hallie sat for a moment, staring at her own reflection. Then she rose, slow and steady, slipped her wand into her waistband, and walked toward the door. The hallway smelled like lilies, not the fresh kind. Not the kind that reminded you of sunlight or dirt or your mom's garden you barely remember. These smelled filtered, processed, the kind of smell that cost too much and meant even less. Dean's boots were too loud on the carpet. Thick, pale gray, the kind that probably came with a warning label about high heels and red wine. The kind that covered up sound and history. He hated that. Hated the silence most of all. This was the kind of place that pretended bad things didn't happen in the world. But he knew better. He glanced sideways at Sam, who looked like he was holding his breath. One hand half curled like it wanted to knock but didn't quite trust the moment yet. She didn't say anything else? Dean asked. Sam shook his head. Just that she knows what killed Jess. That was all they had. One sentence. One room number. One girl who wasn't supposed to be part of this. Room 1914. Dean looked at the door. Polished, black, and spotless. Not a scratch on the handle. Not a single dent. He'd stayed in places where the locks had been busted, where the room numbers were duct-taped back on, where you slept with your knife under the pillow. This place didn't even creak. Dean exhaled slowly, jaw tight. He didn't know Hallie Evans. Not really. Just a handful of quick moments, glimpses of a sharp stare, flashes of dry wit, the stubborn line of her jaw when she held something back. He knew the shape of her anger, cold, measured, ready, but nothing about what made it that way. She was a mystery. He didn't like mysteries. They got messy, complicated, dangerous. She didn't belong here, didn't belong in the cracked corners of the world he and Sam lived in. A world with monsters and shadows and blood on motel carpets and bruises you couldn't explain. She belonged somewhere else. Clean rooms, polished surfaces, places that charged extra to pretend the world was still whole. Places where people like him didn't stay long. Dean shook his head slightly, clearing it. Sam was waiting, silent but watchful. Eyes fixed on the door like it might open by itself. Guess we're doing this, Dean muttered, stepping forward. He knocked once, a quick rap that echoed a little too sharply. Footsteps on the other side, bare feet, quiet and hesitant. The door swung open without a sound. Hallie stood there, hair pulled back in a loose knot, oversized t-shirt slipping from one shoulder, pajama shorts frayed at the hem. She looked at them accusingly. Footsteps on the other side, bare feet, quiet and hesitant. The door swung open without a sound. Hallie stood there, hair pulled back in a loose knot, oversized t-shirt slipping from one shoulder, pajama shorts frayed at the hem. She looked like she hadn't slept in a week, or maybe like she hadn't needed to. Her eyes landed on them, sharp and tired, and she didn't say hello. Instead, her voice came out low and accusing. What did you say to the girl in the lobby? She's called me like 5 times. Thought you were here to rob the place or kill someone. Dean blinked. She wasn't smiling, wasn't joking, just standing there barefoot and exhausted. Oversized t-shirt slipping off her shoulder, eyes sharp with accusation. Her voice was tight, defensive, but not angry. Not really. Dean started to snap something back, but then he caught it. The way her eyes darted to Sam. Just for a second. Like she had to check that he was still breathing. Like maybe she hadn't been sure he would be. Sam blinked back at her, caught off guard. His mouth opened like he might say her name, but she cut the moment short with a breath. I had to tell her you were my brothers, she said, stepping aside. So congratulations. You're family now. Dean did not like that. He didn't know why. Hallie's POV. The second she opened the door, she regretted not putting on real clothes. Sam looked exactly the same and nothing like she remembered. Taller somehow. Or maybe just stretched thinner. His eyes were darker than before, not from sleep, but from something else. From after. Dean looked like he belonged in a bar fight and didn't care who threw the first punch. And they were both just there. Alive. Her chest stuttered. She covered it with sarcasm. What did you say to the girl in the lobby? She asked, voice sharper than she meant it to be. She's called me like 5 times. Thought you were here to rob the place or kill someone. Dean blinked at her like she'd slapped him with a shoe. We didn't say anything, he said. You didn't have to. She should have let it drop. But her nerves had teeth. I had to tell her you were my brothers, she added, stepping back. It was a dumb thing to say. Too flippant. But she didn't know what else to do with the sudden, quiet relief crawling up her throat. Because Sam was alive. In one piece. Standing in her doorway like this wasn't the first real thing she'd seen in weeks. And before she could stop herself, she hugged him. Just a quick step forward, arms around his middle, breath caught in her chest. Sam froze, then hugged her back. No words.
No explanation.
She stepped back fast, already annoyed at herself. Come in, she said. Before someone calls security. They did. Dean moved like he didn't trust the floor. Sam looked like he didn't know where to sit. She hated how it made them uncomfortable. You can sit, she offered, nodding toward the couch. Sam gave her a small smile, soft and worn in. This place is nicer than your last one. She snorted. Yeah, well, turns out grief comes with a complimentary upgrade. He didn't laugh, but he didn't look away either. For a moment, it felt like nothing had changed. Then Dean dropped onto the couch with a dramatic sigh. Damn, I don't ever want to get up. Hallie raised a brow just slightly. She moved to the kitchenette. Water, bad tea, untouched whiskey. I could order something if you're hungry. You don't have to do all that, Sam said. Dean didn't wait. I would absolutely kill for a pizza. Hallie blinked at him. The tension in her shoulders didn't go away, but it loosened just a little. Figures, she muttered, grabbing the room service menu and tossing it in his direction without looking. Dean caught it one-handed, casual. What? No dramatic pause. No judgment? Please, she said. You're the most predictable man I've ever met. Dean grinned. You don't even know me. Hallie didn't answer, just turned her back, reaching into the fridge for a water bottle, heart thudding a little too loud in her ears. Sam watched them both, quiet, thoughtful. She handed Sam the water, brushing his fingers without meaning to. The contact steadied her more than the bottle in her grip. He gave her a look, something that hovered between concern and knowing, but said nothing. He didn't need to. Not yet. Dean was still flipping through the menu like it was a field report, muttering something about arugula and why it didn't belong on pizza. She let it happen. Let him talk. Let the silence stretch long enough to start to fray. Then she sat, across from them. Not beside. Not close. Just far enough to breathe. Dean looked up like he could feel the shift. So, he said, menu now balanced on his knee. You gonna tell us why we're really here? Her fingers curled into the hem of her t-shirt. Her mouth felt dry. She looked at Sam first because it was easier, and then at Dean, who had gone very still. I didn't exactly go looking for answers, she said. They found me. Sam leaned in. Who? She called herself Meg. Dean didn't blink. She came here, talked like she already knew me, said things I didn't want her to know. The room felt colder, like her words changed the air. She told me Jess's death wasn't random, that it wasn't about her, that it was about something bigger, older. Dean sat forward, elbows on knees, the menu forgotten now. Sam's eyes were dark and steady on hers. And, Dean said. Hallie took a breath. She said it was a demon. Dean didn't react. Not really. But something in the room snapped tight, like a wire being pulled. She said its name was Azazel. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was full of something dense and familiar and terrible. Dean's jaw ticked. Sam exhaled through his nose, slow and uneven. Hallie looked down at the water bottle in her hand like it might give her something to hold on to. I don't know what that means to you, she said, quieter now. But I figured, if it meant something at all, I should tell you. Dean stared at her for a second too long. Then quietly, why would a demon come to you and leave you alive? The words weren't cruel. They weren't even sharp, but they landed like a slap anyway. Hallie didn't answer right away. There wasn't a dramatic pause. No heavy breath. Just silence. I don't know, she said. Dean's jaw flexed. She didn't threaten you? No. She didn't want anything? She didn't ask for anything, Hallie corrected. That's not the same. He tilted his head, and she could feel the tension coil tighter in the room. You realize how that sounds, right? He said. A demon walks in, tells you everything we've spent our lives chasing, and then just lets you go? Hallie didn't flinch. She just looked tired. I didn't want this, Dean. Dean leaned back slightly. Doesn't mean you're not part of it.
Sam shifted.
Dean, he said quietly, come on. Dean didn't move. He was staring at her like she was a puzzle with half the pieces missing. Like if he just looked hard enough, she'd snap into a shape he could recognize. Hallie held his gaze, unblinking. I'm not lying to you, she said, voice low. She wasn't going to listen to Hermione. It was probably a mistake. No, Dean agreed. You're just not telling us everything. That one landed sharper. Because it was true. Sam looked between them, uneasy. Dean, maybe we just listen for once. Dean didn't look away. You trust her?
Sam hesitated.
Not long. Not really. But enough for the air to go still. I do, he said. Hallie's throat tightened. She didn't let it show. Dean rubbed a hand over his face and leaned back into the couch. Great. Another mystery girl in the middle of a demon story. That always ends well. Dean didn't laugh. He was still watching her, sharp-eyed and tired. You're telling us, he said slowly, that this demon knew about Jess, knew about us, and decided the best person to tell. Was you? Hallie shrugged, but it was a careful shrug. Maybe she thought I'd pass it on. And you did, Sam said gently. So thank you. Hallie blinked. That caught her off guard more than the suspicion. I didn't do it for gratitude. I know. Dean finally stood, pacing once like the room was too small for the weight of his thoughts. Okay, so she shows up, name drops Azazel and leaves. Just like that? Hallie nodded. Did she say why now? Why you? No. Dean turned. And you didn't think to ask? She bristled. She was a demon, not a customer service rep. Sam rubbed his temples. Dean let it go. But Hallie was already standing too. Her voice stayed even, but something in her eyes flared. I didn't ask to be part of your war. I didn't go knocking on your demon's door. She found me. She walked into my life uninvited and made it clear I was already in the middle of something I didn't sign up for. Dean didn't answer. Sam didn't speak. The room for a moment, was full of the kind of silence that only follows honesty. Then Hallie exhaled. I told you because I thought it mattered to you. Because you deserved to know.
Sam nodded, quiet.
It does. It means a lot. Dean didn't nod. Didn't thank her. Just looked down at the floor, like maybe it would offer a map out of this mess. Hallie crossed her arms. You're not the only ones trying to survive the impossible. Dean looked up at that. Their eyes met again, and this time, there was something different there. Not trust. Not yet. But maybe the beginning of something like recognition. You hungry? She asked, breaking the silence. Or do you want to glare at me until the kitchen closes? If there was one thing she learned from Molly Weasley, it was that food was the best way to keep people from unraveling. Dean rubbed his face mostly to buy time. He wasn't used to people like Hallie Evans. He could usually tell what someone was in the first 5 minutes: monster, victim, grifter, mess. But she was none of that, or all of it, wrapped in mystery and deflection and this sharp-edged wit that felt less like armor and more like a blade. And she was pretty, obviously. But it wasn't that. It was the way she looked at them. Like she'd already seen how this ended and was bracing for it anyway. It made something uncomfortable twist in his chest. He reached for the room service menu and flipped it open, pretending to be interested in the food, while his thoughts tripped over themselves. The first price he saw made him flinch. $28 for pizza. Another 20 for a burger that probably wasn't half as good as the diner down the road. 12 for a bottle of water. He kept his face neutral, but his stomach sank. They had cash, sure. Fake credit cards, too. But something about letting this girl watch him swipe someone else's stolen platinum didn't sit right. Dean Winchester could survive in a truck stop with $5 and a switchblade. But this was some kind of boutique grief palace, and he was out of his depth. He turned the page slowly, like maybe the next one would be more reasonable. It wasn't. Hallie was watching him. He didn't have to look up to know. She didn't say anything at first, and he was grateful for it. But then, it's on me. Dean blinked. Hallie's voice was calm. No pity in it. No bite either. Just matter of fact. You're my guests, she said, with a shrug that was trying very hard not to be awkward. It's the least I can do, since you came all the way out here for answers I barely have. Dean almost rolled his eyes, but didn't. He was too busy trying to make the math work in his head without looking like a jackass. $28 for pizza. God, it had better come with a foot rub and emotional closure. He wanted to argue. Really, he did. But Hallie was already halfway across the room, pulling up the hotel's ordering tablet like it was no big deal. And Sam, bless his freakishly long legs and eternal golden retriever energy, had already kicked off his shoes and flopped onto the bed, with the casual ease of someone who hadn't just been chased halfway across the country by nightmares and ancient demons. Dean stayed where he was. He didn't like feeling out of place. He didn't like being somewhere that smelled like designer carpet and sadness. And he definitely didn't like feeling like the charity case in someone else's grief suite. But what he liked even less was how Hallie looked at him when she said it. Like she knew. Not just that he'd hesitate, but why. And that didn't sit right. Dean rubbed the back of his neck. We're not charity, you know. Hallie didn't look up from the screen. I never said you were. You said it was on you. I said you were my guests. That's different. Sam made a humming sound from the bed, already looking at his laptop. I'll take the burger.
No erugele.
Dean turned to him. Are you serious? I'm tired and I didn't die, Sam said without looking up.
I'm celebrating.
Also, she stayed in my place too much for me to care. I said you were my guests. That's different. Sam made a humming sound from the bed, already looking at his laptop. I'll take the burger.
No erugele.
Dean turned to him. Are you serious? I'm tired and I didn't die, Sam said without looking up.
I'm celebrating.
Also, she stayed in my place too much for me to care. Hallie smirked faintly at that, barely glancing over her shoulder as she tapped the screen. I washed your dishes. Sam gave her a side eye. And you dirted like 10 times of that. Yeah, whatever. Food had come and gone, greasy, overpriced, and exactly what they needed. Sam had finished his burger like a man on a mission and was now half asleep on the edge of the bed. Laptop dimmed but still open. Dean sat sprawled on the couch, empty pizza box balanced on his knee, chewing the last bite with a kind of distracted finality. He wiped his hands on a napkin, tossed it onto the box, and let out a long sigh. Well, he said, tone casual but already bracing, we should probably hit the road. Hallie, who'd been rinsing out glasses in the kitchenette like it mattered, stilled. She didn't turn right away, just said, it's late. Dean raised an eyebrow. We've driven later. You're tired, Hallie said again, quieter this time, like she knew she was pressing a bruise but didn't want to stop. Dean leaned back, arms crossed. We're always tired. That's not a reason to keep bleeding. She dried a glass, unnecessarily. You can stay. He didn't answer right away, just watched her, like he was trying to figure out what the offer meant. If it was about safety, guilt, kindness, or something else entirely. We're not your problem, he said. Hallie finally turned, leaning against the counter. You think I invite people into hotel suites this nice just for fun? Dean's mouth twitched. Thought it might be a power move. She smirked, but it didn't reach her eyes. Maybe it is. The room was quiet except for the soft hum of the minibar fridge and Sam shifting on the bed. He'd given up pretending to stay awake, one arm draped over his eyes, already half out. Dean sighed, and for a moment Hallie thought that might be the end of it. But then, one night, he said, we're gone by morning. Deal, she said too quickly. Dean stood, stretching like he was shaking the day off his shoulders. Which one's the murder-free room? She nodded toward the door down the hall. Second bedroom. No blood, no ghosts, no sentient shampoo bottles. I checked. Dean raised a brow. Sentient shampoo bottles? Don't ask. A flicker of a smile crossed his face. You're weird. You're judgmental. She shot back, pushing off the counter. Dean passed her on the way to the bedroom, close enough that the air shifted between them. His arm brushed hers again, accidental, maybe, but neither moved. Their eyes met, just a second too long, and then he was gone, the door clicking shut behind him. Hallie exhaled, slow and controlled, like she could breathe out the feeling that had just lit her nerves. She turned off the kitchen light and moved to the living room, carefully stepping over the forgotten pizza box, the weight of the day heavy in her bones. Sam was asleep, Dean wasn't, and she wasn't sure what she was doing anymore. But for the first time in weeks, she wasn't alone. Not really, and that would have to be enough. For tonight, Chapter End notes. Don't forget to comment 2 hearts. Chapter 8. Chapter Summary. Dean and Hallie have some alone time. Chapter notes. It's long. Sorry. See the end of the chapter 4. Hallie blinked slowly, her lashes fluttering against the soft shafts of morning light seeping through the window blinds. The air in the room was still and faintly chilled, untouched since the restless night before. She doubted she'd slept more than 2 hours. If that, her body ached with fatigue, but her mind refused to quiet down. Meg lingered like a shadow at the back of her thoughts, every word she'd said replaying in vivid, tormenting loops. It was like watching a horror film she couldn't shut off. She didn't know what to do. She had never encountered a demon before. In fact, she hadn't even believed they were real. But now, one was after her, wanted to use her, and maybe that wasn't so new. People had always wanted something from her. They either saw her as a freak, or a tool. She exhaled slowly, the breath catching slightly in her throat as she shifted. From the corner of her eye, she noticed Sam stirring in bed. She remembered falling asleep there. He must have noticed and taken the couch without waking her. He was like that. Somewhere beyond the thin wall, she could still hear Dean's heavy footsteps pacing the wooden floorboards, a rhythm that had echoed through the night like a ticking clock. He hadn't slept either.
Sam?
She asked, her voice low and tentative. Mm? He replied groggily. Are you awake? Sam gave a short nod as he sat up and reached for his duffel bag. He began stuffing it with practiced, almost automatic movements. You need to be careful, Hallie, he said, not looking at her. That thing. It killed Jess. Killed my mom. And now it's after you. Hallie let out a dry, bitter chuckle. Well, that's comforting. Thanks, she muttered, hugging her arms to herself. Just then, Dean walked in. He looked wrecked, dark circles like bruises under his eyes, hair disheveled, phone clutched tight in one hand like a lifeline. I tried calling Dad all night, he said without preamble. He's not answering. You should have left a voicemail, Sam said quickly. He'd call back the second he heard it. He needs to know about this yellow-eyed son of a bitch. I told him it was important. Dean snapped. He still didn't pick up. This isn't something you explain in a damn voicemail, Sam. He rubbed a hand down his face and dragged it through his hair with frustration. This is big. Really big. We have a name. We've been chasing this thing for years. I know. But Dad should know too. We might even track him down this way. He doesn't want to be found, Sam. A silence stretched between them, tense, unresolved. Hallie watched them both, her jaw tightening. Then, without saying anything, she reached into her coat pocket and pulled out her phone. Her fingers hovered over the keypad. Maybe, she said, not looking up. Maybe he'll answer an unknown number. He won't. I tried. He would if I called 100 times. I suggest you to not do that. Just give me his number.
No, Sam.
Fine. Hallie didn't ask again. She just held out her hand. Palm up. Sam sighed and unlocked his phone like a man signing a death warrant. I want it on the record that this is a terrible idea. I'll write you a note, she muttered, already dialing. Ring, ring, ring. Voicemail. Dean smirked, arms folded. Told you. The man would ignore a call from God if it didn't come with coordinates. Shoo. Beep. Hallie took a breath.
John.
This is Emily. We met at that bar in Tulsa. You spilled your whiskey on my tarot cards and said it meant destiny. Dean's eyes widened. Sam looked like he was having a mild stroke. I've been trying to reach you, but I guess you're busy with vengeance or whatever. Anyway, here's the thing. She paused just long enough to make them lean in.
I'm pregnant.
And it's yours. Congratulations. Dean made a strangled noise like someone had punched the inside of his soul. Oh, and it might be twins. Hard to tell yet. I'm naming them Dean and Sam Jr. because I believe in tradition. She hung up, set the phone down calmly, and looked Dean straight in the eye. He'll call back. Dean just blinked. What is wrong with you? Sleep deprivation, she said, and a lifelong pattern of being everyone's second choice. Sam exhaled slowly, like he was trying to physically push the chaos out of his body. Dean looked at Sam. You gave her the number. Sam didn't even defend himself. He just whispered, we're all going to hell. Hallie stood, pulled on her jacket, and grabbed her bag. Well, she said cheerfully, at least I'll get child support first. Dean closed the door behind him and leaned his forehead against the cheap, cracked tile wall. He wasn't even mad. He was just confused, and that somehow was worse. He splashed cold water on his face, stared into the streaked mirror, and tried to make sense of the last 10 minutes. Was it the sleep deprivation? Had he hallucinated her saying twins? Dean and Sam Jr. Jesus. He dried his face with a scratchy motel towel, muttering, I've fought ghouls with better impulse control. A soft knock came at the door. What? 10 minutes, Sam called. Yeah. Dean looked at himself once more. Eyes bloodshot, jaw tight, hair doing whatever the hell it was doing. He looked like a man being slowly unraveled by his own family and a witch who thought sarcasm was a survival strategy. He opened the door. Hallie was sitting on the edge of the bed, tying her boots like she hadn't just violated the Geneva Convention of voicemails. Sam stood nearby, clearly doing the mental math on whether this was his fault. It was. Dean grabbed his jacket, yanked the door open, and muttered, if he calls back, I'm throwing your phone into the next river we pass. Hallie stood, slung her bag over one shoulder. Good luck catching me first. Dean didn't reply, just started walking. Come on, Sam. We are leaving. Wait, she said, her voice behind him. I'm coming too. Dean didn't even turn. No, you're not. The words hit the hallway like a cold slap. He kept walking, boots heavy against polished hotel tile, the kind of place too clean for people like them. His bag was slung over his shoulder, keys clenched in his fist. Done. Gone. But her voice followed him anyway. Dean. That made him stop. He exhaled slowly through his nose before turning back. Hallie was standing just outside the hotel room. Her bag was over one shoulder, jacket half zipped. She looked still. but not calm. There was a tightness to her jaw, a heat behind her eyes that didn't match her voice. "You're not part of this," he said. "We're leaving. You're staying. I didn't realize you were the one making decisions for me." Dean ran a hand through his hair, glanced at Sam, who wisely kept his mouth shut, then looked back at her. "This isn't your fight." She stepped into the hallway, letting the door swing shut behind her. "It is now." "No," he said, sharper this time. "You don't get it. This thing, it's not some ghost or vamp we can outsmart. It's ancient. It's cruel. And it doesn't stop." "I know. You don't," he snapped. "You've seen just a glimpse of what it can do and you're already—" "I know," she said again, but quieter. Dean's mouth stayed half open. Something in her tone froze him in place. "I felt it," she said. "I felt what it wants. It's not gonna stop at me. And if you think I'm gonna sit in a damn hotel and wait for that thing to come back for me or worse, for you, you're out of your mind." Dean didn't answer. Not yet. He just stared at her. And there it was again, that thing he didn't have a name for. The silence between them wasn't empty. Felt full, tense, charged, like something might spark if they stood too close. Dean looked down the hallway, then back at her. She hadn't moved. "I don't want you to get hurt," he said low. She tilted her head, not mocking, just steady. "You don't even know me." "Exactly." That hung between them for a long moment. Then she stepped closer. "Not much. Just enough." "Then get to know me." Dean felt something twist low in his chest. He looked at Sam again, like maybe his brother would step in, offer some rational detour out of this. But Sam was already heading for the elevator. "Traitor." Dean turned back to Hallie. He didn't sigh, didn't roll his eyes, just nodded once. Barely. "Fine," he muttered. "Grab your stuff." She didn't smile, but something in her shoulders loosened. Dean turned away before she could see anything in his face he didn't mean to show. And for the record, he called over his shoulder, "If you slow us down even once, I'm leaving you in the middle of nowhere with a demon-sniffing map taped to your back." Hallie's voice followed him, dry as ever. "I've stayed worse places." They made it to the lobby before she broke off. "I need to settle the room," Hallie said quietly, peeling off toward the front desk. Dean kept walking. 2 steps, then 3. Then he stopped. He told himself it was just instinct, never turn your back in unfamiliar territory. But the truth was, his gut didn't like letting her out of view. He turned, just slightly. Enough to hear. The concierge was soft-spoken, but the number landed sharp. "That will be $14,382.46. Ms. Evans." Dean blinked. He looked at Sam. "What the hell?" Sam deadpan. "I guess we shouldn't have touched the minibar." Dean stared at Hallie as she pulled a black card from her coat pocket and handed it over.
No hesitación.
No reaction. She didn't flinch. She didn't even ask for a receipt. Just nodded, thanked the man, and turned back toward them. Dean waited until she catched up. This girl was a damn heiress. Their life was not a place for her. Parking lot. He slammed the trunk. Maybe a little harder than he meant to. Hallie was already waiting at the car. Not in the back passenger side, arms crossed like it was hers by default. Dean opened the driver's door but didn't get in. "Don't," he said. She looked up. "You don't know what you're getting into," he continued. "This thing, I know what it is," she said. "And I know what it did." He studied her. The expensive coat. The calm. The parts of her he couldn't get a grip on. Pissed him off. "You don't belong in this," he said. She didn't raise her voice. Too late. Their eyes met. There was nothing dramatic about it. Just 2 people in the cold. Too tired to lie. Too stubborn to back down. Dean looked away first. "Get in," he muttered. Hallie did. He sat in the back seat. One leg curled beneath her, fingers drumming softly against her knee. The engine's low hum filled the silence. "So," Hallie asked, her voice even, "where are we going?" Dean didn't look at her. "We were headed to Indiana," he said, "before you called. There's something going on out there we need to finish." Sam turned so fast it was a miracle his spine didn't crack. "Are you serious?" he snapped. "Indiana? Now?" Dean kept his eyes on the road. "We're not dropping a case halfway through, Sam." "Yes, we are. Let someone else handle it, hell. Burn it to the ground for all I care. We need to find Azazel. And how do you suggest we do that?" Dean shot back. Hope he drops us a postcard? If we find Dad, we find the trail. Dean didn't answer. The car felt smaller. Then Hallie's phone rang. She glanced at the screen. No caller ID. Dean stiffened. His eyes met hers in the mirror for a split second, enough to tell her not to answer. She did anyway. Hello? She said. A pause. Then the voice came through. Low. Clipped. Tired. Dangerous. This is John Winchester. She blinked. That tracked. I got your message, he said. The tarot cards. The twins. You think you're funny? No, she replied, calm. Just effective. Another pause. Shorter. You've got 30 seconds to explain who you are, he said, voice flattening to a threat. Before I decide you're a problem. That's fast, Hallie murmured. Most people wait at least a full conversation before deciding I'm dangerous. In the front seat, Dean didn't move. But Sam slowly turned toward her, his face pinched with confusion. I don't know what you are, John said. But I've dealt with demons more subtle than you. And they didn't end well. Sounds exhausting, she said. You're not scared.
No.
You should be. Hallie tilted her head slightly, more curious than anything else. Why? He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to, because if you're near my sons, and you so much as breathe wrong, I will put a bullet in you before you finish your last sentence. Hallie's expression didn't change. They're fine, she said. One's pacing emotionally in the front seat. The other's glaring at me through the rear view. Both alive. That hung there. You with them? I am. You'll put Dean on. Right now. No. Excuse me? You heard me. Another pause. Longer this time. When he spoke again, his voice had dropped to something quieter. Deadlier. Let me be clear. If you've hurt them, if you're using them, if you're something crawling around in someone else's skin, you'll shoot me, she finished for him. Flat. Yeah. You said that already. Sam reached back and grabbed the phone from her hand like it was a live wire. Dad? A beat. Then. Sammy? Sam exhaled hard, voice catching. God, where are you? Are you okay? We've been trying to find you. Dean left messages. I did. Are you hurt? What happened? I'm fine, John said. Are you? We're fine, Sam said quickly. We're just, why didn't you call? Who's the girl?
Sam blinked.
She's my friend. From school. You're involving your college friends now? John's voice turned cold again. Accusing. It wasn't like that, Sam said. She saw something. A case. She called me. I didn't drag her into this. You should have left her out of it. We didn't know what it was. That we need to talk. We found something. I don't have time for this, John said. Clipped. Put Dean on. Dad, you don't understand. Stop looking for me. What? Do your job, John said, cold enough to sting. That's an order. You can't. But the line had already gone dead. Sam stared at the phone like it had betrayed him. His breath came out hard. Sharp. Angry. His knuckles whitened around the phone, gripping it so tightly it looked like it might crack in his palm. Dean didn't say anything. Didn't have to. The silence in the car thickened. Sam slowly lowered the phone, jaw clenched. His eyes burned, but he refused to blink. He hung up, he muttered. No one responded. Just like that. His voice rose, sharp and bitter. Tells us not to look, gives an order and disappears again. Dean's hands were steady on the wheel, but his shoulders were coiled tight. Hallie sat still in the back, watching Sam through the reflection in the window. She didn't offer a word. She knew better than to step in now. I mean, what the hell was that? Sam snapped, twisting in his seat. I haven't heard his voice in months, and that's what we get? A warning and a command? Dean's voice came low, tired, controlled. That's all he's ever given us. Sounds like a jerk, Hallie said, her gaze fixed on the window. The reflection caught just enough of her eyes to show she wasn't joking. Dean didn't answer right away, just exhaled through his nose, sharp and slow, like the comment had grazed something he'd already bandaged over too many times. Sam turned around, giving her a look. Not angry, just raw. He's still our dad. I didn't say he wasn't, Hallie replied, calm as ever. I just said he sounds like a jerk. Dean's fingers flexed once on the steering wheel. He's complicated, Sam muttered, slumping back in his seat. Hallie leaned her head against the glass. Most jerks are. He's doing his best, Sam muttered. Hallie didn't even look up. My godfather escaped from prison and still did a better job. Dean's head turned so fast it was a wonder the car didn't swerve. What? She blinked. He was a convicted murderer. Spent 12 years locked up. Escaped. Lived on the run. She paused, not for effect, just memory. He still sent me letters. Birthday presents. Random junk with no return address. Checked in when he could. Sam stared at her. Dean said nothing. Hallie leaned her head back against the window. So yeah, she said simply. Your dad has reception and a car. I'm not impressed. Silence settled. Then Sam spoke, his voice tight. He was calling from a booth. He's in California. Dean didn't react. Just kept his eyes on the road. We should go. He gave us an order, Dean said flatly. I don't care, Sam snapped. We don't have to do what he says all the time. Dean's jaw tightened. He sends us on jobs. We save lives. I need answers, Sam said, his voice rising. I'm tired of wasting time on every random haunting while the thing that killed Jess is still out there. Dean glanced at him. Look, I understand how you feel. Do you? Dean gave him a look. A long one. Then, without a word, he pulled the car to the side of the road. The tires hissed against gravel. The engine ticked in the quiet. He turned to face his brother. What are you saying, Sam? Sam didn't flinch. How old were you when Mom died? 4? Dean stared at him. I was 22, Sam went on. Jess died 6 months ago. I was in that room. I watched her burn. His voice cracked, but he kept going. So don't talk like we're the same. You don't know how this feels. Dean didn't look at him. His jaw locked tight. His hands gripped the wheel. Well, he said, voice low, it's called being a good son. The words landed. Then Sam shoved open the passenger door. He stepped out without another word, slamming it behind him harder than necessary. The sudden silence left in his absence was louder than anything he could have said. Dean stared straight ahead. Hallie stayed still in the back seat, saying nothing, watching the space Sam had just filled. A moment later, the trunk opened. Sam. It's the middle of the night, Hallie said. He didn't answer right away, just pulled his bag from the trunk, slung it over his shoulder, and looked at her through the open window. You coming? She met his eyes. To meet your dad? No thanks. Sam shook his head. No. To find what killed Jess. To take revenge. Hallie sat up a little straighter, eyes sharp now. I don't believe your dad knows more than we do. He's been hunting it longer than any of us, Sam said. Maybe, she said. Or maybe he's been chasing shadows and calling it purpose.
Sam's mouth tightened.
Hallie kept going. The demon Meg, she's not done with me. You know that. She wanted something. She still does. That means she'll come back.
Sam hesitated.
We'll get more answers, she said. This time we'll be ready. Dean still hadn't moved. Sam looked at him, then back at her, then down at the asphalt like he was seeing something no one else could. I'm going, he said.
No emphasis.
No heat, just fact. Hallie didn't answer. She watched him for a moment, head tilted slightly, like she was trying to memorize the way he looked right then. Dean didn't even blink. Sam turned and started walking. No second guess.
No backward glance.
A truck passed a minute later, headlights flashing across the road. For half a second, it lit up the space where Sam had been and then kept going. Dean exhaled, long and quiet, like he was trying not to make a sound. Hallie leaned forward slightly, resting her arms on the back of the front seat. You're not going after him? She asked. Dean shook his head once. He wants to be alone. And you're going to let him? Dean's voice came rough. He left. Not the other way around. Hallie sat back, watched the trees blur by. Neither of them spoke again for a while. There was just the road, and the fact that Sam wasn't in the passenger seat anymore. The quiet stretched, long and uneven. Dean kept his eyes on the road. Not speeding, not talking, just driving. Hallie sat back, the seat belt humming lightly as it slid against her jacket. She glanced at the space beside him, the passenger seat now empty, still shaped like Sam somehow. She thought she'd be glad to have a little quiet. She wasn't. It was weird, being alone with Dean. Maybe she should have gone with Sam. Come to the front seat. I feel like a taxi driver, Dean said. His tone was casual, but his hands were tight on the wheel. Hallie hesitated, not because she didn't want to, but because moving felt like saying something. And they were already full of words they hadn't said. Just one knee over the console, her shoulder brushing his as she dropped into the passenger seat. The belt clicked into place like punctuation. It still felt warm. Dean didn't look at her. She didn't look at him. She buckled in, leaned her head against the window again, and stared out at the dark trees rushing past. After a while, she spoke. I didn't think he'd actually leave. Dean's jaw tightened, just slightly. He does that. Is he coming back? Dean's eyes stayed on the road. Eventually, she nodded, even though she didn't know if she believed it. They drove like that for a long while, two people with too much in their heads, and too much space in the car. Finally, Hallie broke the silence. So, are we still going to Indiana? Dean's mouth tugged slightly. Could have been a grimace. Could have been the ghost of a smile. Yeah, he said. Someone's gotta finish the damn job. They didn't talk much after that. The road stretched ahead of them like it had nowhere else to go. Just empty miles and broken white lines, lit only by the Impala's steady glare. The trees outside had long since faded into shadow. The silence inside pressed in around them, not uncomfortable, just tight. Hallie reached forward and popped open the glove compartment. The cassette box was jammed in sideways, old and overstuffed, labels peeling, ink smudged, plastic cases rattling like bones. She flipped through them with one hand. Zeppelin, Zeppelin, Metallica, more Zeppelin. She muttered. Dean didn't comment. Do you have anything that doesn't sound like a bar fight? A beat. AC/DC, he said. Right. My mistake. She pulled out a tape that looked the least cracked, squinted at the handwritten label. Road Mix 2, she read. Creative. Dean smirked faintly. Road Mix 1 died a noble death in Nevada. She slid it in. The tape clicked. A moment of dead air. Then a low guitar growl filled the car, warm and familiar. Sabbath. She leaned back in her seat, arms crossed. I'll allow it. Dean didn't reply, but his grip on the wheel loosened just slightly. His shoulders dropped a notch. And then, a sudden whir. A clicking sound. A garbled cough of static. Silence. Hallie raised an eyebrow. Well, she said. I guess this one's dead too. Dean let out a quiet breath through his nose. Could have been a sigh. Could have been a laugh. He popped the tape out and tossed it toward the back seat. You broke it, he said. Just sitting here? You've got bad energy. She smirked. You're the one dragging around classic rock like it's sacred scripture. Because it is, he muttered. He reached out and twisted the radio knob, mostly just to kill the silence. Static buzzed. Then cleared. Pop song. Bright. Synth heavy. Great. Dean was about to change it instinct. Really, but before he could touch the dial again, he heard it. I think he knows his footprints on the sidewalk / lead to where I can't stop. Hallie, singing. Soft. Barely louder than the music. Like she wasn't thinking about it. Like the song had come through her, not out of her. Dean stared at the road. Tried not to listen. Failed. Go there every night. She tapped her thumb against her knee. Like, in rhythm. I think he knows his hands around a cold glass / make me want to know that body like it's mine. His hands flexed on the wheel. He didn't look at her. Didn't have to. He could feel the heat rise behind his collar like it had a damn heartbeat. He got that boyish look that I like in a man. She wasn't doing it on purpose. That was the problem. If she were teasing, smirking, throwing glances, he could shut it down. That was familiar ground. A game he could play. But she wasn't. She just liked the song. I am an architect. I'm drawing up the plans. Dean exhaled. Shifted in his seat. Felt like he was wearing a coat made of static. She didn't notice. Or if she did, she didn't care. It's like I'm 17. Nobody understands. He glanced at her. Quick. She was leaned back. Hair loose around her shoulders. Eyes half closed as the trees slid past outside. Unbothered. Untouchable. And still singing. Wanna see what's under that attitude? Dean swallowed. Turned his eyes back to the road. Like, I want you, bless my soul. Okay. That was enough. He reached for the dial. Don't, she said gently, still looking out the window. Still not smiling. He froze. hand inches from the knob. Didn't try again. She sang the chorus like she didn't even know he was in the car. Like she wasn't torching every nerve he had. One lyric at a time. He better lock it down / or I won't stick around / 'cause good ones never wait. He let out a breath. A little too loud. A little too tired. Still she kept going. He gripped the wheel like it was holding him together. The air in the car had gone thick. Not with heat, but with something harder to name. Something that sat in his chest like static. And Hallie? Still singing. Lyrical smile. Indigo eyes. Hand on my thigh. Dean blinked. Swallowed. His eyes flicked down. Her hands were nowhere near him. Still folded neatly in her lap. But the lyric landed like a dropped match anyway. We can follow the sparks. I'll drive. Her voice was soft. Thoughtless. Like she'd sung that line 100 times without thinking twice. But he thought about it. Too much. So where we gonna go? She whispered. Barely louder than the radio. I whisper in the dark. She smiled to herself. Not at him. And that made it worse. Where we gonna go? I think he knows. Dean stared at the road like it owed him an explanation. She didn't say another word. Just leaned her head against the window and watched the night blur by, humming as the next song started. Dean didn't breathe for 3 miles. The Impala rolled down the narrow stretch of rural road, its headlights slicing through the darkness like knives through fog. Orchards flanked them on both sides, rows of crooked trees fading into black. Dean's fingers drummed on the wheel, restless, keyed up. Something felt off. Then the EMF meter perched on the dash like a half-drunk cup of coffee started chirping. Dean's jaw twitched. Great, he muttered. From the passenger seat, Hallie stirred. She'd been quiet for the last hour, curled toward the window, limbs tangled like she'd folded herself away from the world. Her boots were propped on the dash. Her hand was still loosely curled around the butt of the pistol he'd handed her back near the gas station. Just in case. The beeping got louder. Dean squinted through the windshield. Up ahead, a break in the trees. A dirt path that led deeper into the orchard. And a figure. No, not a figure, a post. A silhouette. Slumped and jagged, too angular to be human. Too deliberate to be anything else. Dean swore under his breath, pulled over, and killed the engine. The night pressed in immediately, thick and muffled. Hallie blinked awake, groggy and annoyed. Did we break down, or is this your idea of scenic? He didn't answer, just reached into the glove box for the EMF, now squealing like a banshee, and then popped the trunk. She sat up straighter. That a yes? Stay in the car. Not a chance. Dean shot her a look, halfway between warning and reluctant approval. He grabbed his flashlight, slid a sawed-off into his waistband, and shut the door softly behind him. Hallie followed, more alert now, gun tucked beneath her coat. They walked in silence. The scarecrow stood maybe 30 yards in, towering over the rows of apple trees. Its clothes were stiff and sun-bleached, denim flannel wrapped around hay-stuffed limbs. The burlap sack for a face fluttered just slightly in the breeze. A sickle hung in one hand, rusted and sharp. Its arm had a patch of bare burlap, darker than the rest. Dean stepped closer, eyes narrowing. You seeing what I'm seeing? He asked quietly. Hallie didn't speak, but she moved closer too, gaze drawn to the pattern stitched into the scarecrow's sleeve, faded ink beneath the cloth. Dean pulled out a weathered flyer from his pocket and unfolded it. Vince Parker. Missing person. Tattoo right there on the arm, same twisted shape. Son of a bitch, Dean breathed. He found a ladder leaning against one of the trees nearby, too conveniently placed, which meant someone had been up here before. He climbed, careful. At eye level now, he reached out and peeled back the scarecrow's collar, exposing the rest of the design. Yep, same ink. Same guy. Nice tat, he muttered more to himself than anything. Below, Hallie tilted her head, still watching the thing like she half expected it to blink. This your first possessed agricultural installation? She asked dryly. Dean didn't laugh. Not out loud. But something about her voice cut through the unease sitting on his spine. He climbed down slower than he went up. This thing's not just decoration, he said. It's a damn corpse display. Hallie's expression didn't change, but her hand went instinctively back to the gun at her side. They stood there another minute, listening to the wind thread through the trees. Then Dean finally said it. "We're not leaving town yet." Hallie nodded once. "Didn't think we would." They walked back to the car in silence, and the Scarecrow watched them go, head tilted slightly, as if listening. Hallie paused halfway between the Scarecrow and the Impala. The trees groaned softly above her, their branches scraping together like old bones in windless air. It shouldn't have been this still. There was no breeze, no sound, just the hush of something ancient holding its breath. The Scarecrow still loomed behind her, perched on its post like a sentinel. But it wasn't watching the orchard. It was watching them. Her breath slowed. It wasn't just the way the thing looked, though that alone was enough to earn a place in her nightmares. The burlap face stitched into a permanent leer, the cracked leather gloves pulled over straw fingers, the rusted sickle swinging gently in its limp hand. No, it was the feeling. The air was wrong, thick like syrup, laced with a pressure that made her teeth ache. Her bones felt heavier out here, like the ground was trying to drag her into it, like the soil remembered blood. She felt it in her jaw, in her fingertips. Not just death, power, old power, not spectral, not the clinging stink of a ghost, desperate for closure or attention. This was older, hungrier, not interested in being understood, only fed. The orchard wasn't haunted. It was alive, and it wanted something. She could taste it on the back of her tongue, coppery, bitter, electric, like stormlight and sacrifice. Hallie's fingers flexed around the grip of the pistol in her coat pocket. She knew it was useless, but the motion gave her something to hold on to, something to pretend she could control. Behind her, Dean moved, still by the Scarecrow, flipping through his notes like he could logic his way through a curse. His shoulders were rigid, locked in place. His stance was too wide, too steady, like a man bracing for something he didn't want to admit he felt. She watched him glance sideways, once, then again. He was listening, too, to the trees. They whispered if you stood still long enough. Not in words, but in the rustle of leaves that never moved, in the weight of the air that pushed back when you walked forward. Hallie looked down and froze. The grass beneath her boots had curled inward, not trampled dead, wilted at the edges, browned in an instant. The rot was spreading in rings, subtle but growing. Shit. She stepped back too fast, and then caught herself, slowing before Dean could turn and see. It wasn't the Scarecrow that worried her. It was him seeing what she'd done. She wasn't scared. Not exactly. She could burn this orchard to the ground if she wanted to. Whatever this thing was, Vanier, God, spirit, ancient glutton, it didn't scare her. But Dean did. Not in the traditional sense. Not like danger. More like consequence. More like judgment. He didn't know what she was. And if he saw this, if he felt it, everything would change. She forced her breath to steady and walked toward the car. Not fast. Not slow. Just controlled. She felt the earth beneath her feet try to cling again. But she ignored it. Pushed it down. Dean didn't look up. Good. She slid back into the Impala just as he muttered something under his breath and stuffed the flyer back into his jacket. His boots crunched on the dry orchard floor as he approached the car, and Hallie sat perfectly still, eyes ahead. He opened the door and tossed his flashlight into the back. "Whatever this is," he said, his voice low, "we're not dealing with some redneck ghost story." "No," Hallie replied, voice calm. "We're not." Dean didn't ask her why she sounded so certain, and she didn't offer. They didn't speak again until the road pulled them free from the orchard's grasp, and the trees stopped whispering. But Hallie could still feel it. The diner smelled like cinnamon and rot. Dean clocked the couple the second they sat down. Clean clothes, out-of-state plates, and an appetite like they hadn't eaten in a week. The guy shoveled forkfuls of pie into his mouth like it owed him something. The girl smiled too wide, too often. Sugar, butter, charm all on the house, fattening them up. Dean slid into the booth behind them, flashing his most disarming smile. "Long road trip?" The man nodded. "Gas leak in the brake line. Lucky break." "Huh?" The mechanic caught it. Dean's eyes narrowed. "Yeah. Lucky." The woman offered him a piece of pie. "It's incredible. You should get some." I'll pass. Dean muttered. Look, I know this sounds crazy, but you should leave. Like now. This town isn't safe after dark. They blinked at him. Dean leaned closer, lowered his voice. Just trust me. Pack your stuff, get back on the road. Don't wait for repairs. Get the hell out. The man's smile hardened. Hey, we're just trying to enjoy our meal. Dean tried again. You don't understand, I said. The man snapped, we're fine. Dean sat back, jaw tight. Hallie stood from her seat slowly, eyes fixed on the woman. Not the man. Just her. She didn't say a word, just followed. The woman excused herself and headed for the restroom. Hallie slipped in a moment later. Inside, the lights buzzed faintly. The woman was checking her lipstick in the mirror. Hallie walked past her to the last stall, muttering under her breath, fingers brushing the edge of her coat pocket. A whisper, a spark, just enough to sow fear, not panic, not pain. A quiet, growing dread in the gut. The kind that told you something was wrong and wouldn't leave you alone until you were moving. The woman froze in front of the mirror, eyes unfocused. Her hands shook slightly. When Hallie came out, she didn't look back. By the time she returned to her seat, the couple was gone. Dean looked up from his coffee. What the hell? They left, she said simply, sitting across from him. He stared at her. Just like that? Maybe they got nervous. Dean's eyes narrowed. Hallie shrugged. Better than being tonight's dinner special. He stared after the empty booth, then at her. Funny, he muttered. Now there's only one guy and one girl left in town who aren't locals. Hallie stirred her coffee. We're not a couple. Doesn't matter. He leaned back, sighing. We just became the new sacrifices. Hallie didn't flinch. She just met his eyes and said, then let's make them choke on it. It's a pagan god. Dean said, his voice low, flat. As they sat back in the Impala, you're sure? Hallie asked, finally turning toward him. Dean nodded. This thing, it's older than Christianity. Older than this country. Back when people used blood and bones to keep their crops alive. Fertility god? Yeah. Or protection, prosperity, whatever label you want to slap on it. The kind of thing farmers used to worship when winter could kill an entire town. Hallie leaned back in her seat. And now it kills a couple a year to keep the peaches juicy. Dean's lip twitched. Something like that. He dug into his bag, pulled out an old, leather-bound book, yellowed pages full of margins scribbled in John Winchester's handwriting. Vempire, he said, tapping a page. Norse. They kept settlements safe in exchange for sacrifice. Hallie read over his shoulder. One man, one woman, every year. Dean nodded grimly. And those yokels in town? They're feeding it. Probably have been for decades. Hallie folded her arms. Well, we ruined their dinner plans. Dean met her eyes. Which means we're up next. A long beat passed. Then she said, good. Dean blinked. Good? Hallie's fingers curled around the pistol resting in her lap. Because now we know what we're dealing with. And I don't mind being bait. Dean gave her a look. The kind that narrowed one eye and tilted just enough to say what the hell. You know, he muttered. Most people freak out when I say the words, bloodthirsty pagan god. Hallie didn't blink. Just sipped her water like he'd told her the weather. I'm not most people, she said. Dean leaned back in the booth, frowning at her over his coffee. No kidding. You were sobbing in the sewer 2 weeks ago. Her eyes slid toward him, unreadable. It was a long day. Dean snorted. Yeah, it was a full-blown meltdown. I thought I was gonna have to carry you out. Hallie said nothing. Just went back to staring out the window, calm as a crypt. And that bugged him more than he liked to admit, because she had freaked out. He remembered it clear as day. Shaking, crying, breath hitching like she couldn't get enough air in her lungs. He'd stayed with her in that damn sewer longer than he had to, because she'd looked like she was falling apart. And now? Dean studied her from the corner of his eye. The stillness, the flat tone, the steady pulse in her neck like she wasn't even thinking about being afraid. It didn't fit. People didn't change like that. Not unless they were hiding something. Right, he said eventually, dragging his gaze back to window. Totally normal. She didn't answer. Dean chewed his food, but the taste was gone. He wasn't sure what was bugging him more, The fact that she wasn't scared now, or the possibility that she never was back then. Either way, it raised a question he didn't like asking. Who the hell was she? Chapter End Notes. Hope you liked it. Please share any ideas. Chapter 9. Chapter Notes. I wrote this instead of doing my assignment. Double frowny face. Hope you like it. You can give me ideas if you wish. Would be great. P.S. I am sorry Hallie's Britishness coming and going. English is not my first language and I forget to make her speech different. Smiley face. See the end of the chapter 4. Hallie took a cautious sip of the diner coffee and immediately regretted it. It tasted like burned cardboard filtered through a paper towel. She grimaced and set the chipped mug back down, the ceramic clinking against the Formica table. After 2 weeks of overpriced boutique coffee from their last hotel, her tongue wasn't prepared for this level of punishment. Across the booth, Dean smirked without looking up from his paper menu. Too cheap for the princess? She arched a brow. You drink gas station coffee like it's holy water. Forgive me if I don't trust your taste buds. Dean didn't respond, but she caught the twitch of a smile before he turned slightly away, lifting his phone to his ear. Hallie didn't mean to listen. She really didn't, but the low rasp of his voice pulled at her anyway, softer than usual. Hesitant. Honest in a way he didn't let most people hear. I'm sorry, Dean said into the phone. There was a long pause, full of static and silence. You've got a right to live your life. Do your own thing. And honestly, I'm proud of you, Sammy. Hallie looked down quickly, eyes scanning the thick lore book open in front of her. It smelled like dust and mildew and not nearly enough answers. She flipped a page, pretending she hadn't heard something private, something real. But her heart tugged anyway. She forced herself to focus. Pagan gods, honor, fertility rituals, sacrifices. She'd kill for access to the Hogwarts library right now, or even the restricted section. Anything that wasn't a half-decayed paperback held together with duct tape and desperation. But her heart tugged anyway. She forced her attention back to the book, willing herself not to care. Pagan gods, honor, fertility rites, blood sacrifices beneath sacred trees. Nothing solid, nothing actionable. Just scattered stories and half-buried warnings written by dead men. She would have killed for access to the Hogwarts library, or even just the restricted section. Anything more useful than the duct-taped paperback in her hands, brittle-edged, yellow-paged, and steeped in mildew and desperation. Behind her, Dean was still murmuring into the phone. She could hear the roughness in his voice, the way it dropped low, almost reluctant. But she didn't turn around. Didn't strain to hear. Some things were meant to be private. Whatever it was, it belonged to the Winchesters. She had her own demons to deal with. Or in this case, a god. There's a folklore professor in the next town, Dean said after a while. Hallie didn't look up. How do you know he's not part of this little sacrifice cult? He's not from Bucketsville. Brilliant. That settles it, she muttered, closing the book with a soft thump. Let's pack our trust and hope for the best. Dean gave her a look. The kind that said, I'm trying not to argue with you, but you're making it hard. I still think we should just torch the orchard, she added, brushing a curl behind her ear and reaching for the next book in the pile. And if that's not enough? Dean asked, hands still on the doorframe. If there's a process or a ritual we're missing. Hallie didn't answer right away. She didn't need to. The plant in the corner was already curling into itself, leaf edges browning like they'd been dipped in acid. The table beneath her hand had started to crack, fibers tightening into brittle splinters. She could feel the hum of it again, that low pulse under her skin. It was always there now, always waiting. She swallowed hard and curled her fingers into a fist, drawing them into her lap, as if hiding her hands could hide the damage. Her voice came steady, even when she wasn't. We'll figure it out. Dean watched her for a beat longer. Not in that suspicious way. Not yet, just Dean's usual half-protective, half-curious gaze. She could handle that. She had to. You sure you're okay here on your own? He asked. She nodded. Yeah. I've got books and bad coffee. What more could a girl want? Dean gave a small smirk, but it didn't reach his eyes. He looked tired, older, and something else she couldn't quite place. If I'm not back in an hour, you leave, he said, voice firm. I'll wait an hour and 1 minute, she replied. Dean gave her a look part warning, part gratitude, and then he was gone. The bell over the diner door gave a cheerful jingle, at odds with the knot tightening in her stomach. She waited until she couldn't see the Impala anymore before she let out a shaky breath. Alone now, the splintered edge of the table still bore the print of her hand. She stared at it, heart thudding too hard, too loud. She hadn't meant to do that. She never meant to, but it kept happening in little ways at first. Broken bulbs, burned out outlets, water turning to steam in her palms. But now things were dying just by being near her. And the worst part? She didn't even know how to stop it. The books in front of her were useless. Old lore, half wrong and full of holes. Nothing about controlling magic that came unasked and unruly. Nothing about girls who were dangerous without trying to be. She should leave. She should run. It's what she used to do. Burn through a place, scorch the ground under her feet, and vanish before anything could fall apart completely. Before anyone could get close. Before anyone could see. But this time, someone might get hurt because of her. Someone who didn't deserve it. Someone who was already walking into danger steady, stubborn, and unaware that she might be the biggest threat in the room. Hallie clenched her jaw and slammed the book shut. Then another, and another. The spines cracked beneath her palms. Her hands shook, but she told herself it was the coffee. Too bitter, too old, sitting like acid in her veins. It wasn't the coffee. She reached for the ring. Middle finger. Always the middle. Like a promise or a warning. She slid it off slowly, the weight of it leaving a ghost behind on her skin. The symbol glinted faintly even in the dull diner light. A triangle, a circle, a line. The deathly hallows. The mark of legend. Of curse. Of inheritance. Of burden. She stared at it. Her chest felt tight. Her breath shallow. Then, with a sudden motion, she hurled it out the cracked diner window. It bounced once on the asphalt outside. A soft ping swallowed by the wind. Hallie closed her eyes. Waited for the emptiness. The lightness. The relief. But instead, a warmth bloomed in her pocket. Her eyes flew open. No. She reached in with a trembling hand. And there it was. Cold metal nestled against her fingertips. Familiar and inevitable. The ring. Back again. It always came back. She let out a scream, but only in her head. A silent, furious thing that scratched against her throat. Her lips stayed pressed tight. Her eyes burning with something halfway between grief and rage. The ring had never worn down. Never faded. Never changed. A deathly hallow doesn't wear away. And it never lets go. She was done waiting. The diner's clock ticked on like a slow funeral drum, and Dean still hadn't returned. The sun had dropped low behind the trees, shadows stretching long across the cracked sidewalk. A wind picked up, brushing against the windows like a whisper. Hallie stood. She didn't bother with her jacket. Not because she wasn't cold, but because her blood had already gone hot with nerves and frustration. Dean was not coming back. She stepped outside and headed toward the edge of town, walking fast but not running. She kept her head down, hood up. Just another girl out for a night stroll, right? But she felt it, that prickle between her shoulder blades. She looked once. Casual. Over her shoulder. Sheriff, of course. Walking just far enough behind to pretend it wasn't what it was. His radio wasn't even on. His hand stayed near his belt, like he was waiting for her to give him a reason. Hallie ducked between two buildings without hesitation. A sharp right. Back alley. Her boots sloshed through muddy gravel behind the diner. She put one hand on a rusted trash can and breathed in slow. The air shimmered, and then she was gone. The orchard greeted her like something out of a fever dream. Gnarled trees stretching overhead, tangled in moonlight. The leaves whispered secrets she didn't want to hear. She landed quietly between two apple trees, her boots stirring up fallen leaves and brittle grass. The orchard felt wrong. Not just magical. Not just haunted. Wrong. And worse, she wasn't alone. She crouched low, slipping behind a row of thick trunks, staying downwind. Voices floated toward her through the stillness, low and serious. 3 no for people.
locals.
She recognized one of them as the sheriff. Another was Scotty from the diner. They stood near the old root cellar built into the hillside, its heavy wooden door shut tight. She saw one of them slide a thick iron bar across it. Then padlocks. Two of them. A girl stood at the top of the steps. Emily, the niece. Her arms were folded across her chest, her face pale and drawn. Her eyes didn't meet anyone else's. The others were speaking in hushed tones, then split off in different directions. Lanterns flickered. A ritual? A check-in? She didn't know. Didn't care. She waited, not like before. Not helpless. This time she was ready. Only when their footsteps faded into the trees did she move. Quick and silent. She crossed the orchard floor and crouched behind the brush near the cellar entrance. Her fingers hovered just above the lock. She didn't touch it. She didn't need to. A whispered word. A flick of her fingers. Click. The lock fell. She opened the door slow and slipped inside. The cellar was cold and damp, stone pressing in from all sides. It smelled like old wood and something darker. Something rotting beneath the surface. Her boots made no sound on the steps. She turned the corner, and there he was, Dean, slumped against the far wall. Arms bound, lips split, still breathing, barely. Her magic curled, sharp and electric, ready to burn the world down. But instead, she crouched beside him, reached out, touched his face gently. A low groan escaped his throat as consciousness clawed its way back. One eye cracked open, gritty and unfocused. Shadows, dust, stone walls, and Hallie, kneeling beside him like she belonged there. Like this was just another day in the life, eyes sharp, expression unreadable, her fingers brushing a streak of grime from his jaw. Hallie? His voice was hoarse, cracked with disuse and confusion. She gave him a crooked smile, just enough to be annoying. Hey damsel. Dean blinked harder, trying to get the room and her face into focus. What? He sat up fast, a mistake. His skull throbbed in protest, the back of his head a mess of pain and dried sweat. He winced. She steadied him without asking, her hand a light pressure against his shoulder. You okay? She asked, low and quick. Define okay. He looked past her, the open door behind her, the old wood, rusted hinges, and the stairs leading up to freedom. His voice came rough. Told you to stay put. You also said back in an hour. We're both liars, apparently. Dean's mouth opened to argue, but he never got the chance. The cellar doors above slammed shut with a boom, with slamming into frame like the crack of a judge's gavel. Hallie jerked her head up. Bloody hell. Dean stared at the ceiling like it personally offended him. You were trying to rescue me, he muttered. She exhaled sharply. Clearly. He let his head fall back against the wall with a dull thunk. Well, good job, Evans. Now we're both appetizers. Hallie didn't respond. The silence crept back in thick, low, like the cellar itself was holding its breath. Hallie reached into her coat pocket without a word. Her fingers came back with a folded napkin slightly crumpled but still damp. She didn't look at him as she leaned in. Hold still. Dean's brow furrowed. What are you? She touched his lip. Just a dab, gentle, precise. The cool moisture of the napkin met the blood drying at the corner of his mouth. Dean flinched despite himself. It's not bad, she murmured. Just split. Must have caught one on the way down, he said, voice rough. Locals got surprisingly enthusiastic with the manhandling. Her eyes flicked up to his only briefly. You should see the other guy? Hallie.
I'm kidding.
She smiled. It was barely there, but it steadied something in her chest. Dean watched her work in silence for a moment. The way her brows furrowed in concentration. The gentle press of her fingers. The fact that she hadn't said a damn thing about her own bleeding palm or the bruise rising along her jaw. You okay? He asked. She didn't answer right away. Just folded the napkin and tucked it back in her coat. Her movements slow, deliberate. I was too cocky, she said finally, voice softer than he'd heard it in days. I thought I could slip in, outsmart them, break you out, and be halfway back to the diner before anyone noticed. Dean leaned his head back against the wall again, exhaling through his nose. Well, I hate to admit it, but you almost had me fooled. Almost. She didn't move away. Not entirely. She sat beside him, their shoulders nearly touching in the quiet. The only sounds were the occasional groan of wood, the faint whistle of wind through cracks in the frame above, and the steady, paired rhythm of their breathing. The silence stretched, long and uneven. Dean's body ached in places he hadn't even realized could ache. His wrists were raw from the rope, his ribs sore where someone had gotten a little too enthusiastic with a boot. But it wasn't the pain that had him off kilter. It was her, sitting there beside him like she belonged in this moment. Like it hadn't been sheer madness for her to follow him. Like she hadn't just crawled into a locked cellar in the middle of a sacrifice-happy town because she decided, what? That he was worth it? Dean cleared his throat. Most people would have run. Hallie didn't answer right away. She sat with her knees drawn up, arms resting over them, eyes fixed on the opposite wall. The cellar's dim light painted her in shadows and hard edges. But her voice, when it came, was quiet. Honest. I did. Once. Dean turned his head, just enough to see her better. I didn't just leave a bad school or a town that felt wrong, she said. I ran from a country, Britain, packed a bag and vanished because I thought if I stayed, I'd destroy everything around me. She ran a thumb over the bruise at her jaw absently, almost like she didn't feel it. But now, I think if I ran, I'd just be leaving a mess behind. And eventually someone else would have to clean it up. Dean watched her, really watched her. The way she picked at the edge of her sleeve, her fingers twitching like they had something they wanted to do but no permission to do it. You're not the cleaning up after others type, he said softly. Hallie shrugged. Maybe not. But I think I'm tired of being the one who makes the mess. There was another beat of silence. Dean let it sit. You know, he said finally, you surprise me. That got a faint twitch of a smile from her. Is that a good thing or a bad one? I haven't decided yet. Hallie snorted softly, but the sound didn't reach her eyes. Dean nudged her shoulder gently with his own. Hey, she looked over. You're not alone in this, he said. Whatever you're carrying, however bad it feels, you don't have to hold it by yourself. Her gaze lingered on him. Not skeptical, not amused, just quiet, vulnerable. That's a dangerous thing to say to someone like me. Dean raised an eyebrow. Someone like you? She hesitated. Just a second too long. Then, almost too softly. Someone who breaks things. Dean's throat tightened. He reached across, slow, and took her hand in his. Just held it. Nothing fancy. Nothing big. It was warm, steady. So do I, he said. But I still try to fix what I can. Hallie didn't pull away. She just breathed in. Shaky. Like something in her chest had loosened for the first time in a long while. And Dean? Dean didn't say another word. Because this silence between them was finally the kind he could live with. Dean sat in the dim, musty dark, Hallie's hand still warm in his. His thumb brushed the edge of her knuckles. Not on purpose, but not by accident either. They hadn't moved since their last words. The silence had softened, become something closer to trust. But his mind wasn't quiet. Not completely. Dean cleared his throat, still staring at the opposite wall. Can I ask you something? Hallie's fingers stilled in his. Sure. This is gonna sound weird. She glanced at him. You're a man who's been hunted by scarecrow gods. Your baseline for weird is skewed. That got a quiet chuckle out of him. Then, more seriously, that night. The sewer. You were terrified. Hallie's smile faltered. Just a flicker. Yeah, she said, voice low. Dean finally looked at her. Really looked at her shadows casting sharp angles over her cheekbones. A bruise darkening just beneath one eye. I've seen people freeze up, he said. Hell, I've frozen up. But it was different. Like your body was fighting you. Hallie didn't say anything. Her jaw flexed once. Then again. You're not that girl now, Dean added softer. You're calm. You broke into a locked cellar to drag me out. He ran a hand through his hair. I guess I'm trying to figure out which one is you. For a long moment she didn't speak. Then, finally, you had a gun pointed at my head. Dean blinked. It wasn't just the shapeshifter, she said, quietly but firmly. It was you. It was Sam. You were pointing weapons at me and asking if I was real. I didn't even have time to breathe before you were deciding whether I lived or died. Dean's breath caught. The memory hit sharper now. The gun in his hand. Her shaking in the dark. Sam's voice trying to hold them together. Her tears. I thought you were the shifter, he said lamely. I know. But knowing and feeling aren't the same thing. Dean's voice dropped. You were scared of us. Her eyes met his. I still am. That landed. Heavy. Dean looked away, the weight of her words settling into his chest. He didn't know what stung worse. That he'd scared her, or that she wasn't wrong to be scared. I didn't want you to see me like that, she said after a moment. Crying on the floor, covered in blood and filth, begging for my life. I hated it, but I needed it to work. Dean turned to face her again. You played us. I survived you, she corrected. He let out a slow breath. Fair. The words sat between them, heavy. But something had shifted. Not just the air. Not just the silence. Him. His voice, when it came again, was lower. Calmer, but no less pointed. So you knew? Hallie's eyes didn't lift from the floor. She stilled. Dean said, his tone edged with something harder now. It wasn't the first time you seen monsters. She didn't answer. He leaned in slightly, studying her like a puzzle with pieces that didn't fit. How long have you known? Still nothing. Hallie. She looked up and he saw it. Not guilt. Not fear. Hesitation. Then, from above, the cellar door groaned. Wood scraped. Metal clicked. The moment shattered. Hallie's mouth opened, like she was finally going to give it to him, the truth or part of it. But the light spilled in, and footsteps thundered on the stairs. Dean turned, every muscle tensing. Hallie's fingers curled into fists at her sides. Too late. Whatever she was about to say was gone, and Dean wasn't sure which pissed him off more. The interruption, or how badly he wanted to know. Lantern light spilled down. Then came the townspeople. No chanting. No hoots. Just plain faces. Quiet ones. The kind who could hand you pie in the morning and tie you to a tree by nightfall. Harley led. Emily followed, her expression a mask she clearly hadn't worn long enough to make it fit. She wouldn't look at them. That hurt more than it should. Then came Scotty. And Stacy. And the sheriff. Don't. Dean warned. The second one of them stepped forward. His voice was a snarl before they even touched her. Don't touch her. They hesitated. But only for a moment. A man with thick hands reached for Hallie's arm, and Dean exploded against the ropes like he could tear through them with fury alone. I said don't touch her. They didn't listen. Hallie flinched as one of them grabbed her by the elbow. Tight. Bruising. Get your goddamn hands off her. Dean barked, his voice hoarse, desperate. You want me? Fine. Take me. Just leave her the hell out of it. Hallie's heart twisted. Not because she needed the help, but because she didn't know what to do with someone who offered it so freely. She could have burned them all down, but she let them pull her up instead, because Dean was still watching her, because his eyes said please don't fight them, because even tied up and helpless, he was trying to protect her. And maybe just this once she'd let someone. They were dragged through the orchard. The trees felt hungrier now. Closer. They stopped in a clearing. 2 trees, bare and scarred, waited like executioners. They shoved Dean first. He stumbled, caught himself. But when they reached for her again, he roared. I said don't touch her. Not again, you son of a dash. The sheriff didn't even flinch. He swung the butt of his rifle hard. It cracked against Dean's ribs with a sick, dull thud. Dean grunted, stumbled. One knee hitting the earth, arm still twisted behind him where they tied his wrists too tight. And something in Hallie twisted with him. She wasn't used to this. The way someone else's pain could hook into her like that. Like her chest was suddenly hollow and full all at once. It didn't make sense. He was a hunter. He should have let them take her and figured it out later. Or used the distraction to escape. That was the smart play. But Dean Winchester never played smart when it came to other people getting hurt. Especially her. You didn't have to do that, she said, voice low, tight. Dean looked up at her, lip bloody, chest heaving. They put hands on you, he growled, like that explained everything. And maybe, somehow, it did. Hallie looked away. Not because she was ashamed, but because she didn't know what to do with the way her throat had gone tight. The way the ground beneath her feet felt suddenly too fragile. She'd spent so long keeping people at a distance, pushing, lying, vanishing, because getting close meant breaking things, or being broken. But this man, bound, bruised, cursing her name half the time, had thrown himself between her and danger like it was muscle memory. Like protecting her came easier than breathing. And worse, part of her liked it, which was insane, because she didn't need saving. She never had. But standing there, hands rough on her arms, bark biting into her back, watching Dean get to his feet like he could still fight every one of them with nothing but rage and duct tape holding him together, Hallie felt something she hadn't in a long time. Safe. Just for a second. Passed quickly. But she felt it. The sheriff barked something about tradition. Stacy began mumbling a prayer. Dean's jaw clenched. His voice came out in a rasp, broken and furious. I hope your damn pie's worth it. The orchard swallowed the townspeople like a mouth snapping shut. Their lanterns disappeared one by one into the trees, and with them went the dull scrape of boots and murmured prayers to a god Dean didn't think gave a damn about any of them. Then came silence. Not the peaceful kind. The kind that presses down. Dean's ribs ached from the hit. Each breath came tight, raw, like his lungs were full of splinters. The bark behind him was rough against his jacket, and his wrists throbbed where the ropes bit in. He shifted, testing them. Too tight, too practiced. Whoever tied him had done it before. To his left, Hallie hadn't moved. She was still bound, still upright, still impossibly calm. Her profile caught the faint moonlight filtering between the branches. Jaw set, mouth flat, eyes fixed straight ahead. It unnerved him sometimes, how still she could get, like she was built for moments like this. Dean swallowed the blood in his mouth and turned his eyes forward. That's when he heard it. A step. Not loud. Just deliberate. Crunch. Another. Closer. The clearing had gone cold, and Dean could feel the air shift, heavy and wrong. Then he saw it. Emerging from the tree line with terrible patience came the scarecrow, same flannel shirt, same stitched face, same rusted sickle hanging from its straw-stuffed hand. Only now it was moving with a purpose Dean didn't want to understand. The thing didn't lurch, didn't limp. It walked, like it had somewhere to be, like it had waited long enough. Dean's breath came shallow. His pulse ticked faster. He yanked against the ropes, teeth gritted. Come on. Nothing. The knots held. Hallie, he hissed. She didn't reply. Of course she didn't. She was watching it too. Her whole body tense. Head slightly tilted like she was listening to something just beneath the surface of the world. The scarecrow stepped into the clearing fully now. 10 feet away. Close enough Dean could hear the rustle of its limbs, the dry creak of leather boots on dirt. Then it stopped. Right between them. Dean's eyes locked onto the thing's blank burlap face. Its button eyes caught the moonlight like insects, dead and shining. Tilted its head. Then it looked at her. Not him. Her. And something shifted. The thing's entire frame jerked. Not like it was startled, like it was repelled. A twitch of hesitation. Then another step back. Another. Dean blinked. What the hell? He whispered. The scarecrow didn't charge. Didn't swing. Turned. And it ran. Straight back into the trees, vanishing into the orchard like it couldn't get away fast enough. Dean sat frozen, breath harsh in his ears. The ropes still held. The pain in his ribs still pulsed like a drumbeat, steady and low. But none of it explained what he'd just seen. What the hell? He said again, louder now. Not because he expected an answer, but because the silence was getting too damn loud. From his left, a voice answered anyway. That was weird, Hallie muttered, breathless. She was on her feet. Dean's head snapped to the side. She was standing, free. Her arms hung at her sides, fingers twitching faintly like they weren't sure what to do now. Her hair was wild from the scuffle, eyes wide but unreadable. You? Dean's voice broke off. How did you dash? I cut the rope, she said simply. She moved toward him, crouching fast and quiet, like she'd done this before. Maybe she had. Maybe a lot of things about her didn't fit the story she'd been telling. A sharp-edged stone flashed between her fingers, small, jagged, dark with sap. He hadn't seen her pick it up, hadn't even heard her move. But now it was slicing through the ropes at his wrists like it had a personal vendetta. The rope gave with a rough snap, fraying like old tendon. Dean flexed his wrists on instinct, the skin raw and burning. He didn't take his eyes off her. That scarecrow looked like it wanted to eat me for breakfast, he muttered, voice rough. And then it saw you and bolted like a damn rabbit. You gonna tell me why? Maybe it's afraid of strong women, she said lightly. Dean huffed. Yeah. Or maybe it saw something worse. The last rope fell away. Dean pulled his legs in and stood, slow but steady, hand bracing against the trunk. Hallie straightened too, tossing the bloodied stone aside with a soft thunk. Her fingers twitched again, that same quiet, involuntary pulse like something wanted out and she was holding it back. Dean took a step toward her. Seriously, Hallie, he said, voice lower now. That thing didn't just back off. It ran. You want to explain that? Hallie's jaw tensed, just slightly. Her eyes flicked toward the dark where the scarecrow had vanished. Then back to Dean. I don't know, Dean. I don't know what's going on, she said, and her voice was steady, but barely. Dean didn't buy it. You've got monsters flinching like you're their goddamn boogeyman. We need to torch that tree. I know. Look, Dean, I wish I knew. Maybe it wasn't about me. Maybe it saw something? Let's just finish this and get out of here. I don't know, Dean. I don't know what's going on, she said. Her voice was steady, but only just. Dean didn't buy it. Not for a second. You've got monsters flinching like you're their goddamn boogeyman. Hallie didn't look at him, just stared out into the dark orchard, where the scarecrow had vanished like it couldn't get away fast enough. We need to torch that tree, she said instead. Dean's jaw clenched. I know. She finally turned, eyes sharp but unreadable. Look, I wish I knew. I do. Maybe it wasn't about me. Maybe it saw something else. Maybe it was the timing, the moon, the wind, pick your omen. But it looked at you. Then it should have kept looking. She snapped and just as quickly reined it back. Let's just finish this, Dean. We burn the tree. We end this. And then we get the hell out of here. He studied her for a beat longer. The tension in her shoulders, the set of her jaw, the way her fingers wouldn't stop flexing like something inside her was crawling to get out. Yeah, he said finally. Let's finish it. She didn't wait for him to follow, but he did. The car smelled like burnt leaves and gasoline. Hallie sat curled in the back seat, her knees drawn up, coat wrapped too tightly around herself. Her cheek pressed to the window, but the cold didn't soothe her. It just reminded her she was still here, still solid, still real. Somehow, the orchard was miles behind them now. The fire had taken the tree, but nothing had taken the feeling out of her chest. The sensation that something inside her had opened, and something ancient had looked inside and fled. The scarecrow had looked at her. Not Dean, not the fire, her, and it ran. She hadn't said a word since. She couldn't. Dean was up front, quiet, battered, ribs probably bruised. Sam was driving. They were talking low about the road, about the tree, maybe about the townspeople. She couldn't follow. She felt like she was underwater, not drowning, floating, detached. Her fingers wouldn't stop twitching. She tucked her hands under her thighs. Maybe they wouldn't notice. Maybe if she stayed very still, very small, she wouldn't leak any more of whatever it was that had made the Vempire god run. She blinked. The tears came fast. Hot. One slipped down her cheek. Then another. She pressed her lips together. Tried not to make a sound. Dean turned. She could feel him looking. Hallie? He said low, careful. She didn't answer. He shifted in his seat, the leather creaking. You okay? A stupid question. The kind people asked when they didn't know what else to say. She wanted to laugh. Instead, her throat clenched and a sound escaped. Not quite a sob, but close enough. No. Chapter End Notes. Hope you liked it. Please share any ideas. 2 hearts. Thanks for reading. Chapter 10. Chapter Notes. Please tell me your thoughts. I am writing this because I love reading comments. See the end of the chapter 4. The diner was quiet, the kind of quiet that only happened in the middle of a downpour. Rain smacked the windows like it was trying to get in, and thunder rolled low across the sky like a threat. They pulled into the lot on instinct, too tired to fight the storm. Dean grumbled something about terrible coffee. Sam made a joke that didn't land, and Hallie mumbled an excuse and slipped away before either of them could ask. The bathroom reeked faintly of bleach and something older. The sink was chipped, rusted at the edges. She didn't care. She dropped her bag onto the porcelain and unzipped it with fingers that barely felt like hers. The mirror was wrapped in cloth, protected from scratches and dust, not from dread. She unwrapped it. Her reflection stared back pale, hollow-eyed, bloodshot. Her curls were damp, clinging to her face, and her coat dripped steadily onto the tiles. She looked like a ghost that hadn't figured out she was dead yet. She held the mirror with both hands. It was small, not much bigger than a makeup compact, but the weight of it pulled at her like gravity. A breath, then a whisper. Hermione. The surface shimmered, and there she was, curls wild with sleep, wrapped in a blanket, blinking hard into the glass. The familiar London skyline twinkled faintly behind her. Bugger, Hermione muttered, rubbing her face. It's the middle of the bloody night. Hello. Her expression changed instantly. Gone was the sleepy irritation. In its place, concern. Sharp and immediate. You look like hell, Hermione said softly. Hallie laughed, or tried to. Came out as a choked noise. She wiped at her face with the back of her sleeve. I forgot about the time difference, she murmured. I'm sorry. Don't be stupid. What's happened? What's wrong? Hallie gripped the mirror tighter. It's getting worse, she whispered. Hermione, I can't control it. I'm killing things. Birds, grass, trees. I just walk by and they wither. I can't stop it. I can't hold it in. Her voice cracked. I don't want this. Tears slipped down her cheeks. She didn't wipe them away. There was a hunt. A Vanir old god, pagan, blood sacrifices and all. It took one look at me and ran. Dean was tied up, bleeding. Sam wasn't there. And this thing, this monster we weren't even sure we could kill. It looked at me like it saw something worse. Her breath came out in a shudder. I scare monsters now, Hermione. Good. What? They run, that means you are opposite of what they are. You keep trying to cage it. Shove it into a box. Make it behave. But this isn't normal magic, Hallie. It isn't meant to be tidy. You're the master of death. Don't say that. Her breath came out in a shudder. I scare monsters now, Hermione. Good. Hallie blinked. What? They run, Hermione said, her voice calm but resolute. That means you're the opposite of what they are. Hallie let out a hollow laugh. Or it means I'm worse. No, Hermione replied without missing a beat. It means they recognize something they can't control. Something that doesn't bend to their rules. That's not evil, Hallie. That's power. Hallie wrapped her arms around herself, the damp fabric of her coat sticking to her skin like ivy. Then why does it feel like I'm drowning in it? Hermione leaned closer in the mirror, curls wild around her face. Because you keep trying to cage it. Shove it into a box. Make it behave. But this isn't normal magic, Hallie. It isn't meant to be tidy. You're the master of death. Don't say that. The words snapped out of her, sharp and scared. Her hands tightened on the sink, knuckles white. Hermione didn't flinch. You are. The ring chose you. The power clings to you. This isn't some dark curse you stumbled into, Hallie. It's a truth you've been refusing to look at since the day it started. What am I supposed to do? Hallie asked, her voice cracking. Release it and kill whatever? Hermione didn't hesitate. You're the master of death, she said quietly. That doesn't mean you have to kill. It means you get to choose what lives. Hallie stared into the mirror, the breath caught in her chest. Then, after a beat, when did you become so wise? Hermione smiled, tired, lopsided, and deeply familiar. Teaching 11-year-olds does that to you. You learn a lot about power when you're constantly handing it to people too young to know what it is. Hallie let out a breath. It wasn't quite a laugh, but it wasn't nothing either. Just promise me something, Hermione said, and her voice dropped, all trace of humor gone. You'll accept it. Hallie's expression tightened. I mean it, Hermione pressed gently. Start by using the Elder Wand. The wand you're carrying, it's not yours anymore. It hasn't been for a while. Hallie looked down at her bag, where her wand was tucked deep inside. The thought of switching it out made her stomach turn. I don't want to draw attention, she said. You already are, Hermione said. The magic knows. The wand does too. Stop trying to hide from something that's woven into your blood. Hallie didn't reply. The diner smelled like scorched grease and burnt coffee, with a low hum of flickering fluorescence that made Dean's skin itch. Rain tapped slow and steady against the windows, soft as fingers drumming out some old, forgotten rhythm. It had been pouring for hours. The whole place felt waterlogged, like the outside had seeped in. Dean sat hunched in the booth, one boot planted sideways against the leg of the table, his burger half forgotten in his hands. Across from him, Sam stabbed at a sad-looking salad like it might suddenly turn interesting if he stared hard enough. Dean didn't say anything right away. His eyes kept drifting toward the back hallway, where Hallie had disappeared a few minutes earlier. She'd said she needed to wash her face. No big deal. No reason to think anything of it. Except, she moved like someone walking through a minefield. Always had. I'm telling you, Sam said suddenly, his voice low but firm. It's gotta be something else. Dean blinked, dragged his eyes back to the table. Something else? He echoed. Sam nodded, chewing like the lettuce personally offended him. The Vonner thing. That wasn't her. It doesn't make sense. Dean said nothing. Unless she's possessed, Sam went on, and I really don't think she is. There's no way that thing ran because of her. Dean took a slow bite of his burger. Chewed. Swallowed. She said she faked it, he said flatly. Sam looked up. What? Dean leaned back against the booth, arms folded across his chest. The fake leather squeaked under his shoulder. In the sewers, he said. Back in St. Louis. She looked like she was seconds from a breakdown. But after the demon case, after the shapeshifter, she was cool. Calm. Too calm. So I asked her, and she told me she faked it. Said it was because we had our guns on her. Sam paused, then gave a half shrug. Well, it worked. Yeah, Dean muttered. It worked, but it hadn't sat right. Not then. And sure as hell not now. He could still remember the look in her eyes that night wide, glassy, terrified. And now knowing she'd faked that, pulled it off that convincingly, that kind of control wasn't just impressive, it was calculated. It had gotten under his skin. Still was. She lied, Dean said quietly. And it got me thinking. Dean, what else is she lying about? Sam exhaled, pinching the bridge of his nose like he knew exactly where this was headed. You're thinking too hard about this. Am I? Dean's fingers tapped once against the tabletop. His silver ring hit the fake wood with a quiet clink. So the Vonner just ran from a random girl for no reason? Sam gave a tired shrug. Maybe it was the ritual. Maybe it was the setting. Maybe it was the moon, I don't know. Dean let out a short, humorless snort. Yeah. Maybe it wanted a bigger offering. She's 5 foot nothing soaking wet. Maybe it was holding out for someone with longer legs. Sam shot him a flat look. You really think cracking short jokes is gonna help? I think we don't know anything about her, Dean said. And I think something made a god-level freak turn tail and bolt the second it saw her. Sam was silent. Dean's gaze drifted to the sugar shaker, unfocused. I'm not saying she's bad, he said, more quietly now. But something about her doesn't add up. She doesn't flinch when she should. She walks into crap that should make people scream, and she just takes it. A pause. She doesn't get scared, he said. She pretends to. Sam's voice was cautious now. You don't think I'd notice if something was wrong? Dean met his eyes. You don't want to notice. That landed. Sam looked away. So what? He asked after a beat. You want to test her? Dean nodded once, slowly. Not a trap, he said. Just quiet, careful. Silver, holy water, iron. The basics, just to be sure. He left out the rest, the part where he needed to be sure. Because even after all this, some part of him still wanted to trust her. Needed to, which of course made him even more suspicious. The diner lights buzzed. Faint, flickering. One of them above their booth made that high-pitched whine. The kind you could only hear if you were tired enough for it to crawl under your skin. Dean sat hunched in the booth, thumb tapping against his coffee mug, watching the rain streak down the windows like the sky couldn't make up its mind. Then the bathroom door opened. He looked up. Hallie walked out like nothing was wrong, which in his experience usually meant something was. Hair tied back now, curls still a little damp at the edges. Her sleeves were pushed up like she'd scrubbed her hands too hard and didn't want to touch anything. She slid into the booth next to Sam. Didn't say a word. Just kind of folded in. She had that way of taking up as little space as possible, elbows in, eyes down. Like if she moved too fast, she'd shatter. Dean wanted to ask if she was okay. Instead, he reached for the coffee pot. Then came the waiter. Too much cologne. Too much smiling. Back already? The guy said, grinning like he knew her. Was starting to think you ditched. Dean blinked. Ditched? I went to the bathroom, Hallie said, dry. Yeah, well, guess that's what I get for thinking you'd ghost me before ordering. Dean didn't say anything. Didn't have to. His stare did most of the work. I'll have the cinnamon French toast, Hallie said. Still looking at the table. Extra whipped cream. Side of pickles. Chocolate milkshake. Dean glanced at her, brow raised. Sam looked mildly concerned. The waiter blinked. Right. I'll go ring that up. He lingered a second too long. Dean shifted his shoulders. Just a little. The guy left. Hallie didn't even blink. Pickles? Sam asked after a beat. I'm in the mood, she murmured. Like that explained anything. Dean didn't push. He just poured her coffee and set the mug in front of her. Holy water on the rim. Barely a trace. Enough to tell him something. She took a sip, eyes still on the table.
No flinch. No sizzle.
No reaction at all. He watched her fingers wrap around the mug. Pale steady. Too steady. She reached for the fork he had replaced earlier. Twirled it once in her hand like she wasn't thinking about it. Still nothing. Dean leaned back. She passed 2 out of 3. He leaned back. Tried to act like he wasn't watching her. Like his fingers hadn't curled slightly in anticipation the second she reached for the fork. She'd passed the tests. No hissing holy water, no iron burn. No twitch when her hand brushed the rim of that mug or when she picked up the iron utensil like it was any other fork. He should have felt better. He didn't. Then, without warning, she reached across the table. Dean didn't register it right away. Just felt the sudden warmth of her skin against his. Her hand slipped over his palm to palm, gentle. Slow. She didn't squeeze. Didn't hesitate. She just took his hand. Turned it, carefully. Like she was curious about something and didn't want to break it. Dean went still. Her hand looked wrong in his. Not bad. Just small. Like he'd wrapped these hands around shotguns, around throats, around friends bleeding out on the ground. Her fingers didn't belong there. But they fit anyway. That's what messed him up. She traced the edge of his silver ring with her thumb, soft and steady. You wear this all the time, she said. Not really a question. Yeah. His voice came out quiet. Rough. He didn't clear his throat. She didn't look up. Just kept her thumb circling the band like she was reading something in it. Like it told her more than he ever had. Are you secretly married? She asked, just low enough that it didn't sound like a joke. But also didn't sound like she needed an answer. Dean blinked. Something in his chest jerked sideways. I use it to open bottles, he said flatly. She huffed. That almost laugh she did when she was amused but didn't want to admit it. Her fingers lingered another moment, then slid away. She didn't press. Didn't tease. Just let it drop and turned back to her coffee. Dean looked at the ring still sitting heavy on his finger. Dean didn't say anything. Just stared at his palm like it might explain why it still felt like she was there. She'd gone right back to sipping her coffee calm, unreadable, like she hadn't just appended something he wasn't ready to name. Sam took another sip of his drink, leaned back in the booth just slightly. Then, offhand, funny how people get closer during trust exercises. Dean froze, didn't move, didn't blink, just stared harder at his napkin like it was about to start a fight. Dean didn't answer, didn't trust himself to, just stared at the diner napkin dispenser like it had personally offended him. Hallie didn't look up, didn't even flinch. The words hadn't been meant for her anyway. Before the silence could stretch too long, the waiter reappeared, arms full of food and an expression like he wasn't sure whether to be impressed or horrified. All right, he said, unloading the plate in front of Hallie. French toast, extra whipped cream, side of pickles, chocolate milkshake. He hesitated. You want the pickles on the plate or? On the plate's fine, Hallie said without missing a beat. Dean stared. There were at least 4 whole pickles stacked next to the syrup-drenched French toast like it was perfectly normal. The whipped cream towered over everything like a dessert monument to chaos. She picked up her fork like nothing was wrong in the world. Sam blinked once. You gonna eat that all together? I'm not a monster, Hallie said. I'll rotate. Dean let out a sound halfway between a laugh and a groan, and rubbed his hand under the table. Still warm, still too aware. Sam glanced at him, not smiling, just watching. Dean didn't meet his eyes. The motel room smelled like damp air, old wood, and whatever Dean had spilled in the kitchenette 2 nights ago. The lights flickered faintly, like the wiring behind the walls had given up trying to do anything reliably. A half-crushed bag of chips leaned against a stack of books Sam had left behind. One boot kicked under the dresser, the other beside a rumpled towel on the floor. Dean's jacket was draped over the chair, still holding the shape of his shoulders. Hallie sat cross-legged on the bed, the elder wand resting lightly in her hand. She wasn't thinking about power. Not really. She was thinking about control. The wand lifted a pen off the nightstand with no resistance.
No tremble.
No need for a spell said aloud. It rose like it had been waiting for her to want it. Her old wand would have made a point of hesitating, just long enough to let her know it had opinions. This one didn't. It moved like it already knew the end of the sentence. She flicked her wrist. The motel table shuddered, legs buckling. Then, with a low pop and a strange folding sound, it squealed. Loud. A pig stood where the table had been. Brown. Squat. One ear a little off. It snorted once and looked around like it had questions. Hallie didn't react. She just watched it breathe. Better, she muttered. Another flick cleaner this time. The pig folded inward like collapsing paper. The laminate shimmer returned, and the table was back. Slightly glossier, still ugly. The wand didn't hum. It didn't glow. It just waited, obedient and still. She tried something else. The lamp vanished with a quiet snap, reappeared upside down in the dresser drawer. She exhaled, long and slow. So this is what it felt like, what the wand meant when it didn't resist. It wasn't about strength. It was about ease. She didn't feel like a master. That word still sat wrong in her chest, like a title she borrowed but never earned. But the wand kept listening, and that somehow was worse. She lowered it to her lap, fingers tracing the worn wood. Around her, the clutter of 2 hunters filled the room, jackets, books, weapons, open bags, forgotten food. The kind of mess people leave when they expect to be back in an hour. The phone buzzed once beside her. She looked.
Sam.
She answered fast. Yeah. His voice came cracked and frantic. We're at the hospital. Dean, he's in VFib. His heart stopped. They're trying to bring him back, Hallie. He's not. Her breath caught. It wasn't a gasp. Not out loud. But it hit, like someone had slammed something cold into her chest. No, she said. Quiet, sharp. No, what do you mean? What do you mean his heart? She stood too fast. The phone nearly slipped. She caught it in one hand, the wand still in the other. Her legs felt wrong. The bed too far behind her. The floor too thin.
Sam.
Her voice cracked. Is he? They're still trying, he said. I don't know, I don't. The call was still going. His voice kept talking, but the words weren't landing anymore. The room was suddenly too quiet, too still. Which hospital? Sam said something and she parroted. Chapter End notes. Thanks for reading. Don't forget to leave a comment, 2 hearts. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. The lights buzzed above him, too bright for the dull ache spreading behind his eyes. Dean blinked against them, slow. The ceiling didn't move. The walls were beige, not flames, so that was something. But he could hear machines, one steady beep, one softer hiss. For in his arm, oxygen clipped to his nose. He shifted and instantly regretted it. Every inch of his chest felt wrong. Heavy. Burned from the inside. Dean, Sam's voice said. He sounded too close. Too relieved. Dean turned his head. Found his brother half standing, half hovering next to the bed. You with me? Dean grunted. You sound like a bad cop show. Sam let out something that might have been a laugh, but his eyes didn't match it. What happened? Dean rasped.
Sam hesitated.
Dean stared. Rawhead, Sam said finally. You got electrocuted. Dean squinted. Came back in fragments. The water. The kid. The spark. They get it?
Yeah.
I finished it. Dean nodded once. Slow. Good. There was a pause. Dean could feel it, like static in the air. So he said, voice raw. How bad? Sam's mouth opened. Closed. Don't lie. They're saying the damage is... Sam's voice cracked. Severe. The doctor said it's your heart. That it won't last. Dean stared at the ceiling for a second. Well, he said, that sucks. Dean. He turned his head again. Sam looked like he hadn't sat down since they brought him in. They said there's nothing more they can do, Sam said. But we're not done. Dean didn't answer. We've come back from worse. Sam went on, quieter now. I'm gonna find something. Yeah. Dean's voice barely carried. Like what? A miracle. Sam didn't blink. If that's what it takes. Dean let his eyes close. Not because he gave up. Because if Sam was serious, if Sam was already looking, then maybe there was still time. Even if the clock was ticking. The door opened like someone had yanked it too hard. Then remembered to be careful. Hallie stepped in. Her jacket was still wet at the sleeves. One boot squeaked against the tile. She looked like she hadn't stopped moving since the call. Her eyes landed on him, then flicked away. Not to the machines, not to Sam, but to the far corner of the room. Dean followed her gaze. Saw nothing. She stared for half a second too long. Then blinked, cleared her throat, and looked back at him like nothing had happened. You look like shit, she said. Dean smirked. You always this charming? Or is it a near-death exclusive? She stepped closer. Only for guys who decide to tank a rawhead without me. You weren't exactly nearby. I was 5 minutes away, she said. You could have waited. I figured you'd be madder if I let the kid die. I'm mad anyway, she muttered. She moved to the four-pump. Squinted. Wrinkled her nose. Underloaded, she said. And whoever taped that line needs to be fired. Dean raised an eyebrow. You a doctor now? Pre-med, Sam said, leaning against the wall. Back at Stanford. Dean blinked. Really? She crossed her arms. Still hadn't sat down. Still hadn't smiled. Dean watched her fingers. They were clenching at the hem of her sleeve. You all right? He asked. I'm not the one flatlining on a Tuesday. That's not a no. She glanced at him, finally. And for just a second, just long enough to count, he saw it. The fear. The sharp, quiet panic. Then it was gone. I'm fine, she said. But next time you pull this crap, I'm hitting you with the crash cart myself. Dean huffed a breath. I'll try to schedule it. She finally sat down carefully, like the chair might disappear under her, and said nothing else. She dialed before she could talk herself out of it. She saw the Reaper in the hospital room, told her to leave. The thing bowed, then disappeared. Her fingers were shaking. The phone almost slipped twice. Dean's jacket was still where he left it, draped over the motel chair like he was coming back any second. But he wasn't. Not unless she figured out something fast. The phone rang twice before it picked up. Hallie, came the voice smooth, clipped, and too awake for someone supposedly 4 hours ahead. Do you know what time it is? No, she said. But I know you don't sleep like a normal person. True. A pause. And do you know how expensive international calls are? You can afford it. Still rude. She swallowed. I need help. A sigh. Is it cursed object, self-inflicted trauma, or catastrophic lapse in judgment this time? It's not me. Well, that's new. It's a friend. A magical friend? She hesitated. Not exactly. A beat. Oh, Merlin. It's a muggle. Yeah. Why are you like this? Draco. I am not a hotline for muggle emergencies, he said, voice rising half a tone. There are literal poisonings I'd rather handle. He was electrocuted. His heart stopped. They revived him. Barely. He's not stabilizing. Gross. Draco. I mean it. Muggles are squishy. You shake them too hard and they die. It's horrifying.
I'm aware.
Another sigh, theatrical this time. She could hear him standing. Papers moving. glass clinking faintly. Aren't you a healer? He said. My brain's not working. Again? Draco.
Fine.
His voice sharpened. Vitals? Mechanical support. No rhythm on his own. Machines keeping him alive. So no direct spell work. Obviously. I figured. You figured. He muttered something about amateurs under his breath. Do you still have that little red notebook I gave you? I still have the cover. The pages are chaos. Charming. Page 12, if it hasn't been sacrificed to your terrible handwriting. Grey root, star petal, 2 drops of ice marrow. 2? Do not try 3. You'll liquefy his kidneys. She was already grabbing for her pen. Binder? Vodka if you must. Nothing peaty if you screw up the absorption rate. I'm not sending flowers. She scratched down the notes, legs bouncing under the table. And you'll have to anchor it, he added. Of course I will. Through yourself. She stilled. That'll make me sleep. Yes, well, he's not the one brewing it, is he? She didn't say anything for a second. You like him, Draco said. She didn't dignify it with an answer. He let her silence hang. Then, quieter and somehow more irritating. I can't believe you're dating a muggle. I'm not dating him. You're doing all this for someone you're not dating? Draco, he sighed. You Gryffindors are exhausting. He shouldn't be walking. He knew that halfway through Block 2, when the wind knifed into his chest and his legs started to go glassy. By Block 5, he was leaning hard into every street lamp like it might decide to catch him. But the thought of dying in that sterile, humming hospital room, machines doing all the work, nurses not meeting his eye, was worse than anything his body could throw at him. So he left, and now he was here. Motel door. Rain-soaked porch. Weak-ass knock. It opened like someone had been standing just behind it. Sam. Eyes wide. Hair a mess. Mouth already open. Dean, what the hell? Dean swayed forward with a lopsided smile. Miss me? You what you left the ICU? Felt like a ghost town. I didn't like the company. He pushed past Sam before his knees gave out. The room spun once. He let it. Hallie was there, standing by the table. Not moving. Her jaw was tight, her arms crossed, not defensively, but to keep them from doing something louder. She didn't say a word, just stared. Dean saw the way her eyes flicked over him, every inch, top to bottom, taking stock. He saw the moment her throat worked, like she was swallowing something she didn't want him to see. Then she moved. No yelling, no lecture, just her hand at his arm, guiding him toward the bed with sharp, silent efficiency. Dean didn't resist. He let her take the weight, let her steer. The mattress groaned under him like it was surprised. You're a goddamn idiot, Sam muttered behind them. Dean exhaled. You're just figuring that out now? I found someone, Sam went on. Doctor. Sort of. Low profile. Not like normal. Dean raised an eyebrow. What's that mean? Not covered by insurance? He helps people, Sam said. That's all I care about. Dean didn't answer. His chest felt like it had a fist closed around it. Hallie walked away before he could say anything else. She went to her bag, pulled something out, moved to the motel kitchenette without looking back. Dean let his eyes close for half a second. Everything ached. Then she returned, pressed a mug into his hand. Steam curled up, smelled wrong, like pine needles, and garlic, and maybe old socks. He looked up. This smells like something you'd clean paintbrushes with. Drink it. He sniffed it again. Wretched. This a test? Hallie didn't flinch. It's a family recipe. Your family okay? No. Dean gave her a sideways look. You always this warm and nurturing? She didn't blink. Drink it, Dean. He took a sip, and gagged. It was bitter, sharp, like if earthworms made tea. He choked down the swallow and looked up with watery eyes. Jesus, you hate me. Hallie crossed her arms. Keep drinking. I just came back from the dead, you know. Exactly. He made a noise, something between a groan and a laugh, then took another sip. Worse than the first, but she was still standing there, watching. Not smug, not sweet, just waiting, like she needed him to finish it. And weirdly, he wanted to, so he drank, slowly, grimacing, and for the first time since his heart had stopped, something warm settled in his chest. It wasn't the drink. Not really. It burned going down, left a bitter trace like bark and bad decisions, and his stomach rolled more than once like it was filing a formal complaint. But there was heat in it. Not just physical, something else. Something stubborn. And it stuck. Settled low in his chest and didn't move. Dean glanced down at the mug in his hands. No label. No fancy name. Just something she'd made in a motel kitchenette, in a dented pan, with hands that never once shook. He looked at her, still standing, still arms crossed, still watching him like she was waiting for a reason to come closer or pull away, and hadn't decided which one yet. He didn't say thank you, didn't need to, because he felt it now. The thing he hadn't been able to name in the hospital, in the hallway, in the way she didn't yell when she should have. She'd made him this horrible, god-awful drink. Not because it would fix him. Not because she thought it was magic. Because it was what she could do. Because she was scared. Because this was her way of handing him the only thing she had when everything else was out of reach. Care. Quiet and sharp and horrible tasting. He stared into the mug, and thought, hell, maybe it wasn't about the drink. Maybe it was about being seen, and not having to say it out loud. For once, she would have strangled him if he wasn't already half dead. He walked from the hospital, with a barely beating heart and too much blood still pooling in places it didn't belong, and he walked like this was just another Tuesday. Idiot. Absolute beautiful idiot. She stood there, arms crossed so she wouldn't reach for him again. He looked worse in this lighting, hollowed out, gray around the edges, chest rising too fast under a hoodie that didn't fit right. And he was smirking. Because of course he was. Because if he wasn't making a joke, he'd have to admit he was scared. She would have done the same. Probably. He drank it. All of it. Somehow. Hallie watched his face contort like she'd poisoned him. His eyes watered, and he looked personally offended by the aftertaste. Fair. She didn't apologize. She watched, still, unmoving, arms folded tight like she was holding the room together. It wouldn't help yet. The potion wasn't that kind of magic. It needed time, at least 48 hours for the root infusion to stabilize the nervous system, another day for the blackthorn extract to regenerate cardiac muscle. Draco's notes had been meticulous, obnoxious as usual, but precise. This is not a firework spell, he'd said when she called. It's a restoration. You want flash, go drink something with glitter in it. And she hadn't said it, but she trusted him. Because he never lied about potions. Because she wouldn't have given it to Dean if she wasn't sure. He'd looked half dead at the door. He looked a little less than that now. Sweat on his collarbone. Gray under the eyes. But his breathing had eased. Just a little. Like his body recognized what she'd given it. Like it was deciding not to give up yet. Sam was pacing by the window, probably trying not to say I told you so. You said you found someone, she said. He blinked. Yeah. Doctor out in the sticks. Real low-key. People talk about him like he's, I don't know, like he's helped people who were supposed to be gone. She stared. Faith healer, she said flatly. It's not like that, right? Hallie, I'm not stopping you. She turned back to Dean. His head had tipped slightly against the wall. His eyes were closed, but his grip was still loose around the mug. That was good. That meant he wasn't crashing. She walked over, took the cup from his hand. Didn't speak. Sam said something else. She didn't catch it. Her focus was on Dean's chest, the rhythm, the quiet, the way it had stopped straining against itself. It was working. The potion was working. And they could believe in miracles if they wanted. She had work, ingredients, calculations, will, and a reason not to let him die. She leaned in, just to tuck the edge of the blanket by his arm. Her hair fell forward, loose. You smell nice. It was so quiet she almost thought she imagined it. But when she glanced down, his eyes were half open. Sleepy. Barely there. But watching her. Her stomach flipped. She straightened fast. Turned away too quickly. Pretended her face wasn't on fire. She sat in the chair without a word. Behind her, Dean let out a low, raspy chuckle and let his eyes fall closed again. He knew exactly what he'd done. Dean hadn't spoken since they passed the gas station, which in itself wasn't strange. He'd barely talked all morning, except to curse under his breath when his elbow knocked into the door or when his breath caught from turning too fast. He looked like hell. Still in that hoodie. Still hollow in the face. Still pretending that not collapsing counted as recovery. It was a strange kind of alive, too quiet, too careful. She could see the way he was holding himself still, like every shift in the seat cost him something. "We're almost there," Sam said from the driver's seat, hands steady on the wheel like he was forcing calm into the car. "We're gonna get scammed," Hallie replied, flipping a page of the water-warped magazine in her lap. Some waiting room rag she'd found at the motel. Half the articles were about dog yoga. "I'm telling you, he helped people," Sam said. There were testimonials. There were testimonials about crystal enemas, too. Dean let out a soft snort, the closest thing to a laugh he'd managed in 2 days. Sounded like it hurt. Hallie glanced up from the magazine. He was pale. Again. Skin tight around the eyes. But not gray, not shaking. Sam met her eyes in the rearview mirror. "Says the one who thinks a hangover recipe will heal him. Good reminder." She set the magazine down, unscrewed the thermos, and let the lid hiss open. The smell hit the air as soon as she cracked the thermos. Dean didn't move, didn't open his eyes, just muttered low and hoarse, "Please don't." She poured. "We're almost there," he added, voice flat. "What's the point?" Hallie capped the thermos. "You're sitting upright. That doesn't mean you're done. I'm walking into a miracle tent. You're barely walking." Sam glanced back through the mirror. "What's in that stuff anyway?" "It smells like something died in a spice rack." "Unicorn poop," she said. Dean opened one eye. Slowly. "That tracks." She passed him the mug. He didn't reach for it. "Dean." A pause. Then he took it, not dramatically. Just with the same resigned quiet he'd had since yesterday. Like this was just one more thing he didn't have the strength to argue with. He took a sip. Winced. Didn't comment. Didn't need to. She watched him drink it in silence. Steady. Tired. When he handed it back, she took it without looking at him. Sealed the lid. Packed it away. Outside, the tent was visible now. Plastic sides. A crooked wooden sign. A cross drawn with electrical tape. Dean leaned his head back against the window. "You know," he said, voice rough, quiet. "It was kind of sweet the first time." She didn't respond. "Now it's just bullying." That she allowed. She watched the side of his face. The cut of his jaw. The faint twitch near his mouth when he swallowed. Merlin. He was handsome. Even like this. Pale and sharp around the edges. Eyelids heavy. Mouth drawn with the kind of exhaustion that had settled into him like a second skin. He looked like hell. Like he hadn't slept in a week, and somehow still looked like that. She looked away before her gaze caught on anything. Outside, the trees had started thinning. The tent was up ahead now, white and sagging, staked into the frozen ground like someone had set up shop in the middle of nowhere and hoped God would meet them halfway. It was mud everywhere. The kind that dragged when you walked, clung when you stopped. Each step made a quiet, wet sound beneath her boots, like the field itself was chewing through the soles. She should have stayed in the car. She knew it but followed anyway, trailing behind Dean and Sam as they bickered like kids too tired to admit they cared. Their voices blurred together in the rain. She didn't bother keeping up. Her coat was too thin, rain seeping in through the seams and collar. She was cold in the kind of way that settled in deep, not shivering, just bone-heavy and quiet. She flicked a charm into her palm and tucked it into her pocket. Warmth bloomed low against her ribs, subtle, pulsing. It should have helped. Didn't. She was watching the ground when she bumped into Sam's shoulder, not realizing they'd stopped. Her gaze flicked up expecting a line, maybe an obstacle, and instead landed on Dean, standing just ahead, already halfway into one of his smiles. "I'm Dean," he was saying, voice low and curved at the edges. And the girl he was saying it to. Hallie blinked. Pretty. That was the first word that came to mind. Like something out of a memory, soft hair pulled back, smile warm and open, eyes that looked like they'd never been forced to look away from anything sharp. She looked at Dean like he'd already proven himself. And Dean looked different. Nothing dramatic. Nothing anyone else would see. Just a slight shift in how he stood. A brightness behind his eyes that hadn't been there a moment before. Like the pain had receded without asking permission. Like he remembered what it was like to be wanted. The heat in Hallie's coat suddenly felt too tight. Her fingers curled inside her pocket, slow and unsteady. She didn't think. She didn't plan it. She just stepped forward, the words slipping out before she could stop them. We're going to be late. It wasn't sharp, but it cut anyway. Dean turned, blinking at her like he'd forgotten she was there. Sam glanced over, puzzled. The girl, Layla, maybe offered a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Polite, dismissive. Hallie didn't return it, just adjusted the strap on her bag and looked past them all, toward the sagging white tent and the muddy trail that led inside. The heating charm still pulsed beneath her coat. Warm, steady, useless. Dean didn't say anything else. He turned, walked. Hallie followed. She didn't understand why she was still cold. They sat in the front row because of course Sam had insisted. He said it was for the view, but Hallie figured it was just how his brain worked. Closer to the action. Closer to answers. Dean hadn't moved much since sitting down. For Merlin's sake, he barely seemed like he could. But even now, she could feel his eyes flicking toward her every few seconds. Not obvious, not constant. Just enough to make the air between them feel dense. Charged. Maybe she'd been too harsh, though she hadn't even said anything. Not really. And yet he looked at her like she'd kicked his dog in the rain and then made it drink one of her potions. Fine. Let him sulk. She had more important things to be irritated by. Like this clown show. The so-called healer Roy had taken the stage with his wife shadowing him like a ghost in pearls. His voice was warm, practiced, too smooth. Hallie had known enough frauds in robes to recognize one in corduroy and a tie clip. He spoke of immorality, of darkness in the world, of being chosen. The words curled through the tent like incense, sweet at first, then sour when you breathed too deep. He reminded her of Dumbledore. All that vague, golden wisdom, delivered with a smile like he'd already forgiven you for something you hadn't done yet. That old coot. Then he dropped it. It is the Lord who does the healing here, friends. The Lord who guides me in choosing who to heal, by helping me see into people's hearts. Hallie scoffed before she could stop herself. Yeah. Nothing says divine judgment like selective healing. She muttered, barely loud enough for the air between her and Dean. Dean let out a short, pained laugh beside her. Right? More like selecting their wallets. She smirked, despite herself. But the tent had gone quiet. Too quiet. Roy tilted his head, just slightly. His glasses caught the light in a way that made it impossible to see his eyes. He smiled. Too wide. You think so, young lady? Hallie's heart thumped once. Hard. Dean stiffened beside her. Roy's voice was still gentle, still smiling. But the warmth had gone out of it like a light behind glass. No need to be shy, he said. You and your friend there, why don't you come on up? Hallie's spine stiffened. I'm not sick, she said evenly. Not loud. Not defensive. Just firm. Roy tilted his head, like he was listening for something deeper than her voice. But you are. I can feel it. You're in worse condition than anyone here. Okay, that was weird. The man was a scam artist, obviously. The hair, the tone, the snake oil cadence. He was giving conman preacher in high res. And yet, did he actually feel it? The part of her she didn't talk about. The stillness that had settled in ever since she'd started using the wand. Ever since she'd started to wonder if death wasn't just beside her, but stitched into her. No.
Impossible.
If he could feel that, really feel it, he'd realize Dean wasn't dying anymore. But he didn't. She blinked, swallowed whatever chill had crept up her spine. You got it wrong, she said, cool and dismissive. I'm perfectly fine. Then she turned to Dean, her voice softer, the shift nearly invisible. Go on. We came for you. It sounded like a favor. It was a deflection. Let him be the one they looked at. Let them stop looking at her. Roy was still talking, still smiling, still playing the crowd like it was his personal choir. Dean hesitated again. Of course he did. And Roy didn't let up. Neither did Sam. She could feel Sam nudging him. Hear the little fragments of encouragement under the crowd's hum. Come on. Just go. It's fine. He's the real deal. Dean mumbled something she didn't catch. But it didn't matter. It ended the way she knew it would. Dean went up. The crowd clapped like salvation was on schedule. Hallie didn't move. She leaned back in her chair, arms folded, the worn vinyl creaking under her shoulder blades. The lights above the pulpit were too warm, too golden. Everything felt like a cheap stage play. Too many candles, too much breathless faith. She didn't watch. She'd already done her part. Her fingers ached from the steady thrum of anchoring the potion into him. 2.5 days of subtle work, of micro-adjustments, of brewing something ancient and awful in motel bathroom cups. She was running on 4 hours of sleep, 3 sarcastic glares, and a breakfast bar that tasted like paper. She pulled her phone out of her coat pocket and thumbed it open. Appreciate the recipe. No side effects. Yet, she added a skull emoji for drama. Draco would hate it. Her thumb hovered over send. Then she looked up. Dean was dropping. No stumble, no warning. Just a hard, boneless collapse. Like someone had pulled the floor out from under him. The crowd gasped. Sam was already out of his seat. But Hallie, she didn't move, because she saw it. On the stage, half in shadow, standing just behind Roy. A reaper, not the same as the last one. Not elegant, not reverent. Young, pale, unsettled. And he was looking right at her. Not bowing, not acknowledging, just watching, like a child caught doing something they weren't supposed to do. Like he was waiting for her to stop him. Her heart didn't race. It slowed. Dean wasn't even dying anymore. She felt the potion still working inside him like a thread pulled taut. The warmth anchored in his chest. He was fine. He was supposed to be fine. And yet there was a reaper, just standing there, waiting. She went after Sam without thinking. What if that stupid reaper took Dean's soul? What the fuck was she going to do? Her boots slammed against the steps as she climbed the stage, heart hammering, throat tight. The whole crowd just sat there, like this was part of the show. Like watching a man collapse mid-sermon was just a Tuesday. She dropped to her knees beside him, barely registering the way Sam was already pulling at his shoulders, saying his name again and again like repetition would anchor him. Her hands shook as she reached for his throat. Her fingers slipped once before she found the spot.
Skin calami. Hot.
Neck tilted wrong. Pulse. There. Barely. Alive. She swallowed hard. Dean groaned. A quiet sound in the back of his throat like something dragging itself toward the surface. Hallie turned. The reaper was still watching her. He looked young. Pale. His body too still, too separate from the noise around them. The guilt on his face didn't soften her. She looked at him fuming. He disappeared. She was sitting cross-legged on the motel bed, one ankle tucked under the other. Flipping through a half-burned spellbook, she shrinked. Her wand lay forgotten beside her, its tip smudged from ash. The salt circle she'd drawn was starting to fade, like even the lines were too tired to hold. Summon a spirit, she read aloud under her breath. It is not a fucking spirit. She had tried to find the reaper. She had to talk with it. She couldn't find it and had no idea how to summon it. She turned the page with a sigh. The door opened hard. Dean walked in like the air owed him something. Sam followed close behind, face grim, wet hair plastered to his forehead. She looked up. You two look like you lost a game of strip poker to a priest. Dean didn't crack a smile. That was her first sign something was wrong. It's a reaper, he said. Hallie blinked. What? Dean's voice was flat. Roy's not healing people. He's trading lives. One person gets saved, another one dies. Sam moved past Dean, dropping a folder of clippings onto the table. Every case lines up. Every miracle has a death attached. And not just anyone healthy people. People Sue and probably thinks are immoral. The room tilted just slightly. You're serious. We confirmed it, Dean said. Today, while I got healed, a guy dropped. Young. No health issues. Hallie felt her mouth open, then close. She looked down at the half-summoning circle on the floor, at the page still open in her lap. She'd seen the reaper, felt him watching, thought maybe he'd been there for Dean. She hadn't even considered that Roy was controlling the reaper. Some mistress of death she was. Dean exhaled. That's why you're staying here. Hallie blinked. What? You've done enough, Sam said gently. We've got a lead. Let us handle it. She stared at them both. They had no idea. No idea she'd seen the Reaper. No idea what she already did to keep Dean alive. No idea she was 2 inches away from ripping the fabric of reality trying to ask it questions. Right, she said softly. Of course. She closed the book. She waited 5 full seconds, staring at the cover like it might open itself and whisper the answers she didn't have. Then she stood, because of course she wasn't staying put. She was Harry Potter. She operated straight into the revival lot, air cracking around her as her boots hit gravel. It was darker now, the field emptied, the tent quiet, the wind cold. The edges of her coat fluttered around her ankles as she stepped forward. This time, she didn't dig through old pages or chase half-scribbled Latin. She didn't mutter spells. She just breathed, in through her nose, out through her mouth, and she listened. The stillness pulled at her. She walked, and it led her. She found them behind the tent, near the fence line where the spotlights didn't reach. A girl, young, shaking back against a tree. The Reaper had his hand around her throat, face blank, gaze far away like he wasn't really present. But he saw her. She didn't stop walking. Her voice cracked through the dark like glass underfoot. "How dare you," she said. "Let her go." He did. Immediately, the girl crumpled to the ground, coughing. The Reaper turned toward Hallie. His eyes widened and then dropped. He fell to his knees with slow, practiced terror, spine curled like he expected lightning. "I'm sorry, mistress," he said, trembling. "Please don't send me to the void." Hallie blinked. The what now? She didn't move, didn't speak for a beat. She let the silence stretch until it hurt. "You should have thought of that before you started stealing souls that weren't yours to take," she said, voice low, sharp, cold. She didn't know what the void was, but he did. And apparently he thought she had the power to banish him to it. Cool. Apparently this was her job now. "They're controlling me, mistress," he cried, hands clutching the hem of his robes. "If you hadn't ordered me, I wouldn't have stopped. Please, forgive me. I haven't even collected my 100th soul." Hallie's brow twitched. That was weirdly specific. Is that some kind of Reaper puberty? She fought the urge to ask. Instead, she gave him a long, disappointed stare, like a boss who had absolutely read the employee manual and was deeply unimpressed. The one McGonagall gave her all the time. "You should have come to me," she said. The Reaper flinched. I didn't know you were walking the realm, mistress," he stammered, voice thin and cracking. "They didn't tell us. I swear. She summoned me. The human priestess, she had the token. She called me by name." Hallie blinked once. Token, name, came from nowhere. Not spoken, not summoned. Just there, full and sharp in her mind, like something etched into her bones long before she was born. Sorrel. She had no idea what the hell was going on. But she played along. Her voice didn't shake. "Look at me, Sorrel." The Reaper froze, like the name had pulled a string inside his chest. Slowly he lifted his head. Not all the way, just enough to show the hollow fear behind his eyes. "I'm going to unbind you," she said, each word deliberate. "But you'll carry a message." He nodded so fast it looked painful. She stepped closer, barely aware of the girl behind her or the dirt under her boots. Everything narrowed to this moment: her voice, his name, the weight of something ancient curling behind her ribs. "You tell the others," she continued. "If anyone has to do anything outside their job, any summon, any exception, any deviation, they come to me first. Me. Understand?" Sorrel's hands were shaking. "Yes, mistress. Yes. I swear it." Hallie didn't know what unbinding even meant. But something in her chest shifted the second she said it, like a knot loosening in a place she didn't know was tight. She raised her wand. No spell came to mind. No Latin. Just her voice. "You're free of her," she said. "You can leave." He vanished. She turned, heart still pounding, knees unsteady but holding, and crouched toward the girl, ready to check her pulse. Maybe say something soft and human. She didn't get the chance, because Sam and Dean were standing 10 feet away, guns drawn. Her heart dropped straight to her shoes. Oh, fantastic. This day just kept getting better. Dean's jaw was clenched, the muzzle of his pistol hovering low but steady. Sam's face was twisted in something between shock and dread. Chapter 12. Chapter notes. I might delete this chapter if you think it is out of character. That's why they put the edit button right. Dean's expression was so cold it could crack stone. Hallie had never seen that look on him before, jaw clenched, eyes hard. Every ounce of warmth drained away. His gun was drawn, low but ready. Sam stood beside him, his face a storm of betrayal and disbelief. Her heart thudded. She took a single step toward them. Both guns lifted, trained on her. Step away from the girl. Dean barked, voice rough with fury. Hallie froze. The order hit like a slap. But it was their eyes that did the damage. Eyes that didn't see a friend anymore. They saw a threat, a monster. Her chest tightened, not from fear, from recognition. This was what she'd always feared. The look, the distance, the readiness to shoot. Dean's finger close to the trigger, like he didn't trust himself not to use it. She had seen that look before in the mirror. In Dudley's. Freak, that's what he must be thinking. She backed away from the girl slowly, raising her hands in surrender. I saved her, she said evenly. If you bothered to notice. Dean didn't lower the gun. His voice was low, bitter. Right? You did. After making a Reaper kneel. Her breath caught. She glanced at the girl, still gasping against the tree trunk. Then back at Dean's aim. Her fingers twitched near her wand. She could end this. A single spell. Obliviate them both. Clean. Efficient. But that wasn't her. She inhaled. Deep. Controlled. I didn't summon him, she said, steady. I didn't bind him. He was already there because of Roy. Because of what he was doing. Sacrificing people. That Reaper was part of it. Dean's jaw flexed. Her hands shook, but she lowered them slowly. Palms open. Non-threatening. Like she was trying to calm a wild animal. It was standing right in front of her. With green eyes and a gun he wasn't sure he wouldn't use. Dean didn't blink. Bullshit, he spat. Reapers don't bow to anyone. I didn't ask him to bow. She snapped. I didn't command him. I didn't even want him. But he saw me. He knew what I am and, what the hell are you? Sam's voice cut in raw and sharp. His hand shook on the grip of his gun. Not from fear. From rage. From heartbreak. Hallie looked at him, really looked, and nearly crumpled. That look on his face. Like she'd stabbed him. Like everything they'd built, everything they trusted, had been a lie. And Dean's eyes weren't just wary. They were cold, guarded. She'd almost kissed that mouth. She'd trusted him. She thought, no, what was she thinking? That he'd accept her? That he'd understand? Maybe Draco was right. Maybe Muggles really weren't made for this. Her voice, when it came, was flat. A lifeless echo of what it had once been. I'm a witch, she said. The words hung in the air like a thunderclap. Dean's hand twitched. Not much, just enough that she saw his finger tighten against the grip. Sam's eyes went wide, full of disbelief and something that hurt even more. Betrayal. For how long?
Sam snapped.
You were a witch when we met. Back at Stanford? Hallie tilted her head. Her voice was calm, too calm. But her throat felt like it was full of sand. Yes, she said. That's kind of how it works, Sam. You don't just wake up magic one day like it's the flu. Dean barked a short, bitter laugh. The kind with no humor in it. Just sharp edges and exhaustion. Well, thanks, he said tightly. But we know how witches work. Hallie's eyes narrowed. Do you? Dean stepped forward. Just enough to make her spine stiffen. Yeah. I've seen enough hex bags and ritual circles and body counts to know how this song goes. Hex bags? Hallie echoed, disbelieving. Her brows lifted. That's it? You think don't act stupid. Dean snapped, eyes flashing. You sold your soul for some juice. That's what witches do. Blood magic. Demon deals. You're not special, you're just another junkie for power who thought she could outsmart the devil. Hallie stared at him, and then laughed short, bitter and furious. You don't know anything about witches, Winchester. We know enough, Sam said, voice raw. You lied. You lied to my face for years. Hallie's breath caught. I didn't do any demon deal. She snapped, her voice cracking like lightning. I was born like this. Bull. Dean spat, eyes blazing. You expect us to believe that? That you don't sacrifice humans? Why did you hit it then? Because I knew this is what would happen. She yelled, gesturing between them. This, guns, accusations, and you twisting everything I've ever done into a threat. Dean's eyes narrowed. Was any of it real then? Huh? Azazel? Or was that all just another smokescreen? A way to distract us while you played puppet master? He turned toward Sam, his voice sharp with sudden realization. She left the house before Jess died. Sam's face went pale. Hallie's world tilted. No, she breathed. Don't you dare. Dean turned back to her. You knew, didn't you? You knew something was coming and you bailed before it hit. That's not what happened, she said, her voice shaking. I felt something wrong that night. I tried to stop it. I put wards around the house. Dean's mouth twisted. Wards? Hallie's voice cracked under the weight of it. Yes, I didn't know what, but I felt something. The wards were supposed to hold, but they didn't, Sam said flatly. She turned to him, desperate. Sam, you let her die, he said. Not shouting. Just quiet. Broken. And that hurt worse than the guns. Hallie took a step back, her breath shallow. I didn't let, she burned, Sam said. She screamed. And you were gone. Stop. She whispered. You knew and you left. Stop. The word cracked through the air like a whip. And then thud. 2 birds, mid-flight, dropped from the sky like a stone and landed near Sam's boot. Their wings twitched once. Then nothing. Dead.
No lightning. No spell.
No flash of power. Just death. Quiet. Immediate. Absolute.
Sam flinched.
Dean didn't, but his eyes widened barely, and he took a step back without meaning to. Hallie stared at the bird like it had betrayed her. Like it had made something true she tried desperately to keep buried. I didn't mean to, she whispered. Her voice broke. I didn't mean to. Dean raised his gun again. Higher this time. Then what the hell are you doing? He snapped. You can't even speak without killing something now? I'm not doing it on purpose. Her voice cracked like a lightning split in her throat. Dean didn't back down. The Vanir ran because of you, he snapped. I saw what you are. Dean stepped forward, voice rising. How many demon sacrifices do you do in a day for that kind of power? Hallie's breath caught like a punch to the ribs. It wasn't just what he said. It was how he said it. Like it was the only explanation that made sense. Like that's all she could ever be. Her face hardened. I don't do sacrifices, she said, voice flat. Sharp. Dean sneered. Sure. Magic like that just grows on trees. No, she snapped. It grows in people. People who were born with it. But even as she said it, the words felt weightless. There was no point. They weren't listening. They weren't going to listen. Not really. You know what? Fine. Think what you want. Call me a liar. A freak. A monster. She looked Dean square in the eye. But I didn't kill Jess. And I sure as hell didn't kill that bird on purpose. If I was what you think I am, you'd both already be ash. Sam hesitated just a beat. But his gun stayed in place. Unless you need something from us, he said coldly. Hallie stared at him. And then she laughed. Not out of humor. Not even bitterness. It was the sound of something breaking sharp and short. Like glass hitting tile. God, she said, shaking her head. You really think you have something that I need? I stayed because I cared about you. Her voice cracked on the word. She swallowed it back down. But you know what? You want to think I'm some monster biding her time until it's your blood on the altar? Fine. She spread her hands wide, not in surrender. In invitation.
No spells.
Go ahead. Take your shot. Dean didn't move. Sam didn't lower his gun. The wind pushed at her coat, tugging it like it wanted her to leave. And suddenly, she was so tired. Hallie dropped her arms. I'm done. She apparated away. Dean looked at the dead grass she left behind. Scorched black in a perfect ring around where she'd stood. Not burned by fire, no smell, no smoke. Just dead. Like the earth had flinched from her before she left. His hand throbbed. He looked down at it and realized he'd never loosened his grip on the gun. Skin pinched white around the trigger. He holstered it without looking. Felt like an admission. He trusted her. He let her in. The way she'd looked at him sometimes. like she saw something under the armor. The way she'd made him laugh without trying. The way she didn't flinch when he raised his voice. She wasn't supposed to get in, and he sure as hell wasn't supposed to let her matter. But she did. First time in a long time, he thought maybe something real. And then she said it. I'm a witch. He almost laughed now. Of course she was. Of course. He should have pulled the trigger. Everything in him screamed that. Everything John taught. Everything the job required. All those years of black and white, of evil is evil, no exceptions. You don't hesitate with witches. You don't feel for them. He clenched his jaw, teeth grinding. She made a reaper kneel. She killed 2 birds just by screaming. There was power in her that didn't belong to anyone human. He'd seen that kind of power before. He'd hunted it, buried it, burned it, and now it wore a familiar smile and smelled like gunpowder and coffee and maybe something almost like hope.